cultivating as an earthly immortal in the world of mages. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Tyrannical Plunder, Small Star Embryo. With one move, Lu Feng cracked the poison mist method that the giant sea abyss demon worm was proud of. Roar. The giant sea abyss demon worm opened its eyes wide, and its not very smart brain could not figure out how Lu Feng cracked its ultimate move that it was sure of. It wanted to fight back, but Lu Feng had already approached, and the red flame spear in his hand was like a swimming dragon, flying out in an instant, and piercing into the chest of the giant sea abyss demon worm. Fire Dragon Demon Spear. The violent and blazing fire exploded in the chest of the sea abyss demon worm, shattering the flesh and blood tissue on the chest of the sea abyss demon worm on the spot, and a huge pit was blown out. The dark insect blood flowed, and the spine of the sea abyss demon worm and the still beating insect heart were vaguely visible. Hiss. After being severely injured, the sea abyss demon worm let out a shrill hiss. Driven by the painful instinct, the sea abyss demon worm, which didn't have much brain, began to attack frantically, using its insect limbs, colliding, biting with sharp teeth, and spraying poison mist. With its huge size and high-speed attack, if an ordinary Western region mage encounters this combo of the sea abyss demon worm, it is easy to fall into danger. After all, the power of Western region mages is mostly concentrated in their mind maze. They don't have Lu Feng's agile posture and ridiculously thick defense ability. High-level mages may not be the opponent of this sea abyss demon worm. Having said that, at this time, this open-minded sea abyss demon worm is already a spent force in Lu Feng's eyes. Lu Feng rides the wind and dodges the attacks of the sea abyss demon worm agilely. At the same time, he seizes the opportunity and throws a few more Fire Dragon Demon Slayer guns at the sea abyss demon worm. One shot pierced through the sea abyss demon worm's protective limbs in front of its body and hit the exposed heart in the sea abyss demon worm's chest, blowing the demon's beating heart to pieces. Another shot pierced the sea abyss demon worm's brain from its size. The strong flames erupted in the fragile and tender brain tissue of the sea abyss demon worm, instantly killing the sea abyss demon worm. With a loud bang, the huge body of the abyss demon worm fell to the ground, splashing mud, sewage, and scarlet and black worm blood all over the dark cave. That's all. Lu Feng casually activated the Kingmu spirit realm and took the huge corpse of the abyss demon worm into it. Novi and others who returned to the Kingmu spirit realm because of the appearance of the giant abyss demon worm stared at the huge corpse of the abyss demon worm falling into the open space of the spirit realm. Their eyes widened, and their brains short-circuited for a while, and they couldn't recover. They had also seen the fierce and terrifying giant abyss demon worm just now. Just showing its face had frightened Novi and the villagers under Lu Feng so much that they trembled and were stiff and unable to move. Who knew that they had only been hiding in the Kingmu spirit realm for a few breaths, and the terrifying giant abyss demon worm had already turned into a dead body. Such a visual impact made them unable to recover for a long time. The strength of the Lord is so terrifying. Novi was the first to come back to his senses, and he couldn't help sighing. Before he could sigh a few words, Novi and the villagers around him were dragged out of the Kingmu spirit realm by Lu Feng again. Lu Feng threw down the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling to purify space, and then asked Novi and the villagers to continue searching the dark cave occupied by the sea abyss demon worms with the Fire Dragon Taoist soldiers. Without the giant sea abyss demon worms, the remaining sea abyss demon worms in the dark cave were scattered, no longer as active as before, and scattered, and suffered heavy casualties under the clearing of the Fire Dragon Taoist soldiers and villagers. Sending his men to deal with the battlefield, Lu Feng came under the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, bathing in the life aura of the green tree, and Lu Feng cast his eyes into the Kingmu spirit realm. The body of the giant sea abyss demon worm that had just been slaughtered was still fresh. Lu Feng had nothing else to do for the time being, so he just dealt with the body of this huge star monster to avoid occupying the land space of the Kingmu spirit realm. In addition, the unique breath energy of the star monsters, if not dealt with for a long time, will easily affect the surrounding environment. Lu Feng does not want to have an ugly pollution on his Kingmu spirit realm. The mental power swept over the corpse, and Lu Feng marked some of the more valuable materials on the corpse of the giant sea abyss demon worm. According to Novi, Many tissues on the body of star monsters like the sea abyss demon worm are precious materials, which can be used to make weapons, or refined into potions through alchemy, and play a wonderful effect. After marking with mental power, Lu Feng commanded the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to directly activate the roots, devour the useless parts of the corpse, and squeeze the star energy from it to provide star energy for the small star realm being nurtured in the Kingmu spirit realm. The giant sea abyss demon worm is indeed a powerful star monster that has lived in the star realm for a long time and has developed to a certain extent, comparable to a second-level wizard. The star energy contained in its body is extremely rich. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling sucked lightly and extracted a lot of star energy from the corpse of the giant sea abyss demon worm, and poured it into the small star realm that was being nurtured in the Kingmu spirit realm. The growth progress of the small star realm was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not bad, not bad. It's worth my effort to kill this giant sea abyss demon worm. If I can successfully nurture the small star realm in one fell swoop, I will make a lot of money. Lu Feng smiled with satisfaction. In the next few days, Lu Feng sat in the dark cave of the star realm with peace of mind, watching his villagers explore the surrounding area. With the unremitting efforts of Novi and others, the map near the dark cave was also explored by them. Although the way out has not been found yet, the star monsters that can be encountered have been cleared by the villagers with the fire dragon Taoist soldiers, and the corpses were brought back to feed the divisions of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to absorb the star energy. After a few days, the corpse of the giant sea abyss demon worm in the Kingmu spirit realm was also devoured by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and the star energy of the corpse was completely squeezed out by the ancient tree. Boom boom boom. With a large amount of star energy supplied, and the unlimited incense and wish power in Lu Feng's hand, the small star realm being nurtured in the Kingmu spirit realm formed a special form similar to an embryo. The special form seemed to have life during the energy fluctuations, trembling gently. Not enough, still not enough. After checking the embryonic form of the small star realm, Lu Feng knew that it still lacked some star energy to nurture the small star realm. The star realm is called the inner world, and it can also survive star monsters. It is already a special space. It is far from enough to nurture the corpse of a star monster. So Lu Feng stood up from the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, and the light and shadow of the Kingmu spirit realm appeared behind him. The next moment, a large number of white jade-like roots stretched out from the light and shadow of the Kingmu spirit realm and took root directly on the star realm land under Lu Feng. Compared with the main body of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling in the Kingmu spirit realm, the rammet behind Lu Feng seemed insignificant. He pulled up the rammet and threw it towards the white roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Once it touched, the rammet directly merged into the white roots, returning to the main body with the energy it had absorbed during this period. Lu Feng urged the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling to take root in the land of the star realm. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling was originally a plant, and its ability to absorb nutrients from the land was even stronger. Under Lu Feng's urging, the star energy in the star realm land was forcibly squeezed out by the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. In the dark cave, the land under Lu Feng's feet was originally hard cave rock, but under the rooting of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, it quickly lost the original energy that supported its hardness, and quickly turned into sand and broke at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Feng's movement soon attracted the attention of Novi and the villagers. A huge green tree propped up the sky in the dark cave. The faint green light it emitted alone illuminated the dark cave. With such a big movement, it was hard for Novi not to see it. What shocked them even more was that under the light of this giant tree, the aura of the star monster they met in the cave decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the light it emitted alone, the monster they met was reduced from a werewolf to a thin dog. Is this also the great power of the adults? It's incredible. Novi and the villagers were amazed. However, they didn't stay surprised for long before they came back to their senses in Lu Feng's voice. You come back first, there may be some accidents later. Yes, my lord. Under Lu Feng's order, Novi and the villagers returned to where Lu Feng was. They dared to see the majestic energy-absorbing ancient tree up close, and the visual impact was even more shocking. Seeing that all the men who had been released had returned, Lu Feng was relieved to release the restrictions on the seedlings of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. After some experiments, Lu Feng found that the energy-absorbing ancient tree was too powerful. If the energy-absorbing ancient tree was allowed to fully exert its energy-absorbing instinct, It would not be long before this cave would cease to exist. His men were still exploring deep in the cave. If the cave collapsed due to the absorption of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and his men were injured by mistake, it would be a loss. When they came back, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, which had been released from restrictions, grew again. The white jade-like roots rolled wantonly in the cave soil, like a ground dragon, and the hard rocks turned into dry and nutrient-free sand wherever they passed. If it were in the outside world, this would be the most barren desert area. The Star Realm was not the territory that Lu Feng raised his men on, nor was it someone else's territory. Lu Feng did not feel any remorse when he urged the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to plunder. The withered yellow desert area expanded rapidly in the dark cave. The star energy plundered from the rocks was transported by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and poured into the Kingmu spirit realm to supply the small star realm that was still in embryonic form. After absorbing the star energy provided by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, the embryo of the small star realm beat strongly again, as if a great life would be born from it in the next moment. Lu Feng observed the gestation of the small star realm while watching the overbearing plunder of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. When he had time, he sent Novi and others who had returned to his side into the Kingmu spirit realm. Next, there might be some spectacular scenes in this dark cave, and more dangers that they could not resist. For the sake of their lives, it would be safer for them to return to the Kingmu spirit realm. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings made a lot of noise, and the rocky land in the dark cave was drained of energy at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into withered yellow desert loess. As the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings became more rampant, it seemed to have touched the root of this star world. In the depths of the dark cave, the star world monsters that were hiding originally came out one after another and began to attack the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings that were doing evil. However, the attacks of these star world monsters had no effect on the white roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and they could not even scrape off a bit of debris. Lu Feng knew the hardness of the roots best. The hardest things in his Kingmu spirit realm were the trunks and roots of the energy-absorbing ancient trees. Even if Lu Feng used his full strength to activate the wizard's secret treasure, he could not hurt the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings at all. Not to mention these star world monsters that did not have much strength. When the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings collided with the star world monsters, they only stirred lightly, and strangled the star world monsters that attacked the roots into several pieces. When the roots moved, the bodies of the star world monsters were drained of energy and turned into flying ash that fell on the withered yellow desert loess. The counterattack of this star region was meaningless, and instead increased the efficiency of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. Lu Feng smiled when he noticed this, and at the same time, he also felt the omnipresent malice, which was getting stronger and stronger. If this malice had a form and power, Lu Feng would have been torn into pieces by this extremely strong malice. Unfortunately, there is no if. Lu Feng felt this malice as soon as he entered this place, but Lu Feng had been doing evil here for a long time and had not seen the source of this malice, nor could he see its ability, so he did not take it to heart. At this time, this malice reappeared, but Lu Feng only saw its incompetent rage from its performance. It was like a poor scholar who was powerless and was bullied by a tall and strong soldier. The sapling of the energy-absorbing ancient tree kept moving, and soon everything in Lu Feng's sight turned into desert loess. Even the rocks on the top of the dark cave could not escape Lu Feng's poisonous hands. As he plundered, Lu Feng also felt that the space in the star realm area was becoming increasingly unstable, with a tendency to collapse. Crack! Lu Feng seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Finally, the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings extended and touched the end of the pitch-black cave. Through the connection with the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, Lu Feng saw the scenery at the end of the pitch-black cave. The pitch-black cave was actually an ellipsoidal object, floating in a familiar black fog of the star realm, rising and falling. Under his scourge and plunder, the overall light of the star realm of the pitch-black cave was much weaker. Under the pressure of the black fog of the star realm, it began to shrink. Is this the true form of the star realm space? So the star realm is like this. Lu Feng saw the truth of the pitch-black cave, and he had a vague understanding in his heart. He felt that he had glimpsed the truth of the star realm of the western region world. As Lu Feng understood, the small star realm embryo in his Kingmu spirit realm, which had absorbed a lot of star realm energy and had been nurtured for a long time, suddenly shook violently. Yes, it's time to give birth. Chapter 227 The Birth of the Small Star Realm, the Pirate Emperor. Feeling the trembling of the small star world embryo in the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng's spirit was lifted. This feeling was very wonderful. Just like when Lu Feng practiced the Kingmu Changsheng Sutra to the extreme and condensed the Kingmu spirit realm in his body. It was a transformation of life and spirit. With a click, the embryo of the small star world finally completed the final transformation. It was like a special form of an embryo. It exploded in bursts of strange sounds and turned into a pool of gray mist that spread out in the Kingmu spirit realm, becoming a special space. The specific appearance was very similar to the star world that Lu Feng saw at the end of the dark cave just now. With the two phases confirmed, Lu Feng had a better understanding of the star world. Looking at the newly born small star world in the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng felt something in his heart and continued to supply the star world energy obtained by the energy-absorbing ancient tree from the dark cave to the newly born small star world. At the same time, he also poured the incense and willpower stored in the Kingmu spirit realm into the newly born small star world. After absorbing the incense and the power of the will, the incense and the power of the will mixed with the energy of the star realm slowly condensed in the black fog that made up the star realm, and slowly gave birth to a small illusory space. It was very similar to the dark cave where Lu Feng was now, and it was also a bit like the mental maze built by the Western region mage in the divine orifice of his brain. Wonderful changes. Lu Feng wanted to explore, but now the dark cave where he was on the verge of collapse under his scourge. There were constant strange noises in the surrounding space, and the malice hidden around the dark cave against Lu Feng began to disperse at this time. The ability of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings was too overbearing for the dark cave in the star realm. Lu Feng checked it out and decisively chose to retreat. If he didn't leave, if this space collapsed completely, the power caused by the collapse might also leave some injuries to Lu Feng. The most valuable giant sea abyss demon worms and a large amount of star realm energy in this space were plundered by Lu Feng, and Lu Feng had no intention of digging into the remaining dregs. Leave a way for others, so that we can meet again in the future. The damaged Black Cave, RMLGB. Before the Black Cave was completely damaged, Lu Feng put away the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and urged the Star Bridge to return to the Redbeard pirate ship in the surface world. In the past 2 days, the Redbeard pirate ship left the place where Lu Feng had fought with him and returned to the Redbeard pirate group's base camp, on an offshore island reef. Lu Feng lit the soul lamp for Redbeard, which had his soul breath. Following Redbeard's breath, he directly locked Redbeard's position when he exited the Star Bridge and came to Redbeard's side. Using the Star Bridge again, although long-distance transmission consumes a lot of energy, this ability to use the Star Realm to transmit makes Lu Feng very interested. With this ability, it is really convenient to move. However, after asking Novi, Lu Feng found that it is actually quite difficult to use the Star Realm to transmit over long distances. Novi was once an intermediate mage, but the distance he could transmit through the Star Realm was not far, at most a few kilometers. If the distance was farther, his mind maze would be drained by the Star Bridge. I heard that now only the Archmage in the world can teleport through the Star Realm at will. The Archmage's mental labyrinth has evolved to an incredible level, with unlimited energy, which is the basis for their teleportation at will. After listening to Novi's words, Lu Feng frowned and thought, and also made some attempts. He had the Kingmu Spirit Realm, and he used the power of the Kingmu Spirit Realm to activate the Star Bridge, and he did not feel much pressure to teleport through the Star Realm for a short distance. Only when he tried to return directly to Vora City from the Redbeard Pirate's base did he feel a lot of energy supply pressure, but if Lu Feng was willing to pay some price, he could do it. It was about the energy of several thousand magic stones, which Lu Feng could afford. However, there was no need for this for the time being. After finally getting out of Vora City and out of the sight of Archmage Blanchard, Lu Feng did not want to stay under the Archmage's tower anymore. There was no point in hiding desperately. Now here, where no one was in charge and there were no enemies, it was so comfortable to do evil. After studying the role of the Star Bridge, Lu Feng, under the diligent leadership of Redbeard, inspected the Redbeard Pirates' base. This base is an island far away from the coast of the Kingdom of Lorendon, and consists of 3 islands, 1 large and 2 small. There are rugged reefs and turbulent undercurrents near the islands and reefs. Without a familiar person to lead the way, ordinary people can't even think of sailing into the islands and reefs. It is a good place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The Redbeard pirates also put a lot of effort into the islands and reefs, built pirate camps, and captured many people from the Kingdom of Lorendon, keeping them on the islands to provide logistical services for the pirates to farm and fish. It is also the existence of this base that allows the Redbeard pirates to dominate the coastal waters of the Kingdom of Lorendon and do evil. Redbeard's base is really good. After Lu Feng inspected it, he nodded with great satisfaction. Very good, this place will belong to him, Lu Feng, in the future. After the inspection, Lu Feng released Novi from the Kingmu spirit realm and asked him to continue to manage the Redbeard pirates. At the same time, he also allocated a group of villagers to him to help him improve the strength of the Redbeard pirates. Although the Redbeard pirates are professional pirates, their strength is limited after all. In the entire pirate group, there are no masters except Redbeard and the first and second mates. How can the existence of such a misfit be enough to complete Lu Feng's expansion plan? Under Lu Feng's order, the ordinary personnel in the Redbeard pirates' garrison were quickly gathered by Redbeard, and the old and weak pirates in the pirate group were taken into the Kingmu spirit realm by Lu Feng. There are only 2,000 or 3,000 people in total, which is just a drop in the bucket for the Kingmu spirit realm. There is enough room for them. At the same time, a group of villagers with strong cultivation played the role of pirates and joined the Redbeard pirates. Looking at this group of new pirates whose strength is not weaker than their own, Redbeard and Novi's eyebrows jumped. What is the adults doing? With such a group of powerful subordinates, what kind of pirates are you? It's better to go to the land and grab a piece of land and become the king. In fact, Lu Feng also wanted to grab a piece of land in the land of the western regions, but because of the existence of the Great Wizard, this idea is not easy at all. The villagers under his command practiced the Earth Fairy method, which was the same source as the Day Temple that was making trouble on Kadia Island. Ordinary people can't see the difference between the two extraordinary powers, but once they meet the Great Wizard, Lu Feng is afraid that he will become a person that everyone in the western regions will shout and beat. After all, Lu Feng also has the identity of an invader. This identity, with the Earth Fairy method, can't be faked. Give this group of new pirates a little training so that they can master simple navigation skills. Redbeard and Novi began to take the initiative to attack according to Lu Feng's intention. On the bow of the Redbeard pirate ship, Lu Feng stood in the wind and asked the Redbeard next to him with a smile, "Redbeard, are there other pirates like you near the coast of the Kingdom of Lorendon?" Just by listening, Redbeard instantly understood what Lu Feng meant. The Lord is going to expand the territory. Yes, yes. The sea area occupied by the Redbeard pirates is considered the East Sea of the Kingdom of Lorendon. My Redbeard pirates can barely be considered the pirate king of the East Sea. In addition, there are a group of fierce Viking pirates in the northern waters near the Kingdom of Loren. There is also a pirate group called Shark Dive in the southern waters. It is said that their leader has the blood of deep-sea demon sharks and can summon and control sharks in the sea. In line with the idea of better death than death, Redbeard told all the pirate forces in the surrounding waters. Lu Feng smiled and said, "Okay, it seems that you have a lot of new and old grudges with them. Let's go and clean them up together." Revenge and the like are all excuses, Lu Feng said. His purpose is just to expand the territory and plunder resources as soon as possible. Day Temple has raised the flag to open up wasteland on the Kadia Island of the Kingdom of Lorendon. In a few days, the Earth Immortal forces in other states of the Great Zhuan dynasty in the Earth Immortal world are expected to start entering the western region world to plunder resources. Lu Feng should act quickly, otherwise he will only be able to eat the leftovers they left. Lu Feng thought silently, and with a wave of his hand, the pirate group under his feet immediately set sail. In the past few days, the villagers who practiced a black water method under Lu Feng also took the initiative to transform the Redbeard pirate group's ship, set up a black water formation on the ship, and enslaved some water-loving star monsters as the power to activate the black water formation. Once it was activated, the black water on the Redbeard pirate ship rolled, and the speed increased sharply, at least 70% faster than before. The amazing change shocked Redbeard so much that he couldn't close his mouth. Such a speed is simply too cool. After being shocked, Redbeard took the initiative to point the way under Lu Feng's instructions, first heading to the southern waters of the Kingdom of Lorendon, aiming directly at the submarine shark pirate group. The territories of the Redbeard pirate group and the submarine shark pirate group are close, and there have been many frictions in the past. 2 days later, they came to Blue Sea, where the sea breeze was a little hotter, and the temperature rose a little when they came to the southern seas. After wandering around several classic routes in the southern seas, Lu Feng and his crew soon encountered the Qianxia pirates who were robbing a merchant ship. The pirate flag with a shark head embroidered on it fluttered in the wind, and the merchant ship flying the flag of the Kingdom of Lorendon trembled. Approaching the Qianxia pirates and the merchant ship, Redbeard shouted directly at the top of his voice, "Listen, Qianxia pirates in front and merchant ships of the Kingdom of Lorendon, you have been surrounded by the Redbeard pirates. Put down your weapons and surrender as soon as possible. Our Redbeard pirates only want money, not lives." Redbeard. The Qianxia pirates who had just captured the merchant ship listened to Redbeard's shouting, and their dark skin was hit painfully. As a pirate king who is also a disaster, you, Redbeard, don't stay in your own East China Sea, but run to my South China Sea to make trouble. Do you really think that Qianxia is a sunfish in the sea? Qianxia thought silently, and directly called his pirates to go back to the ship to grab weapons, and go to teach the Redbeard pirates a lesson. As for the captain of the merchant ship who had surrendered, he was also confused in this sudden incident and didn't know what to do. Soon, the reorganized Qianxia pirate ship collided directly with the Redbeard pirate ship. The two ships connected and directly started the most fierce battle in the naval battle. This move was exactly what Redbeard wanted. He took the initiative to stop the Qianxia pirate ship, which was equally matched. Then a ship of new pirates rushed to the Qianxia pirate ship like wolves and tigers, but slaughtered one-sidedly. Qianxia was just about to fight with Redbeard, but in a blink of an eye, he felt the defeat of his men on the ship, and then even he himself was surrounded by a group of fierce new pirates. How is it possible? Qianxia's face was full of disbelief. Before he could come to his senses, Redbeard and the new pirates attacked him. Qianxia tried his best to resist, but he couldn't hold on for a few times, and was captured by Redbeard and the new pirates, sealed his power, and twisted him to Lu Feng. Do you want to die or live? Lu Feng took out a grain of starlight sands from the Kingmu spirit realm and smiled at the Qianxia who was kneeling on the ground. In a dizzy state, Qianxia handed over a trace of his soul and lit up the soul lamp made of starlight sands in Lu Feng's hand, becoming a new minion under Lu Feng. Qianxia, who had completely surrendered, punched Redbeard in the face after regaining his freedom. It was you, the traitor, who led the adults to his South China Sea. After Redbeard took a hard punch, he immediately fought back and wrestled with Qianxia. The two of them took revenge and grievances. After fighting to their heart's content, the two quickly cooperated. Let's go, let's deal with that group of Viking pirates next, and then invade the waters of the Kingdom of Gaul. We want to unify the ocean and make the adults the supreme pirate emperor. After dealing with the Qianxia pirates' base also fell into Lu Feng's control. After spending some effort, Lu Feng completely controlled the southern waters of the Kingdom of Lorendon. Then marched north to clean up the Viking pirates in the northern waters. The Viking pirates are not scattered soldiers like Redbeard and the Shark pirates, but a northern nation with their own territory. They live in the cold waters north of the Kingdom of Lorendon and have formed a considerable pirate force. In their early years, they began to rob monastery villages in some coastal countries, and then often carried out organized and premeditated invasions of coastal countries. From the Kingdom of Lorendon to the Kingdom of Gaul in some countries in the east, the voices of Viking pirates were left. However, with the entry of the western regions into the Steam Age and the standing of the Grand Master Tower, the power of the Viking pirates was crushed by the steam-powered troops. The power of the Viking pirates has been greatly reduced. Now they can only shrink in the cold northern waters and dare not set foot on land to carry out large-scale robbery. At the same time, Redbeard, who eats pirates, has also dealt with Viking pirates. Many of his pirates were born as Viking pirates, so they have some friendship. However, when it comes to being a guide, Redbeard is not ambiguous at all. What Viking pirates? Redbeard, am not familiar with them at all. Chapter 228, Construction of the Small Star Realm, Lu Feng's Ghost Castle. After the two pirate groups Redbeard and Shark Diver merged, the two discussed and set sail immediately. The target was the Viking pirates in the northern seas. It was a long way from the southern seas to the northern seas. Redbeard and Shark Diver took the initiative to lead the way, and Lu Feng took advantage of this free time to study the small star realm that had just been born in the Kingmu spirit realm. With a supply of incense and star energy, a small gray space with a radius of about 100 meters has now been born in the black fog derived from the small star realm. The sky is round and the ground is a gray barren land. The gray space is similar to the star realm that Lu Feng had entered before, and it is full of the strange atmosphere of the star realm. It may be because the gray space was born too recently, and no living creatures and materials were born in the gray space, which seemed particularly barren. Lu Feng sent several fish monsters in the Kingmu spirit realm into the gray space. After entering the gray space, several fish monsters seemed to have returned home and were very excited. It was just that the gray land was barren. The fish monsters dug a lot of soil from the ground and stuffed it into their stomachs, but they still felt very hungry. In desperation, Lu Feng could only leave some incense and willpower for these fish monsters as food, so that they would not starve to death in the gray space. Born in a small star realm, it was not as perfect as the star realm of the western region world that had accumulated for countless years. Like Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm, it still needed to be cultivated and developed slowly. Lu Feng also let Novi enter the small star realm of Kingmu spirit realm to take a look. Except for the barrenness, Novi's ability did not feel any difference. In his opinion, they were all star realms, and there was not much difference. The only possible benefit was that this star realm was controlled by Lu Feng, which was safer. It would be safer for him to draw power from this star realm to practice, or to unfold the star spirit labyrinth here. The mage needed to draw power from the star realm to practice the mind labyrinth. When the labyrinth in the divine orifice in the brain was cultivated to a certain level, the mind labyrinth could be unfolded in the star realm. The mind labyrinth unfolding in the star realm is huge in size, which can greatly improve the efficiency of absorbing the energy of the star realm. The star realm monsters enslaved in the mind labyrinth can also help the mage absorb the energy of the star realm and contribute to the construction of the mind labyrinth. Otherwise, it would take a long time for the mage to complete the construction of the huge mind labyrinth by relying on his own spirit. However, it is generally not safe to enter the star realm at will. The star realm is the product of the convergence of the spiritual power of all living beings. People's hearts are changeable, and the star realm is also known for its treacherous dangers. In general, there are often various dangers in the star realm. Just like the dark cave that Lu Feng entered at sea last time, there are endless monsters in it, and there is also a powerful giant sea abyss demon worm. It is extremely dangerous, and it is difficult for ordinary intermediate mages to get benefits by entering it through the star bridge. The unfolded mind labyrinth may not be able to hold out for long under the attack of the sea abyss demon worm, and the defense line of the mind labyrinth will be broken. The brutal sea abyss demon worm will eat their spirit. Therefore, the mages belonging to the Grand Mage Tower often choose to enter from the Grand Mage Tower when they go to the Star Realm, and enter the Star Realm spaces within the energy radiation range of the Grand Mage Tower. These Star Realm spaces are within the radiation range of the Grand Mage Tower, and the dangers have long been cleared. Even junior mages can survive in such Star Realms that will absorb Star Realm energy, and capture the Star Realm monsters they like. And the wild mages who have no backing behind them, even if they are lucky enough to enter the Star Realm through various methods, must always be careful of the dangers in the Star Realm. The cultivation and capture of monsters will be affected in all aspects. With one increase and one decrease, the gap in strength and cultivation between the wild mages and the mages belonging to the Grand Mage Tower naturally widened. These days, under the nourishment of the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Kingmu spirit realm, Novi's mage cultivation has recovered quickly. The mind maze in the divine orifice in his brain has been rebuilt to a certain extent. He was originally worried that he could soon unfold the mind maze in the star realm to increase the speed of cultivation, but the star realm on the sea was too dangerous, and he absolutely did not dare to cultivate in the star realm space on the sea. Now, Master Lu Feng also has a space in the star world. Although it is a little barren and there are no star world monsters, there is still basic star world energy in the star world, which is enough for him to practice. Lu Feng was also a little curious about the mind maze cultivated by the Western region mage, so he asked Novi to unfold his rebuilt mind maze ghost castle in the small star world. In a gray small star world space, Novi unfolded his ghost castle according to Lu Feng's instructions. After a few breaths, a 3-story black house with a courtyard appeared in the small star world. Compared with Novi's former grand castle, this small courtyard now looks particularly petite and exquisite. It's small, but also very cute. Lu Feng chuckled and motioned Novi to show more of the ghost castle's abilities. Novi ignored Lu Feng's teasing words, and with a thought in his mind, 8-headed sea abyss demon worms emerged from a room in the ghost castle. Under Novi's instructions, they walked out of the ghost castle and stepped on the gray land, looking for things that could replenish the Star World energy, or Star World monsters. The Abyss demon worm wandered around the Grey Land, but found nothing to eat. It only found weak fish monsters. The hunting instinct drove the Abyss demon worm to pounce directly. If Lu Feng and Novi had not stopped it quickly, the fish monsters that Lu Feng had released in the small Star World would have really become fish soup. After this incident, Novi did not dare to release the Abyss demon worm again. He just let them sit in the ghost castle to help him absorb the energy of the Star World and strengthen his petite ghost castle. Here, I see those fish monsters also eat this thing. You take some to feed your Abyss demon worm. Lu Feng looked at Novi's Star World monsters starving in the small Star World, and threw a few bowls of incense and willpower to him. This is the power of faith, such pure power of faith. Novi was very happy to receive Lu Feng's reward. Western magicians have also studied the incense and willpower. They call it the power of faith and use it in daily practice. Although they have no way to absorb the power of faith themselves, they can use the pure power of faith to strengthen their mind maze or cultivate powerful star monsters. In the Western regions, the great magicians appeared in the world to a large extent to collect the power of faith and assist in cultivation. Novi's explanation made Lu Feng more aware of the role of incense and willpower. Glancing at the incense pools used to store incense and willpower in the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng still had more than 10 full incense pools. The incense and willpower in these incense pools were all collected by Lu Feng from the Trendy secondary continent. In recent years, the Trendy secondary continent has developed well. Although the spiritual stone resources provided are not much, the incense and willpower contributed is increasing every year. Lu Feng can't use up the daily use of the Kingmu spirit realm alone. Slowly accumulating, there are more than 10 incense pools in the Kingmu spirit realm. Since the star realm can digest and absorb these incense and willpower, Lu Feng will naturally not waste the incense and willpower he has accumulated over the years. He can use as much as the small star realm can consume. As the small star realm grew, Lu Feng keenly felt the growth of the Kingmu spirit realm. This was a different method of growing the spirit realm from the heaven-changing meridian method, and Lu Feng was willing to give it a try. After learning about Novi's ghost castle, Lu Feng studied the method of cultivating the mind labyrinth that he had obtained from Novi, and was thoughtful. There are 3 conditions for the construction of a mind labyrinth: the divine orifice, the mental power, and the energy of the star realm. Staring at the small star realm in the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng's thoughts diverged, and he suddenly thought, I have both mental power and star realm energy, and I also have a small star realm. If I use the small star realm to replace the divine orifice of the mage, can I also cultivate a similar ghost castle? Once this idea came out, it was out of control. Lu Feng thought about it and felt that this was feasible, so he prepared to try it in the small star realm. Even if this idea failed, Lu Feng would not lose much. If it succeeded, Lu Feng could freely use the abilities of the Western region mage. Ghost Castle, Holy Light Temple, Ocean Heart, etc. Later, he will collect the construction templates of the 10 mental mazes, and perhaps he can make the small star world have a rich architectural landscape. After some attempts, Lu Feng found that his idea was indeed feasible. According to the construction template of the Ghost Castle, Lu Feng used his mental power mixed with the energy of the star world as bricks and stones, and spent most of the day to build a 3-story courtyard in the center of the gray land of the small star world. Thanks to the powerful mental power of Lu Feng, a second-level wizard, he built the Ghost Castle much faster than the Nova Wizard. The area of the constructed Ghost Castle is not large, but it is far superior to Nova's courtyard in terms of structural strength and sophistication. In the small star world, the 2 courtyards are not far apart. When compared, who is stronger and who is weaker, it is obvious at a glance. Novi, who was practicing in the small star world, almost stared at Lu Feng's eyes wide as he quickly built a ghost castle. After seeing so much, Novi was so withdrawn that he almost hid in the corner and drew circles. Compared with Lu Feng's ghost castle, the 3-story courtyard he had worked so hard to pick up and repair was just a small kunba, small and ugly. Lu Feng didn't know the emotional changes in Novi's heart. After he built the 3-story ghost castle in the small star world, he tried the ability of the ghost castle's mind maze. He easily enslaved several fish monsters he had released in the small star world. With a ghost castle, Lu Feng felt as if he had become a small lord in the strategy game of his previous life. The ghost castle is his city base, and the star monsters he enslaved with the ghost castle are the farmers living and working in the city. Command the star monsters to collect resources, move bricks and build a powerful ghost castle to sweep everything. It would be perfect if there was a panel to record the development data of the ghost castle, but it's a pity that this is reality, not a game. Lu Feng shook his head and dispersed the absurd thoughts in his mind. There are tower spirits in the wizard world. If Lu Feng buys one, integrates it into the Kingmu spirit realm, and then adjusts it, perhaps he can really achieve the same performance as the panel. But reality is not a game after all. The panel made with a tower spirit is just a bunch of numbers after all. It is completely different from the performance in the game. There is not much practical value. What's more, the price of the tower spirit is also very expensive. One tower spirit can probably buy more than 10 death mantises. Lu Feng does not have so much spare money for the time being. Even if he does, so many resources invested in the Kingmu spirit realm are enough for him to upgrade the 5-element spiritual veins to the upper human level and at the same time increase his own strength to the 3rd level. There is no need at all. Let's talk about it later. While Lu Feng was tinkering with the small star realm, the pirate group of Redbeard and Shark also crossed a large area of sea and entered the sea ruled by Viking pirates. When he got here, the wind on the sea surface was a little colder. The birthplace of the Viking pirates is said to be the coldest place in the northern seas. The tempering of winter gave birth to the strength and ferocity of the Viking pirates, leaving them with a prominent mark in the history of the western regions. However, with the advent of the Steam Age and the rise of the Great Wizard, the era of the Viking pirates has long passed. Under the steam weapons and the extraordinary power of the wizard, these Viking pirates from the land of winter with ice blood were driven out of the continent by the western regions. They could only survive in the cold northern seas and rob passing ships. Rushing into the somewhat cold northern seas, the 2 pirate ships of Redbeard and Submarine Shark swaggered directly, like an old man who had taken a walk and returned home, unscrupulous. With the support of Lu Feng's villagers, the combat effectiveness of the 2 ships was amazing. Redbeard and Submarine Shark felt that the Viking pirates were just a group of minions. As long as they met, they would be at their mercy. Their swaggering and swaying soon attracted the attention of the local forces in the northern seas, the Viking pirates. 3 Viking pirate ships flying pirate flags sailed towards them. The Viking pirates' pirate ships were much smaller and more flexible than those of Redbeard and Shark. When they got closer, the Viking pirates began to shout at Redbeard and Shark. The flags on their pirate ships were clear, and the Viking pirates easily recognized their origins. However, Redbeard and Shark looked at each other and ignored the Viking pirate ships that were shouting. They directly ordered their men to control the pirate ships to ram the approaching Viking pirate ships. Their ships were big, and the Viking pirates' ships were small. If they were hit, their ships would probably be fine, but the Viking pirates' ships would probably sink on the spot. The ferocity of the 2 shocked the Viking pirates. They couldn't understand why the Redbeard pirates and the Shark pirates, who had always kept their distance from the Viking pirates, would unite today to attack them together. The key is that they fought so fiercely, as if they were risking their lives. The Viking pirates were full of doubts, but they did not dare to be careless. They had to rely on the advantage of their small and flexible ship to avoid the pursuit of Redbeard and Shark as much as possible, and then slowly retreated. Redbeard and Shark also controlled the pirate ship like a cat playing with a mouse, following behind the Viking pirate ship. Chapter 229, Viking Pirate King, Poseidon Ceremony. In the cold northern waters, at this time, the hearts of the Viking pirates on the 3 small pirate ships were colder than the seawater in the northern waters. The Viking pirates tried to resist, but their small pirate ships were no match for the pirate ships of Redbeard and Shark. The pirate ships transformed by the Earth Ferry method completely defeated the Viking pirates' vehicles in all aspects. The Viking pirates wanted to fight with Redbeard and Shark, but their ships could not catch up with the pirate ships of Redbeard and Shark. Unable to fight, the Viking pirates had to drive their ships desperately to escape, hoping to return to their Viking pirate base camp and rely on the advantages of the terrain to get rid of these hateful pirates. Redbeard and Shark guessed what the Viking pirates meant, and they did not take action directly, but chose to follow them. The Viking pirates' forces were not limited to the 3 small pirate ships in front of them. They also had a large island covered under ice and snow as their base camp. Since they wanted to completely defeat the Viking pirates, Redbeard and Shark were ready to do something big and take down the Viking pirate base camp. So, in the northern seas, 3 Viking pirate ships fled in front, followed closely by the big ships of Redbeard and Shark. Dive. You flee and I chase, and it lasted for most of the day. Finally, an island with a white outline appeared in the sky. Seeing the familiar base camp, the Viking pirates breathed a sigh of relief, turned back and cursed Redbeard and Shark Dive pirates viciously. "I told you to chase us, and wait for my brothers to come, so you are ready to die." Near the island of the Viking pirates' base camp, the Viking pirates on the island soon discovered their own pirate ships being chased by Redbeard and Shark Dive pirate ships, so one Viking pirate ship after another left the port on the island, ready to support their companions and encircle the enemy. The Viking pirates are indeed a pirate group with a long history in the western regions. Although they are now in decline, there are still many Viking pirates coming to support them at this time. There are 8 small pirate ships and a warship about the same size as Redbeard's pirate ship. After a while, Redbeard and Shark Dive pirate ships were surrounded by Viking pirate warships. From the perspective of military strength, the Redbeard and the Shark pirate ships were at an absolute disadvantage. However, the Redbeard and the Shark pirate ships, who were surrounded at the moment, did not show any anxiety or fear on their faces. Instead, they were smiling. They commanded their new pirates and shouted to the Viking pirates on the opposite side, "Viking pirates on the opposite side, I have good news for you. You have been surrounded by our Redbeard and Shark pirates. I advise you to put down your weapons and surrender on the spot. In view of your sincere attitude, my master can still spare your lives and take you as dogs." Ha ha ha. The villager in charge of shouting used some magic power when shouting, and the sound was loud and spread in all directions. When the Vikings on the surrounding pirate ships heard it, their faces turned pale. They didn't even look at the situation. They were clearly surrounded by our Viking pirates, but they dared to speak so arrogantly. They were really stupid. They really took the Viking pirates for granted. The Viking pirates on the pirate ship cursed and waved their weapons, vowing to give the pirates on the opposite side a good look. Charge, kill those crazy people. In the Viking flagship, the half-naked and muscular Viking pirate king felt the anger of his pirates, compared the difference between the enemy and us, and directly commanded his men to launch a general attack. 12 ships versus 2 ships. They are all brave and good at fighting, and they have an absolute advantage in numbers. How can you let them lose? Under the command of the Viking pirate king, the Viking pirates' ships approached the pirate ships of Redbeard and Shark. Although the steam age has developed rapidly, steam ships on the sea have not yet developed, and pirate ships naturally have no ability to use this steam technology. The current pirate war is still relatively primitive. If you want to take down the enemy, you can only rely on fighting. Looking at the actions of the Viking pirates, Redbeard and Shark looked at each other and did not do much, for fear that the new pirates under their command would be too fierce and scare the Viking pirates away. When the Viking pirate ship was close to their pirate ships, Redbeard and Shark began to give orders. Attack! Take them down! Suddenly, the villagers dressed as novice pirates on the ship were like tigers out of cages. They ran directly onto the Viking pirate ship and rushed into the crowd to show their power. With fists and feet, the Viking pirates were injured and fell down when they were hit. In a moment, they were killed by the fierce villagers on the land. Help! Help! Where's the devil? Hurry up! Hurry, run away! The Viking pirate ship was wailing everywhere, and the Viking pirates wished they had 10 legs and ran faster to escape. Some Viking pirates were panicked and jumped off the pirate ship directly, floundering in the cold sea water. What's going on? In the flagship of the Viking pirates, the Viking pirate king was confused. My men are all brave and invincible Viking pirates. How could they be defeated so quickly? Did they encounter the powerful wizards on the opposite side? The Viking pirate king looked ugly. He knew very well that the powerful wizards trained by the great wizards were powerful. A wizard, in a battle, could often be equal to hundreds or thousands of soldiers. In their current era, the Viking pirate group lives in the northern seas. Isn't it because there are no powerful wizards among their Viking pirates? It's just Redbeard and Shark. Why did they attack us Viking pirates? We signed the non-aggression pact of the seas under the witness of the pirate emperor. How dare they violate the pact? Aren't they afraid that the pirate emperor will encircle and suppress them and occupy their territory? Many doubts emerged in the mind of the Viking pirate king, but it was not the time for him to think about these things. The pirates under his command were defeated too quickly. If he didn't think of a solution, the Viking pirates might really perish in his hands today. Hurry up, prepare the sacrifices and arrange the Poseidon ceremony. The Viking king hurriedly ordered his Viking pirates to prepare their trump card, the Poseidon ceremony. They are the most devout believers of the Poseidon. Even though the Poseidon has not appeared for a long time, They still have a ceremony to invoke the power of the Poseidon. Although the cost is huge, it is the only way for them to turn the tables at this critical moment. In a hurry, it is not easy to arrange the Poseidon ceremony. The Viking king was anxiously urging, and he saw that in the center of the sea battlefield, one Viking ship after another was caught up by the pirate ships of Redbeard and Shark, and then one by one, the pirate sailors jumped onto the Viking ships and captured all the Viking pirates on the ship. 1, 2 In the face of the absolute strength of the villagers, the Viking pirates had no room to resist. Commanding the villagers and pirates to shoot down the pirate ship, Shark experienced the pleasure of crushing for the first time. He finally understood the joy of Redbeard fighting with his shark pirates some time ago. The pleasure of mowing the grass without parallel is known to those who have played it. It makes people addicted and unable to extricate themselves. After shooting down several small pirate ships, Redbeard and Sub-Shark both set their sights on the flagship of the Viking pirate king. They had dealt with the Viking pirate king before. In line with the idea of capturing the king first, the two now wanted their old friend the Viking pirate king to experience their original frustration. Oh no! The Poseidon ritual has not been arranged yet. Why are they coming directly to me? The Viking pirate king's face darkened. The Poseidon ritual was only half arranged and could not exert its power at all. He really couldn't beat the two ships of Redbeard and Sub-Shark alone. He commanded his men to start the pirate ship and tried his best to retreat, trying to buy time for the Poseidon ritual to be arranged. But the next moment, the Viking pirate king's eyes widened. In their eyes, the Viking pirate king's flagship looked like it wanted to escape, so the two of them simply stopped pretending and directly activated a black water array arranged on the pirate ship. The black water rolled, and the two pirate ships seemed to be directly equipped with steam propellers, and their speed increased sharply. The Viking pirate ship had not been sailing for long before it was caught up by Redbeard and Shark and sandwiched between the two ships. The villagers and pirates on the ship rushed up and directly attacked the Viking pirate king's flagship. Soon, the Viking pirate king realized the reason why his pirates were defeated so quickly. The enemy was too strong. Although his Viking pirates were brave, they were really no match for the enemy and collapsed at the first touch. He himself was besieged by Redbeard and Shark. It was good enough to save his own life. He had no intention of supporting his Viking pirates. When his Viking pirates were all dealt with, the Viking pirate king knew that the situation was over. No, my Poseidon ceremony. Looking at the Poseidon ceremony that was still 1/5 away, the Viking pirate king was even more furious. Almost, he waited for the chance to turn the tables. Unfortunately, this is a battlefield, there is no process, only a cruel ending. The villagers and pirates who rushed to the Viking pirate king's flagship, upon discovering the sea god ceremony arranged by the Viking pirates, destroyed the organization as soon as possible, leaving no chance for the Viking pirate king to turn the tables. In front of the absolute strength of the villagers under Feng, the failure of the Viking pirate king was doomed as early as the moment Redbeard and Shark came to the northern waters. The struggle of the Viking pirate king was just to give Redbeard and Shark more fun in life. Come on, brother. If you don't want yourself and your men to die in the sea and be eaten by sea beasts, surrender. My master is kind and is willing to accept you. The result was determined. Redbeard and Shark put the knife on the neck of the Viking pirate king and persuaded him to surrender with a kind face. Redbeard's knife was very sharp. Just by putting it on his neck, the Viking pirate king felt the threat of death. After the two men's friendly persuasion, the Viking pirate king finally lowered his head and led his Viking pirates to surrender. After surrendering, the Viking pirate king handed over his soul, and with the help of Feng, he lit the soul lamp and lit a bright star in the sky of King Mu's spirit realm. What a pity, if you were a little tougher. You will be the first pirate king we kill. Let me introduce myself again, I am Redbeard, the first pirate king under the Lord. Redbeard grinned, stretched out his hand to the Viking pirate king with regret, and shook hands with him. The Viking pirate king's head was blue with veins when he heard Redbeard's words, and he wished he could kill the hateful Redbeard with 2 axes. However, after joining Feng's army, he also learned a little about the power structure of Feng's men from Redbeard and Kyansha, and understood the strength of the Lord. Knowing that it was not the time to fight against each other, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and shook hands with Redbeard and Kyansha with an ugly smile. The Viking pirate king surrendered, and all the Viking pirates under his command soon surrendered. Some young men who had not seen the strength of the villagers' pirates wanted to resist the fate of being enslaved. Faced with these Viking pirates who could not tell the difference, the Viking pirate king took action himself, threw them off the pirate ship, and threw them into the cold seawater to cool their brains. The Viking pirate king knew that if he did not take action, Red Bear and Shark would take action, and the fate of these young men would not be as simple as taking a bath in the sea. Whether they could survive depended on the faces of the two of them. After taking the Viking pirate king under his command, Feng began to receive the spoils happily. It was comfortable to have subordinates to do things. Feng and Novi only studied the small star world a little, and their power expanded again. The Viking pirates who were soaking in the seawater were picked up from the seawater by their companions. Feng led his pirates to the base camp of the Viking pirates, the Poseidon Island, which they called the Holy Land. The belief in the Poseidon was widely spread among the Viking pirates. They considered themselves to be the children of the sea, the family of the Poseidon, and the most devout believers of the Poseidon. Stepping onto Poseidon Island, looking around, there is snow everywhere. There is only a small Viking city standing in the snow, showing the former glory of the Vikings. The Vikings who think they are believers of the sea live in a place that is more like the territory of the ice god, which is a bit strange. Feng took his men to inspect the Viking city. In the Viking city in the snow, the Vikings did not live very well. Poseidon Island is full of ice and snow. The Vikings have no way to grow crops. Their only food is the fish and sea beasts they hunt. The food is monotonous and lacks other necessities of life. If the Vikings still have some power and can rob some merchant ships and get some goods to supply the residents of Poseidon Island, this Viking city in the ice and snow would probably have been submerged by ice and snow. Even so, this Viking city is getting worse year by year, and the burden is increasing day by day. Sir, although we Vikings are no longer as glorious as we were before, we still believe that as long as we believe in Poseidon, we will be able to regain our former glory one day. The Viking king was very firm in his belief in Poseidon, but when he looked at his fellow Vikings who were starving and freezing in the city, his eyes were filled with confusion. Obviously, the Poseidon he mentioned could not give him any guidance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Piaomia Xianzong is taking action, and his subordinates are sleeping soundly. From the Viking pirate king, Feng learned that the sea god seemed to have really existed. However, with the advent of the Steam Age and the era of the Great Wizard, the Viking pirates did not keep up with the update of the world version and were beaten to death on the beach by the new generation of forces. They were driven out of the mainland and islands of the Western world by the Western regions and driven back to the island in this bitter cold land. Without the plunder of resources from the outside world, the power of the Viking pirates shrank sharply, and the sea god they believed in also slowly fell asleep in the change of the times and disappeared from the world. This is not only the sea god worshipped by the Viking pirates, but also the other religious forces in the Western regions. The old gods fell asleep under the tide of the times. Under the notice of the great wizards, it is unknown when they can gather enough strength and wake up again. Without the powerful sea god as a backer and provide guidance, the Viking pirates are now having a harder time. The king of the pirate world who once dominated the seas can only live in a corner and survive. Feng is not interested in the current life of the Viking pirates. He just threw the ordinary Vikings on Poseidon Island into the Kingmu spirit realm and let them live a stable life. The wood element is strong in the Kingmu spirit realm, and ordinary crops grow quickly. The most abundant thing is basic food. The land that Feng allocated to the Vikings was not large, but it was enough for the Vikings to live. Although they left the land where their ancestors lived for generations and lost the freedom to gallop on the sea, they gained sufficient food and supplies. After dealing with the refugee-like Vikings on Poseidon Island, Feng studied the gods that the Vikings believed in. Poseidon. When he was in Vorus City, Feng was besieged by the Night Watch organization of the Grand Wizard Tower. Because he used the octopus giant was identified as a cultist of the Poseidon cult by the wizards of the Night Watch organization. Feng read the Vikings' records about Poseidon and finally understood why he was called a cultist of the Poseidon cult. Because the appearance of the octopus giant is exactly the same as the deep-sea giant monster, the follower of Poseidon in the Poseidon cult. No wonder he was misunderstood by the Night Watch organization at that time. I wonder if the Vikings in King Mu's spirit realm will be surprised to see the giant octopus in the northern waters of the spirit realm. That scene must be very interesting. Lu Feng imagined such a scene and smiled. Without the suffering and starving Vikings on Poseidon Island, Redbeard and the shark pirates were temporarily stationed on Poseidon Island. Lu Feng wanted to study the Vikings' Poseidon and had no intention of expanding outward for the time being. Lu Feng casually planted a branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling in the center of the Viking city. The branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling absorbed some energy and grew into a towering tree in an instant. Affected by the coldness of Poseidon Island itself, the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling grew up according to Lu Feng's needs. A warm halo was born when it grew up. The power of the halo spread, starting from the center of the city, the temperature rose, and it became warmer. This ability to transform the environment made Lu Feng's villagers live a lot more comfortably on Poseidon Island. Poseidon Island is not small in size. It happens to be isolated overseas and far away from the western regions. It is just a good place to stay. While Lu Feng was studying the history of Viking pirates on the sea god island, he arranged his men to occupy the sea as the king and consolidate the sea territory he had seized. On the land of the western regions, the Grand Master Tower and the Steam Age countries were relatively powerful, and Lu Feng did not want to touch their spearheads now. Calculating the time, during the few days he was galloping on the sea, the vanguards of the Earth Immortal Dao forces in other states of the Great Zhuan dynasty in the Earth Immortal world began to enter Liangzhou. While contacting Day Temple, he was also trying to find a way to go to the western regions. The leaflet that Lu Feng sent out at the beginning did not have a detailed location of the space channel, but only described a general direction. The specific location of the space channel still needs to be solved by the Earth Immortal Dao forces who are preparing for the expedition. Of course, the Earth Immortal Dao forces in other states did not go to the Golden Sand Sea to search for it by themselves. Instead, they united and went directly to the mountain gate of Day Temple to force Day Temple to find the space channel. It would be too troublesome to find it yourself, and it would be easier to rob it directly from Day Temple. The Red Leaf Society and Day Temple are sworn enemies. Now that they can see that Day Temple's in trouble, Luo Zuking of the Red Leaf Society laughed like crazy when she reported this information to Lu Feng. She shouted, "Retribution has come." Lu Feng looked at Luo Zuking, who was grinning from ear to ear, but shook his head. This is not retribution, but his conspiracy just happened to work. The Earth Immortal sect that came to Liangzhou is not a fool. How fast, of course, come. Day Temple has now invested a lot of energy in entering the western regions. Master Xinhe is in charge of the western regions, and a large number of monks have also moved to the western regions. The gate of Day Temple is now no different from being empty. In Liangzhou, Day Temple has almost plundered all the resources that can be plundered. Day Temple is ready to make a big move in the western regions and fight for a better future. The old, weak, sick, and disabled who stayed at the gate of Day Temple can be regarded as the abandoned children of Day Temple. The immortal forces in other states, led by Piaomia Ozianzong, did not get much useful information from the abandoned child in the mountain gate of Day Temple. They still need to invest their own energy to search in the Golden Sand Sea. In this process, if the Red Leaf Club was not protected by the Emerald Forest Formation, which made it difficult for Piaomia Ozianzong and other sects to start, the Red Leaf Club would probably not be able to stay in a corner, and might be forced by Piaomia Ozianzong and other sects to rush to explore the way ahead. However, with the power of Piaomia Ozianzong and other sects, it would not take much effort to just find a space channel in the Golden Sand Sea. The area around the space channel connecting the two worlds has changed a lot, and it will not take long for Piaomia Ozianzong and other sects to find the entrance to the space channel after a carpet search. Lu Feng estimated that it would take about 3 to 5 days. I wonder if the kingdom of Lorendon could withstand the attack of the earthly immortal Dao forces when the Day Temple and Piaomia Ozianzong and other sects arrive in the kingdom of Lorendon. They are big and powerful, and they won't do such a small fight like me. Lu Feng deduced the collision between the Piaomia Ozianzong and other sects and the kingdom of Lorendon, with a slight curl of his mouth. Fight, the more lively the better. While the Piaomia Ozianzong and other earthly immortal Dao sects were trying to prepare to invade the western regions, Lu Feng also encountered a troublesome thing when he was on the Sea God Island. At first, it was just a few ordinary pirate sailors who fell asleep, and Novi and others didn't care much. However, When Lu Feng's subordinates who had practiced the earthly immortal method and had reached the first level strength still fell asleep, Novi and others realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately reported the matter to Lu Feng. When he came to the temporary residence of the subordinates who had the accident, Lu Feng's eyes lit up as soon as he entered the door. "Interesting, you started to make trouble before I went to find you," Lu Feng said secretly. "Sir, the first person to have an accident was a Viking who was maintaining the dock of Poseidon Island. Later, many weak Viking pirates began to fall asleep. When the ordinary Vikings on Poseidon Island fell asleep, this strange phenomenon began to affect your villagers. It started with the weakest villagers." Mage Novi frowned and reported to Lu Feng. "Poseidon Island is basically managed by him now. Now that such a big thing has happened, he feels that he has really failed Lu Feng's trust." From Novi, Lu Feng quickly understood the cause and effect of the incident, and then he and Novi checked the status of the pirates and villagers who were sleeping. They are now sleeping, their vital signs are stable, but they cannot be awakened. When you open their eyelids, you can still see their rolling eyes. "This is a dream, sir. It seems that there is a mysterious existence that dragged them all into the dream." After checking, Novi concluded. But after saying the result, his heart was still filled with a lot of doubts. They have lived on Poseidon Island for these days. They have explored the island from inside to outside, and they have not met any invincible strong men. How come someone suddenly attacked them? But where did the enemy come from? Who attacked us? Hearing Novi's doubts, Lu Feng shook his head, looked at the towering Poseidon church in the center of Poseidon Island, and smiled faintly. "It's not that simple. There are no other people on Poseidon Island except us, but no one. Don't forget there is a god." "My lord, you are talking about that impossible. I remember that the great wizard Blanchard once said that there are no gods in the Steam Age." Lu Feng's words surprised Novi and he subconsciously refuted. He joined Blanchard's master tower at the age of 20, and it has been almost 20 years now. In his 20-year career as a wizard, Novi has never come into contact with the existence of gods. The only ones he encountered were cultists who deceived the ignorant people and spread rumors in the name of gods. Let alone gods, I haven't even seen a hair of a god. Lu Feng smiled and didn't explain too much to Novi. Novi had limited knowledge in the western regions, and it was difficult for Lu Feng to understand too much. However, for Lu Feng, gods are real creatures in the wizard world. There are no gods in the wizard world itself, but when the wizard world entered the plane war through the artifact plane gate, it encountered many gods, and some unlucky people unfortunately became test subjects on the wizard's dissection table. Gods are strong and weak. The strong ones can confront the top masters of the wizard world, and the weak ones may not even be killed by ordinary knights in the wizard world. But in any case, gods are a special existence because they can use rules and control the rules. And rules are such a high-end thing, invisible and intangible. For wizards, only wizards who have reached the 4th level can touch the fur. Lu Feng has been studying historical books in the Viking city these days, and was very surprised to find that the sea god believed by the Vikings is still a real god. The sea god believed by the Vikings, named Neptune, is said to be the son of the earth and the sky, and the god in charge of the ocean. Neptune often patrols the ocean on a deep-sea giant monster. His temper is as changeable as the ocean. When he is gentle, he can bring good weather. When he is angry, he will use storms, huge waves and tsunamis to swallow up all enemies who annoy him. However, before the advent of the Steam Age in the western regions, Neptune, the sea god believed by the Vikings, showed signs of appearing before people. At that time, Neptune possessed infinite divine power. It is said that every Viking born in the temple of Neptune can be blessed by Neptune and have the ability to ride freely on the ocean, summon sea beasts, call the wind and rain, and walk on the sea. Under the power of Neptune, the Vikings became famous in one battle, defeated the coastal western regions countries, and built countless temples of Neptune, the sea god, on the seashore. However, under the changing tide of the times, that day, the Vikings were horrified to find that the blessing from the sea god on them began to dissipate and weaken. Even the most devout priests among the Vikings who believed in the sea god Neptune began to be unable to receive the blessing of Neptune's divine power and could not communicate with their gods. This incident greatly reduced the strength of the Vikings, which led to the history of the Vikings being driven out of the land of the western regions and forced back to the sea god island to survive. The doctrine of the sea god church may have exaggerated and boasted about the strength of the sea god Neptune, but the blessing bestowed by the sea god Neptune on the Vikings is real. Even now, the Viking pirate king who was conquered by Lu Feng still has a sea god ritual to communicate with a sea god. According to the Viking pirate king, this sea god ritual can no longer communicate with the sea god Neptune, but through the sea god ritual, the Viking pirates can also invite some combat power as long as they can offer enough sacrifices. This is also the trump card that the Viking pirates can survive to this day. Lu Feng also asked for the sea god ritual from the Viking king and studied it. The essence of the sea god ritual is a magic array that offers sacrifices and summons a specific existence. The structure is not complicated. The key lies in the existence of the designated communication when the sea god ritual is activated. According to the Viking king, the sea god ritual can only be used by the Viking kings who are recognized by the Vikings. Every time the Viking king uses it, it still costs a lot after offering sacrifices. All the Viking kings who have used the sea god ritual have not lived past the age of 30, and all died in accidents related to seawater. It is a horrible joke that the Viking king, who is extremely brave and walks on the sea like flat ground, can easily dissolve in seawater. Through research, Lu Feng discovered that the existence of the designated communication when the sea god ritual is used is not Neptune, the sea god believed by the Vikings, but the star realm on the sea god island. Every time the Viking king uses the sea god ritual, he invites helpers from the star realm on the sea god island. The price paid and the sacrifices made also nourish the star realm on the sea god island. The star realm that the Poseidon ritual communicated with was also the culprit for the ordinary pirates and villagers under Lu Feng falling asleep. Lu Feng and Novi tried some methods to track them down and found that the consciousness of his unfortunate subordinates were trapped in the star realm of Poseidon Island and could not return to their bodies. Chapter 231 The Star Realm on Poseidon Island and the Mermaid Monster in the Ocean. The star world is full of unknowns and dangers. Especially when it is associated with a god who has shown his power in history, it adds a lot of dangers. Facing uncertain dangers, Lu Feng did not act rashly. He and Novi first observed and tested the star world on Poseidon Island. As Lu Feng guessed, the star world on Poseidon Island is not small in size. The dark cave he entered on the sea a few days ago can only be regarded as a younger brother in front of this star world. The star world is born from the spiritual power of living beings. Just like the incense and wish power used by Lu Feng to cultivate the small star world, the power of faith in the Poseidon from ancient times to the present also supports the birth of a huge star world. Perhaps in this star world on Poseidon Island, creatures comparable to gods have really been bred. Just like the giant sea abyss demon worm bred in the dark cave. To be honest, Lu Feng is not very sure to take over the star world on Poseidon Island. However, the lives of his men still had to be saved. The creatures in the star realm of Poseidon Island attacked his men, which was a slap in his face. Whether it was the order to rescue his men or to deal with the monsters that were secretly watching him, Lu Feng had to attack the star realm of Poseidon Island. As for how to start, Lu Feng would naturally not rush into the star realm like last time. To deal with unknown enemies, you still have to plan for the long term and have a winning hand. Instructing Novi to take good care of his men who were sleeping soundly, Lu Feng returned to his residence in the city. We still have to rely on the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Lu Feng looked at the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings rooted in the ground in the courtyard and thought in his heart. Although with his current ability, it is not a big problem to activate the Kingmu spirit realm and the star realm space on Poseidon Island, but in order to be safe, Lu Feng still chose a simple and easy way. He called out the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings from the Kingmu spirit realm again, and the lush green trees swayed in Lu Feng's palms. It was lush and full of vitality. After receiving Lu Feng's instructions, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling tried to communicate with the star realm here with its roots. After passing through several star realms, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling was already familiar with communicating with the star realm. After a while, the crown of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling swayed gently, and the white jade-like roots suddenly grew and plunged into the void. Isn't this done? Seeing the changes in the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, Lu Feng was delighted. Sure enough, professional matters must be left to professional trees. Looking for energy and plundering energy are the specialty of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, and they are innate talents. Following the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, Lu Feng saw a deep and dark star realm space. As soon as he touched it, he heard gusts of sea breeze and the sound of waves. The sea breeze blew the smell of the ocean, allowing the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling to taste the taste of the ocean. The believers of the sea god Neptune pray day and night, and use the power of faith to consecrate the star space. Sure enough, it is filled with the breath of the ocean everywhere. Lu Feng whispered. While Lu Feng was observing the star space, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling had already boldly launched an attack on the star space. Its white jade-like roots carefully touched the edge of the star space. After confirming that the danger was not great, it gently attached to the outer wall of the star space, like a spring rain that moistened everything silently. However, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling is not a vegetarian. After its white roots penetrated the outer wall of the star space, it began to gently absorb the energy in the star space. At first, it was like a mosquito sucking blood, silent. But Lu Feng could also feel that there was a constant flow of star energy from the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling into his Kingmu spirit realm. Well done. After a while, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling saw that everything was safe, and began to increase the speed of swallowing the energy of the star realm, like opening a tap, constantly drawing energy from the star realm. The star realm energy poured into the Kingmu spirit realm was completely absorbed by the small star realm in the spirit realm, mixed with the incense and wish power, and the size of the small star realm was slowly growing. The edge of the small star realm was expanding, the sky was getting higher, and the gray land was getting thicker. After a while, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling gradually became unbridled, exerting 30% to 40% of its own swallowing ability, and immediately poured more star realm energy into the Kingmu spirit realm, and the small star realm happily absorbed and expanded itself. But at this point, the unscrupulous behavior of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling also triggered a series of changes in the star realm space. Lu Feng asked the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling to take action, and naturally he would not hold back. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling swallowed the energy of the star realm space, which was to pry the corner of the star realm space. As the saying goes, a good woman is afraid of a man who is entangled, and a heroic woman is afraid of an idle husband. Even though the astral space on Poseidon Island was huge, it couldn't withstand the direct attack of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. The loss of astral energy caused the seawater in the dark and deep ocean in the astral space to gradually drain away, which in turn triggered some astral monsters to cause unrest. Some astral monsters also discovered that the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings had penetrated into the ocean and devoured the seawater wantonly, absorbing the roots of the astral energy. The weak astral monsters died directly in the death entanglement of the white roots. Some powerful astral monsters managed to escape by chance and reported the sudden appearance of the enemy in the ocean to a group of astral monsters with human upper bodies and fish lower bodies at the bottom of the dark ocean. These astral monsters that looked like mermaids were different from ordinary astral monsters. They had high intelligence and were intelligent creatures similar to humans. What happened? A mermaid monster that seemed to be the leader, holding a trident harpoon, came with his mermaids to check the unrest in the ocean. When they came to the place where the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings were inserted, they were directly frightened by the unscrupulous roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. The white jade-like roots stirred the seawater. Any creature that dared to enter the attack range of the roots would be swarmed by the white roots, pierced into the flesh and blood, and devoured everything. A fish monster accidentally broke into it, and without even a whale, only a handful of white ash without any nutrition was left, flowing in all directions along the turbulent seawater. The roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings squeezed all edible things like sucking the marrow out of bones. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings are plants. For plants, as long as they have the nutrients they need to grow, there is nothing they can't eat. Such a horrible scene fell into the eyes of the mermaid monsters, and they were scared to sweat. Imagine what would happen if they fell into the roots. The mermaid monsters were in danger and dared not move. The leader of the mermaid monsters commanded his men to drive away the surrounding star monsters to prevent the horrible roots from continuing to devour the flesh and blood of the star monsters for nutrition and growth. At the same time, the strange events that occurred here were also transmitted to the palaces under the sea through the mermaid monsters. Soon, fierce mermaid monsters woke up from the palaces under the sea. Led by a mermaid king with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing scales, wearing a crown, and holding a golden trident, they gathered in front of the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. The army was magnificent and surrounded the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree that penetrated deep into the sea. However, with the size of their companions, none of the mermaid army dared to get too close to the white root monsters, for fear that they would be swarmed and swallowed up by the root monsters. Although they are star monsters, they are also intelligent creatures with the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. The movement of the army gathering in the ocean was also seen by Lu Feng outside the star space. Lu Feng suppressed his excitement and wanted to eat all the dried fish and energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings in front of him immediately. He also wanted to see these creatures growing in the star space. Looking at these mermaid monsters, their wise eyes, human emotions, and communication methods, they seem to be a group of intelligent star monsters. The star world is strange and abnormal, and there are many kinds of star monsters born. But according to Novi, about 99% of the star monsters are monsters that follow instinctive actions, without intelligence and wisdom. But there are always miracles in life. Among the many kinds of star monsters, there will always be some intelligent star monsters that can be compared to humans. They are rare in number and are extremely precious without exception. Even the great wizard will be moved when he encounters such intelligent star monsters and will get them at all costs. Novi doesn't know the specific reason, but it seems to be related to the mind maze. Therefore, when Lu Feng saw the numerous mermaid monsters in the star realm, he immediately felt like he had seen a treasure. He was reluctant to rudely kill all these intelligent mermaid monsters with the seedlings of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. It just so happened that Lu Feng's King Mu spirit realm gave birth to his own small star realm. The small star realm was empty. If these mermaid monsters were introduced into the small star realm, it might be a good choice. King. The arrival of the Mermaid King boosted the morale of the surrounding mermaid monsters and cheered endlessly. They always believed that their omnipotent king could solve all problems. However, after learning about the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree from his subordinates and observing it personally, the Mermaid King's face was extremely gloomy. He was shocked to sense a terrifying breath from the roots that came from nowhere. Even he himself was not sure of defeating these roots. However, as the king respected by the mermaid monsters, Nidus knew the responsibility on his shoulders and still thought of ways to prepare for the experiment. Even if he failed in the end, he had to make a show, so that he would not fail too badly in front of his tribe. So, after some research, the Mermaid King Nidus swayed his tail and slowly stepped forward holding the golden trident of Poseidon. The Wrath of Poseidon. With a wave of the golden trident of Poseidon, the seawater around the Mermaid King Nidus moved with him. The blue ocean power gathered around Nidus with the trident of Poseidon as the core. In an instant, a huge Mermaid King virtual image condensed by the ocean power appeared in front of the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. The huge Mermaid King virtual image pointed the trident of Poseidon forward, and a vortex caused by the extremely condensed ocean power formed around the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. The vortex rotated at high speed, stirring the seawater, allowing the weak seawater to transform into the most divisive blade under the power of speed, cutting towards the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. The Mermaid King Nidus intended to use the power of the Wrath of Poseidon to completely cut off the terrifying white roots. King, mighty. The terrifying power of Poseidon's wrath made the mermaid monsters behind Nidus retreat involuntarily. The king's terrifying power was simply beyond the reach of ordinary mermaid monsters like them. If they got too close and were not swallowed by the white roots, they would probably die in the seawater on which they depended for survival. While they were terrified, the retreating mermaid monsters were full of morale, and their shouts resounded through the ocean. In their eyes, their king had already demonstrated such terrifying power, and no matter how terrifying the white roots were, they were definitely not their king's opponent. But the next moment, the noisy mermaid monster team suddenly began to quiet down. The handsome mermaid monsters stared at the intersection of the vortex driven by Poseidon's wrath and the white roots with wide eyes. Something that made them collapse and terrify happened. They saw that the white roots in the terrifying vortex suddenly curled up and shrank into a ball. The vortex water blade carrying terrifying power hit the white roots, but it hit out waves of water. The grouped white roots were stunned in the terrifying vortex of seawater without any injury. Moreover, the white roots that were gathered together were still absorbing energy from the surrounding seawater. The wrath of Poseidon that the Mermaid King used was, after all, still using energy to drive the seawater, bringing out a terrifying power. It was energy, and the energy-absorbing ancient tree sapling would accept any attack. As long as the attack could not damage its roots, the energy-absorbing ancient tree sapling would not care about them, and would just keep urging its roots to absorb the energy from the seawater. The energy in the seawater was being absorbed, and the power of the wrath of Poseidon was slowly weakening. The first wave of the most powerful attacks did not leave any traces on the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree sapling, and the gradually weakening attacks afterwards could not damage the energy-absorbing ancient tree sapling at all. The Mermaid King Nidus, who was controlling the wrath of Poseidon, also sensed the weakening of the wrath of Poseidon. He was full of doubts, but he still gritted his teeth and urged the trident of Poseidon to continue to infuse the wrath of Poseidon with energy, maintaining the wrath of Poseidon's attack on the white roots. However, not long after, the Merman King saw the white roots that stood firm under the attack of Poseidon's wrath, and he felt something was wrong. Something is wrong, these white roots are too defensive, my Poseidon's wrath doesn't work. When Nidus realized that something was wrong, he immediately activated Poseidon's trident and began to stop Poseidon's wrath. As soon as Nidus stopped, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings on the other side, which were feasting on the seawater full of energy, suddenly stopped. In the horrified eyes of the mermaid monster, in the vortex of the afterglow of Poseidon's wrath, the white jade-like roots suddenly surged, tearing the sea vortex in an instant, and the white roots suddenly burst out like the tentacles of a deep-sea giant monster, rolling towards the Merman King Nidus not far away. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling found a high-quality energy from the hands of the Merman King Nidus. Eat, eat, eat. Chapter 232, Neptune, God of the Ocean. The tree is just as its name suggests. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling has always been greedy and eager for high-quality energy. Having just tasted the energy of Poseidon's wrath in the whirlpool of seawater, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling has become addicted to it. At this time, the Mermaid King Nidus wants to escape, but the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling is not willing to give up this delicious energy that is delivered to its mouth. The white roots curled up, and the Mermaid King Nidus retreated in horror, stirring the seawater at the same time to try to block the attack of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Nidus knew in his heart that the root monster that could remain unscathed under the attack of Poseidon's wrath, which he had fully activated, had strong defense and strength that he could not match. At this time, the monster launched a counterattack, and Nidus knew that he was no match for the root monster. Ding ding ding. But Nidus's counterattack at this time was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. The stirred seawater hit the roots, but it only made a metal collision sound and failed to hinder the root monster in the slightest. Attack. Hold it back. Nidus knew he was no match for the enemy, so he waved the trident of Poseidon to command his mermaid monsters, trying to let them hold back the root monster with their lives. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it's time to use it. So, under Nidus's command, the surrounding mermaid monsters responded to the king's call, urging their own abilities to besiege the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. But it was still in vain. The Mermaid King's Poseidon's wrath could not defeat the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. How could these ordinary mermaid monsters be the opponent of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling? The roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling rolled up the approaching mermaid monsters in the roots. The powerful roots can eat up ordinary mermaid monsters with just a slight movement. However, under Lu Feng's special reminder, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling did not swallow it directly, but rolled up its roots to throw the captured mermaid monster into the small star realm of King Mu's spirit realm. The star monsters with wisdom are very precious, just in time to enrich the ecology of the small spiritual realm. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings absorbed a lot of energy from the ocean star realm. These energies were poured into the small star realm, mixed with the power of incense and wishes, and slowly evolved seawater in the small star realm, giving the barren small star realm a different color. There is still little newly born seawater in the small star realm, just enough to sustain the survival of the mermaid monsters, but this is enough. Lu Feng believes that when he takes down the entire ocean star realm and eats it up, he will definitely be able to evolve the small star realm in the King Mu spiritual realm to a certain scale, enough to keep these captured mermaid monsters in captivity. The companions who fought together were captured by the monsters. At first, 1 or 2 were fine, but when the number increased, the mermaid monsters who were originally in high spirits could not hold on. The capture of companions is more terrifying than the death of companions. Although they are monsters, they are also intelligent creatures. They can be high-spirited and fearless, but they can also be low-spirited and wailing in fear. When they looked back in fear, they found that the Mermaid King had escaped in the chaotic battle between them and the monsters. The army of mermaid monsters collapsed completely, and they could not put up a decent resistance to the capture of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Lu Feng saw the escape of the mermaid king Nidus, but he did not take it to heart. This ocean star world is so small, where can the mermaid king with the trident of Poseidon run to? The trident of Poseidon he held was like a bright light in the dark night in the perception of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and the smell of high-quality energy could not be concealed at all. It would not be too late to let the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings search for them after he captured all the mermaid monsters. As time passed, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling transformed into a hard-working fisherman. Its white roots were like a fishing net in the hands of a fisherman. It stretched out again and again, scooped up all the mermaid monsters in the ocean star realm, as well as some strange star monsters, and sent them to the small star realm in Lu Feng's King Mu spirit realm. After a short half-day, there were no more star monsters in the area sensed by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Without the interference of star monsters, the energy-absorbing ancient tree directly released its ability, devouring the seawater wantonly and absorbing the energy of the ocean star realm space. Lu Feng also urged the power of the King Mu spirit realm to assist the energy-absorbing ancient tree in improving its absorption efficiency. Instead of wasting time looking for the high-quality energy taken away by the mermaid king, it would be better to directly attack the entire ocean star realm. Lu Feng has not forgotten the original nature of this star ocean. His men sank into the dream of the star space, and Lu Feng always had to fight head-on with the existence in this star space. Wasting time at this time might lead to more accidents. Under the combined efforts of one man and one tree, the energy of the ocean star space was rapidly dissipating. Although the ocean star space was not small in size, Lu Feng's King Mu spirit realm and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings were equally large, and it was more than enough to deal with the ocean star space. The two of them quickly alarmed the existence deep in the star space with their action of draining the firewood from the bottom of the pot. At this time, in the depths of the ocean star space, a luxurious and huge temple was also built, in which the sea god Neptune, who had been studying for a long time by Lu Feng, was enshrined. The statue of the sea god was huge, and the divine power was mighty. At this time, the mermaid king who had just escaped from the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings was kneeling in front of the statue of the sea god, praying devoutly. During the prayer, the mermaid king Nidus reported everything that had just happened to the god he believed in. The temple originally enshrined a statue, but at this moment, under Nidus's prayer, the statue of Poseidon actually trembled slightly, the statue's eyes slightly closed, and suddenly a mighty divine power spread from the temple. Under this mighty divine power, the mermaid king was directly oppressed by this divine power and prostrated himself on the ground. Every part of his flesh and blood, as well as his soul, trembled under the divine power. The difference between man and God can be seen from this. The awakened Poseidon statue only took a glance, and the Poseidon trident in the mermaid king's hand automatically floated up and floated to the hand of the Poseidon statue. At the same time, it automatically enlarged and changed into a style that matched the Poseidon statue, and was held in the hand of the Poseidon statue. The Poseidon trident returned to its position, and the Poseidon statue's divine power became stronger. A golden light lit up from the eyes of the Poseidon statue. Through the heavy seawater, the Poseidon statue saw the unscrupulous actions of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings in the distance. Click. Treasure, treasure, a treasure that will change your destiny. The moment it saw the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, the Poseidon statue was like a homeless man who had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights and saw a delicious and tempting big steamed bun, and was so excited that he seemed to be drooling. Boom! A big hole broke in the roof of the temple where the Poseidon statue was enshrined. The excited Poseidon statue directly broke through the obstacles of the temple wall, soared into the sky, and headed straight for the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling that was still devouring energy. During the flight, the material on the surface of the Poseidon statue gradually fell off, revealing a flesh and blood body with a human body and a fish tail, which looked almost the same as a mermaid monster. If Lu Feng were here, he would definitely recognize that the mermaid monster that emerged from the Poseidon statue was the Poseidon that the Vikings had believed in for generations. However, at this time, the flesh and blood body of the Poseidon was covered with wounds of various sizes. When he moved, golden red blood flowed in the wounds. Some of the wounds had even begun to deteriorate and rot. With such injuries, ordinary creatures would have died long ago, but the sea god Neptune was still alive and well, showing amazing vitality. On the other side, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling and Lu Feng were busy devouring the energy of the star realm. Suddenly, Lu Feng frowned and looked in the direction where the Mermaid King fled. There seemed to be an amazing breath rising from there. In the blink of an eye, the sea god Neptune, who was covered in wounds, appeared in Lu Feng's perception. The powerful breath made Lu Feng completely serious. The sea god holding the sea god trident appeared. One person and one trident made Lu Feng feel like he was facing an endless ocean. Sea god, Neptune. Seeing the appearance of the sea god Neptune, Lu Feng was stunned for a few breaths, and then he immediately reacted and was shocked. The sea god is still alive. However, this was not the time for Lu Feng to think about why Poseidon was still alive. The Poseidon Neptune who appeared in his perception said nothing and waved the Poseidon trident in his hand, locking onto the energy-absorbing ancient tree roots soaked in the seawater. Poseidon's wrath. As Poseidon's trident was waved, a more powerful ocean force than before gathered, stirring the seawater and besieging the energy-absorbing ancient tree roots. Poseidon's body was not small, but it still looked a little small in front of the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings deep in the ocean star realm. Although it was small and cute, the body size still had certain advantages in battle. In order to win big with a small one, Poseidon chose the same skill as the Mermaid King had just used. However, this time, the Poseidon's wrath, which was used by the genuine Poseidon, was far more powerful than before. The movement of the seawater gave the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and Lu Feng a feeling that the entire ocean star realm was spinning. Such a strong power, we can't fight it head-on. Lu Feng suddenly felt a palpitation, and immediately activated the 5 elements in the Kingmu spirit realm. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the 5 element flags flew out immediately, fell into the ocean star realm, and surrounded the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient seedling. As the banners fluttered, a large 5 element formation was deployed around the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. The 5-color canopy condensed by the power of the 5 elements supported the sky and protected the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Sharp seawater blades surged out from the anger of the sea god, and shot madly at the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling like meteors. The power of each of those black seawater blades was comparable to the full-strength attack spell of a first-level wizard. If the wizards in the western regions wanted to perform such an attack, they would have to activate their mental maze to the extreme. Primary wizards had no power at all, and only intermediate wizards could barely launch such a powerful attack. But at this moment, such an attack was the most basic attack method in the Wrath of the Sea God performed by Neptune. Once performed, it directly hit the 5 elements array performed by Lu Feng like a violent storm. The indestructible 5 elements canopy was immediately shaky under the sharp attack of the black sea water. Even the 5 element spiritual veins that Lu Feng had cultivated vigorously could not withstand the frequent attacks. Lu Feng's mind moved, and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling immediately twisted the roots in the 5 elements array. Countless white roots twisted and entangled, turning into 5 pillars that supported the sky, cooperating with the 5 elements flags. With the support of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, the 5 elements array that was shaken by the attack of the Wrath of the Sea God immediately stabilized. Although the 5-color canopy was still trembling under the Wrath of the Sea God, causing waves, it was no longer in danger of being broken. In terms of defense, it still has to be my 5 elements array. Lu Feng chuckled. When defending against the attack of the sea god Neptune, Lu Feng was indeed not prepared to sit and wait for death. At this point, he had absolutely no chance to shake hands and make peace with the sea god in front of him. Lu Feng's mind moved, and while the 5 elements formation defended against the anger of the sea god, the water spirit vein directly merged into the endless seawater around it and began to absorb the power of the surrounding seawater. This was the time when the water spirit vein showed its power. As the 5 elements circulated, the power of the water spirit vein increased greatly, plundering the power of the surrounding ocean. It was even stronger than the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings before. Seeing Lu Feng start to move, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings were not to be outdone and joined in the swallowing of the surrounding ocean power. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings had just eaten the anger of the ocean driven by the mermaid king Nidus, and now they were swallowing it again with great skill, and with the help of the water spirit vein and the 5 elements formation, their power was even greater than before. As a result, the sea god Neptune, who was originally confident and ready to take down the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings with one move, suddenly fell into the same situation as Nidus just now. While activating the wrath of the ocean, he started to fight with Lu Feng. However, Poseidon was not the indecisive mermaid king Nidus. After discovering that the wrath of the ocean could not deal with the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, he immediately stopped the wrath of the ocean, then waved the trident of the ocean, rolling the seawater, and a dazzling golden seawater ball condensed on the top of the trident of the ocean. Heart of the ocean. Once this attack was activated, Lu Feng felt more threatened, and felt that even the five elements formation could not stop it. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed by the side of the Poseidon. The Poseidon, who was condensing the heart of the ocean, trembled in his heart, suddenly stopped his movements, and instinctively moved forward several meters with the help of the seawater, barely dodging a sharp knife light. Even though Neptune, the sea god, had been through hundreds of battles and had quick reactions, his back, which was already covered with the wounds, was hit by another knife wound so deep that the bone could be seen. Neptune turned back in fear and saw only a black shadow that quickly disappeared into the dark ocean. Indistinctly, Neptune could barely see that the black shadow was a giant black mantis over 30 meters tall. The one who launched this attack was the death mantis under Lu Feng. After the life exchange, the young lady came with a knife recommendation. The protagonist obtained a game that allows him to exchange bodies with others and bind to others for cultivation. Chapter 233, Conquer the Sea God and the Ancient Tree Will Bear Fruit. The battle that was thought to be won was first defeated in the frontal attack, and the wrath of the sea god was blocked by Lu Feng's five elements formation. When preparing to use the heart of the ocean, he was attacked by the death mantis that suddenly appeared. The sea god Neptune felt something was wrong and felt a sense of crisis. But since Lu Feng controlled the death mantis to attack, this was not the only trick he had. After the sea god Neptune narrowly avoided the attack of the death mantis, Lu Feng and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling had already cooperated. 5 Key Great Capture. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling originally cooperated with the five elements formation. The thick roots formed by the twisting of the roots turned into the 5 fingers of the palm at this time, and grabbed the place where the sea god Neptune was. The 5 elements formation was completely integrated with the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. During the circulation of the 5 elements, coating the 5 fingers formed by the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings with a layer of 5-color light. The 5 Key Great Capture was another variation derived from Lu Feng's recent understanding of the 5 elements Great Array. Once used, the 5 elements Great Array and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings worked closely together, and the array produced a momentum that could seal the sky and the earth. Neptune, the sea god, who was enveloped by the 5 Key Great Capture, only felt that the space around him was extremely lazy under the influence of this spell, as if he was trapped in a quagmire, and his speed dropped sharply. Neptune, the sea god, first reacted to leave the range of this spell that he had never seen before, so as not to be restricted by others. However, the 5 Key Great Capture was like a shadow, and Neptune, the sea god, whose speed dropped sharply, could not get out smoothly for a while. Lu Feng appeared in a flash and entered the Ocean Star Realm, wearing a fire dragon armor, with red flames flowing in his hands. One after another, the fire dragon demon slayer spear suddenly shot out, like raindrops, madly bombarding Neptune, the sea god, who was enveloped by the 5 Key Great Capture. Waves of water appeared in front of Poseidon. The power of the ocean became the most solid barrier to protect him. The fire dragon demon slayer spear shot by Lu Feng was hot and powerful, but when it landed on the water waves in front of Poseidon, it only made the blue water waves tremble. Seeing the amazing defense of Poseidon, Lu Feng's expression moved slightly. He did not expect these fire dragon demon slayer spears to work. This is the home of the ocean. Poseidon is the god of the ocean. If Poseidon can really be defeated by Lu Feng's fire god demon slayer spear in Neptune's home, then Neptune, the Poseidon, will really be defeated. However, under Lu Feng's fierce attack, Poseidon could not be distracted for a while. Lu Feng's attack had achieved his goal. Facing Lu Feng's fire attack, Poseidon was preparing to gather the power of the ocean to fight back. Suddenly, he saw a smile on Lu Feng's face. He stretched out his hand and gently clenched it, muttering, 5 elements reversal, annihilation. While Lu Feng was stalling for time, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and the 5 elements array of 5 directions had surrounded Poseidon. Under Lu Feng's urging, the 5 elements array of 5 directions directly reversed. The 5 elements give birth to each other and evolve all things. The 5 elements restrain each other and annihilate everything. In an instant, The majestic power of the five elements collided and impacted in space. The five-colored light of the five elements array of five directions actually directly derived a gray mist full of destructive breath, which surrounded Poseidon from all directions. Wherever the gray mist passed, the seawater disappeared, the space trembled, and the ocean star space seemed to be fatally unstable in this attack. The sea god Neptune was in the gray mist, and there was no escape. He tried his best to resist the attack of the gray mist, but all his defenses came from the power of the ocean, and he could not escape the power of the five elements. After he used his power to touch the gray mist, he only became the nutrition of the gray mist. No. Feng, who was outside the gray mist, only heard a shrill wail. Not long after, a violent explosion came from the gray mist, and a hole was blown in the gray mist. From the hole, the sea god Neptune emerged from it in a miserable manner. At this time, the sea god Neptune was covered in blood, his legs disappeared from the waist and hips, and his left hand was broken, leaving only a right hand holding the sea god's trident. The bloody sea god Neptune's eyes seemed to be emitting fire, and a pale golden light shone in his chest, as if he was gathering some terrifying attack. Neptune glared at Feng and roared, "I want you to die, ah!" But before he finished speaking, the death mantis, who had been hiding on the side and waiting for an opportunity to spy, attacked again. This time, Feng directly put the energy core of the death mantis into full operation, triggering the ultimate attack of the death mantis's body. Death Harvest. A dark knife light flashed, and the sea god Neptune, who was gathering a big move, only felt a chill on his neck. Silently, the dark knife light crossed his neck and cut off his head. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling came out, and the roots twisted and directly grabbed the part below the neck of the sea god Neptune in the roots, forcibly separating it from his head. The roots twisted and pierced directly into Neptune's chest. The devouring ability of the roots was fully activated. The terrifying attack condensed in the golden chest began to dim suddenly. The energy in the body of the sea god continued to flow to the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Feng also flashed out, and the five-color light condensed in his palm. He once again used the five energy capture to capture the still energetic head of the sea god Neptune in his hand. While the five colors flowed, the five-element talismans fell on the head of the sea god Neptune. "No, I won't give up." The sea god Neptune roared unwillingly, and the golden light on his head surged, stimulating the five-element seal talisman cast by Feng to flicker. Feeling the strong struggle of Poseidon, Feng waved his hand and threw the head of Poseidon directly into the King spirit realm. The power of the entire spirit realm suppressed it immediately, and the five-color talisman flowed. Poseidon opened his eyes wide, and his consciousness fell into deep sleep under Feng's suppression. He didn't even close his eyes when he slept. It seems that Poseidon was very unwilling to lose. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. The appearance of Poseidon was completely beyond Feng's expectations. If he hadn't accumulated a lot of trump cards in his hands over the years, he might not have been able to defeat Poseidon. Of course, during the battle, Feng also found that the Poseidon, who was once famous in the history of the western regions, was really weak. His attack power reached the level of a third-level wizard, but his body obviously did not support him to fight at the top level. Maybe it was related to the injuries of Poseidon? Feng remembered that Poseidon was covered with injuries when he appeared. Who hurt the sea god? Why hasn't his injury healed after so many years? Many doubts came to Feng's mind. He found that the water in the western region seemed to be quite deep. Fortunately, Feng only captured the sea god Neptune and did not kill him. After Feng cleaned up this sea god star realm, he still had time to pry out the secrets of this world from the sea god Neptune. Feng turned his head and looked at the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling next to him. The enemy was gone, and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling also shrunk in size and took root on the chest of the headless upper body of the sea god Neptune, constantly obtaining the nutrients needed for growth. There was a lot of energy in the body of the sea god, and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling looked like it couldn't be distracted for a while. Feng took the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling back to the King spirit realm, and took the death mantis, whose energy was almost exhausted after releasing the ultimate move, back to the King spirit realm, and then explored the space of the ocean star realm alone. Without the mermaid monster and the sea god Neptune, Feng's exploration was almost like shopping. No one could disturb him anymore. After searching for a while, Feng found the mermaid king who was hiding in the sea god temple and had completely lost his arrogance. From his mouth, Lu Feng also forced out the location of the consciousness of his group of unlucky subordinates and rescued them all. After rescuing his subordinates, Lu Feng brought their consciousness out of the ocean star realm. Returning to the sea god island, Lu Feng, with the cooperation of Novi, rescued all the subordinates who were sleeping. The subordinates who woke up from a bad dream were listless and weak. But it was not a big problem. After returning to the Kingmu spirit realm and recuperating in the spirit realm space full of vitality for a few days, they will definitely be able to jump again. After rescuing his subordinates, Lu Feng returned to the ocean star realm again and continued to devour the ocean star realm. Without the sea god Neptune, the current ocean star world is a big cake without an owner. Lu Feng intends to devour it as soon as possible to avoid accidents. After all, the star world has never been a peaceful place. It is full of killing and devouring everywhere. It is a daily routine for the star world monsters to kill each other and devour each other. The ocean star world has become an ownerless place. If Lu Feng does not take action, it will not be long before the star world monsters that smell the fragrance will begin to invade the ocean star world space. Lu Feng smiled lightly, and then urged the Kingmu spirit realm to cooperate with the 5 elements of the spirit veins and began to devour the energy of the ocean star world space. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings cannot split for the time being. Without the assistance of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, Lu Feng can still devour by urging the Kingmu spirit realm, but the former is directly automated, while the latter requires Lu Feng to operate manually and invest energy. A trace of the power of the ocean star world was extracted from the seawater around Lu Feng and immersed in Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm. The small star world in the spirit realm directly accepted all comers and swallowed them all. The area of the current small star world is still too small compared to the entire Kingmu spirit realm. Under Lu Feng's cultivation, the Kingmu spirit realm now has a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers, while the radius of the small star world is only 300 or 400 meters. The difference in size is ridiculous. Therefore, the small star world, which relies on the development of the Kingmu spirit realm, has almost no obstacles to its development before its area exceeds that of the Kingmu spirit realm. The small star world absorbs the energy of the star world and continues to grow. The ocean star world space around Lu Feng is also shrinking under Lu Feng's swallowing. After 5 or 6 days, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings took time to join in the work of swallowing the ocean star world space, and their swallowing ability was further improved. Another 10 days passed, and the ocean star world space finally couldn't hold on anymore under the joint exploitation of Lu Feng and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Crack! The ocean star world space lost its origin and could no longer support its own existence. Lu Feng noticed the collapse of the ocean star world space and evacuated in time and returned to the sea god island. The collapse of the ocean star world made a lot of noise. When Lu Feng returned to Poseidon Island, he also heard a roar that shook his soul. The sky on Poseidon Island dimmed instantly, and the sea outside the island seemed to suddenly become turbulent. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After half a day, the strange phenomena gradually stopped, and Poseidon Island gradually returned to its former calm. Lu Feng once again peeked into the star world through the star bridge, and could no longer see the vast ocean star world space. There was only an endless gray fog of the star world, and there was no up, down, left, right, front, and back. It was so chaotic that it made people upset. Lu Feng had no desire to enter the star world that had lost its essence. After resting for a while, Lu Feng cast his eyes into the Kingmu spirit realm. He had not forgotten that there was still a god suppressed in his Kingmu spirit realm. Before interrogating the head of Poseidon Neptune, Lu Feng first looked at the seedling of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. After the seedling of the energy-absorbing ancient tree took root and absorbed the upper body of the sea god Neptune, some changes occurred. A layer of light golden lines appeared on one of its branches, and a light golden fruit was hung on the branch of this special branch. The fruit was not big, about the size of a longan, and it was obviously immature. But at a glance, Lu Feng could see a vast ocean from the light golden glow on the fruit, hear the sound of waves, and even smell the smell of the sea. What is this? Lu Feng was surprised by the changes in the seedling of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, so he communicated with the seedling of the energy-absorbing ancient tree and learned the function of this light golden fruit. The energy-absorbing ancient tree absorbed the power of the sea god and condensed a divine fruit on the tree, which contained the divinity of the sea god. The divine fruit in front of him was thin, because the seedling of the energy-absorbing ancient tree only absorbed the upper body of the sea god Neptune, lacking its most critical head, and also lacking the sea god's soul protected in the head. If a complete sea god can be devoured, the divine fruit will grow completely. Even ordinary people who eat the divine fruit can possess all the divinity of the sea god and become gods on the spot. However, because of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, mortals who become gods with the help of the divine fruit will eventually be unable to escape the control of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, and will become thugs and slaves who protect the energy-absorbing ancient tree for the rest of their lives. It's like the conferred god list in Lu Feng's memory of his previous life. Becoming a god or an immortal is joyful, but once you enter the god list, you are not free. However, freedom has always been relative. In the face of power and freedom, if ordinary people have a choice, Lu Feng believes that most people will choose the former. Becoming a god is such an unattainable wish. Listening to the description of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. This is a good way to train thugs. As long as he can get a large number of gods, he can have a countless gods as his subordinates. However, gods are difficult to kill, and it is a fluke to capture a sea god this time. Friend's request. Chapter 234, The Fall of Poseidon, Grand Mage Meeting. On the golden branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, the divine fruit floated in the wind. Lu Feng looked at it for a few more times, then turned around and prepared to interrogate the head of the sea god Neptune. The sea god Neptune was still somewhat useful, and Lu Feng was reluctant to sacrifice the sea god to the divine fruit and ripen the divine fruit. The god bred by the divine fruit was completely a new god. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling retained the purest divinity of the god during the gestation process, and the memory of the god would be completely dissipated in this process. After offering sacrifice to the sea god, it would be difficult for Lu Feng to learn about the history of this world and more unknown secrets through the sea god Neptune. After finding the suppressed head of the sea god, Lu Feng sent the head to the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling just in case. When the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling saw the head of the sea god, the whole tree became excited, and the leaves rustled. If Lu Feng hadn't been watching here, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling would probably extend its roots and penetrate into the 7 orifices of the sea god Neptune, and eat up everything of the sea god Neptune. When absorbing the upper body of the sea god Neptune, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling not only gave birth to the divine fruit, but also gained a lot of benefits in the process of absorbing and digesting the body of the sea god. After all, the sea god can become a god, and the upper body contains extremely pure energy, and this energy is the favorite of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. The more energy absorbed and the higher the quality of energy, the stronger the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling can grow. The head of the sea god is also an item full of nutrition and energy. At this time, this head is placed in front of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. How can it not be moved? Lu Feng calmed the emotions of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, and then slightly untied the 5 elements seal that sealed the sea god. As the 5 elements seal loosened, Neptune, the god of the sea, who was in a deep sleep, immediately woke up, and at the same time, his soul came out and began to receive information from the surroundings. After a frustrated coma, Neptune found that the world around him had changed drastically. As a god in charge of the ocean, he could no longer sense or control the ocean he was familiar with. Without the ocean, Neptune felt like a floating duckweed on the water, without roots to rely on, and completely insecure. However, Neptune's long career as a god made him accustomed to big storms, so he was not very panicked. After all, there was only a head left, and there was not much use in panicking. Seeing that Neptune had woken up, Lu Feng immediately began to interrogate him. After Lu Feng said the 10 tortures and other tortures that he had accidentally memorized in his previous life, Neptune remained unmoved, silent, and unwilling to answer Lu Feng's questions. As a god, Poseidon was not afraid of pain. His powerful soul allowed him to ignore these low-level physical pains. Moreover, he no longer had a body, and the torture Lu Feng said could not threaten him at all. Poseidon was naturally not afraid. Simple language threats could not scare Poseidon. Seeing that Poseidon was stubborn, Lu Feng called on his villagers to torture Poseidon, but the Poseidon, with only a head left, stank like a stone in a cesspool and was unwilling to give in. Haha, you have no tricks, right? How can you surrender to physical pain and defeat the dignity of a god? Even if I die, I will not let you get what you want and learn the secrets of this world. Poseidon shouted unyieldingly, which made Lu Feng very upset. He just wanted to learn some secrets of the western regions, and he would not let Poseidon lose a piece of meat. Why did Poseidon want to die and suffer and go against him? Feng was puzzled and tried some methods, but he still couldn't pry open the mouth of Neptune. Forget it, little tree, you absorb and digest this head. Without Neptune, I can still create my own Poseidon. The secrets of the world that you insist on hiding will disappear with your death. Feng threw the head of Neptune to the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. The latter shook its branches happily, and the white roots immediately broke out of the ground and quickly penetrated into the head of Neptune. As a god, Neptune's soul is extremely tough. Feng also used the method of soul searching, but he couldn't shake Neptune's soul. If he forced a breakthrough, Neptune would immediately destroy his soul when he noticed it. Neptune, the sea god, who was ready to die, made Feng have nowhere to bite. After failing to struggle, Feng had to let the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling use Neptune's head to the greatest extent. Haha. I'm waiting for you in the kingdom of death. You who have attracted the attention of the gods will end up like me. Under the swallowing of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, the sea god Neptune realized that his death was coming. He calmly shouted a vicious curse, and then his whole head shrank rapidly, and his soul gradually dissipated. The sea god, Neptune, who once had a great reputation in the western regions, died. At the same time, at the moment of the death of the sea god, Feng's heart suddenly rose with a sad mood. Not only Feng, he looked around, and many villagers on the sea god island were in a sad mood, and some even couldn't control their tears. What's going on? Why can't I control my tears? Yes, I feel inexplicably uncomfortable in my heart, as if I have lost something. At the same time, the sky above the sea god island was gloomy, and the setting sun was like blood. At this moment, God was also crying for the death of the sea god, looking like heaven and earth were mourning together. Not only the sky above Poseidon Island, but also the territories of the western regions were affected by the death of Poseidon and the grief of heaven and earth. In the towers of the great wizards, the mysterious and powerful great wizards were sad, and their mouths were slightly raised. Powerful spiritual power flowed and spread between the towers of the great wizards. The 10 great wizards of the western regions communicated with each other and entered a special star realm. In the special star realm, a round table was located in the center, and 10 chairs with different characteristics were sitting around it. At this time, the 10 great wizards of the western regions had descended into spiritual consciousness and celebrated the death of Poseidon together. The gods were the symbol of the old era, and the 10 great wizards were the benchmarks of the current steam era. The old and new eras have never been harmonious. The first god to die in the steam era is a sign of the old era going away. A male great wizard said with a sly smile. His low voice was like the friction of metal in a machine. Ordinary people would only think that the great wizard in front of them was not a human, but a robot made of metal. Chels, don't be too happy too soon. Although it is our time now, it is also the time of world war. The kingdom of Lorendon has been deeply involved in the flames of world war. The fall of Poseidon is not a good thing for our world. A wise man with white hair calmly analyzed and refuted the view of Master Chels. Walter. Poseidon is our old enemy. He's dead. Can't I be happy? You really can't stand me. But Chels was like a barrel of explosives near the stove. He immediately found Walter and started to fight back. In an instant, the atmosphere in the special star realm began to burn. There is no peace between the great wizards. People exist in the world to grow in conflicts. Although the great wizards are now sitting at the same table, they also have various relationships with each other. After all, there is no national border in the supernatural, but the great wizard has his own country. He is the highest power holder in his own country. The conflict between the huge forces is naturally inevitable, which leads to many conflicts between the great wizards. Of course, now that they were sitting at the same table, it was like a peaceful Western world, and the relationship between the great wizards had eased a lot. Enough. Now is not the time to quarrel. When Walter and Chels were about to jump onto the table and fight directly, the ordinary-looking great wizard Ryan, who was sitting in the first place, knocked on the table to stop the quarrel. Although Walter and Chels were somewhat unwilling, they were impressed by the majesty of the great wizard Ryan and took a step back and sat back in their seats. Seeing that the atmosphere was slightly relaxed, the great wizard Ryan said, as the great wizard Walter said, although it is our era now, it is not smooth sailing. We are the darlings of the tide of the times, and we are also the front waves that are about to rush onto the beach. No one knows when the next era will come. By then, we may not be as good as those gods who are lingering on. The words of the great wizard Ryan made the great wizards present a little silent. They can all be said to be the smartest people in the Western world. They stand high and see far, and naturally know that what the great wizard Ryan said is true. Although the tide of the times is good, it also comes at a price. They are all well-informed people, and they all know that the current era has reached a huge turning point. The invasion of the other world is the turning point of the Steam Age. If they can't grasp the tide of the times, they are likely to become victims of the Steam Age and become stepping stones for another new era. Ahem, although I don't want to admit it, relying on just a few of us, we may really not be the opponent of the other world. A few days ago, I found the space channel leading to the other world. I was going to drill through it to find out, but I almost couldn't come back. I escaped by luck, but I lost a leg. When everyone was silent, the great wizard Blanchard dropped another heavy bomb. Hearing and looking, Blanchard's right leg was indeed broken at the root and never grew back. This miserable appearance shocked the other great wizards. At their current level of great wizards, their physical bodies can almost be compared with gods. Their mental maze has evolved to an incredible level, and it is completely integrated with their bodies. The maze is the body, and the body is the maze. For ordinary minor injuries on the body of the archmage, it only needs to use the means of repairing the maze to repair the lost limbs and the maze together to restore them to their original state. A broken arm or a missing leg can be healed in a few days at most. However, after these days, the injury of Archmage Blanchard has not healed yet, which means that this is no longer an ordinary injury. Blanchard broke a leg, which is not only a loss of flesh and blood and spirit, but also a loss of the soul. Such a scene made the Archmages feel sad, and even Archmage Ryan, who had always been calm, was a little moved. You must know that Archmage Blanchard is the 5th seat, and his strength and combat ability are extraordinary. Blanchard, the 5th seat, was easily defeated by the enemy on the other side. If other people go, it is estimated that they will not be much better. However, don't worry too much for now. The powerful enemy on the other side has not come to our world, otherwise I would not be able to come back alive. I am afraid that I have become a snack in the mouth of the powerful enemy. Blanchard chuckled and comforted everyone. He also knew that this news was really explosive for everyone. However, if he didn't say it, it would be easy for others to misjudge his strength and delay future development. In addition, the enemies in the opposite world have begun to invade our world. The rebels who appeared on Kadia Island in my kingdom of Lorendon were instigated by the extraordinary people in the opposite world. They are organized, powerful, and have strong people in charge. They are more difficult than I thought. Not only this batch, but the star monsters next to me in the space channel have detected the trend that more enemies are about to enter our world. Blanchard told more intelligence he had collected and shared it with the great wizards, making them realize the difficulty of the situation. But the great wizards were silent again. There is no other reason. Fighting a war costs money and it also costs lives. Not to mention this kind of battle between two worlds, which may threaten their lives. Blanchard had expected the silence of the crowd. He took something out of his pocket and placed it on the round table. The thing that left Blanchard's hand and landed on the round table blossomed like a flower, revealing a broken spiritual world. By the way, this is the spoils I seized from the enemies of another world killed by the rebels on Kadia Island. I wonder if you are interested. Before Blanchard finished speaking, a few heavy breathing sounds suddenly sounded in the special star realm. When Blanchard looked up and scanned the other archmages, he only saw a pair of green greedy eyes. The enemy is very strong, but it is my unshirkable duty to help the kingdom of Lorendon. My Chels is Blanchard's best brother. How can I be missing my brothers in battle? Archmages expressed their opinions one after another, even the chief Archmage Ryan was no exception. With the support of the Archmages, Blanchard felt relieved and a bright smile appeared on his face. Feng didn't know how much impact his action had on the Western region world and the earthly immortal world. After getting rid of the strange sadness, he inspected the sea god island and found nothing unusual. Then he looked happily at the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree sapling, where a golden blue fruit was hanging. The sea god fruit is ripe. Thank you, sea god, for the nutrients. Chapter 235, The Sea God of Kingmu Spirit Realm and the Rules of the Ocean. After the death of the sea god, Feng was also affected by the sad mood and felt uncomfortable for a while. However, soon, Feng got rid of this influence and laughed happily. Feng also had a rough guess about this special situation. It should be that the world of the western regions was mourning the death of the sea god, forming a special phenomenon of heaven and earth. In the records of the wizard world, this special phenomenon of heaven and earth was given a nice name. It is called, Heaven and Earth Mourn Together. The name is nice. In most worlds, gods can be regarded as the sons of God. They hold the laws of heaven and earth and are also the agents of heaven and earth. They have a lofty status in the world and are favored by God. The son died, and the old father of the western regions had to express something. Unfortunately, in addition to the phenomenon of heaven and earth mourning together, which was similar to the world's loudspeaker, Feng did not find that the western regions had brought him some punishment from the gods. Could it be that the western regions and the earthly immortals were having a great time and had no spare energy to send down punishment from the gods? Feng secretly slandered the western regions. On the way back to the wizard world, he did a physical examination inside and outside. He did not find any abnormal buffs such as the curse of heaven and earth or the mark of the world. Feng was completely relieved. If he became a thorn in the eyes of the western regions because of killing a sea god, and became a star of misfortune wherever he went, then he would not be able to stay in the western regions that he had just touched. Feng came to the western regions to mix resources and knowledge in peace. If he was hunted down and fought wherever he went, it would be meaningless. When fighting with others, there will always be stronger people than him. The enemy can lose 10,000 times, but Feng does not want to lose once. For him, losing once means losing everything. It's not worth it. After confirming that there was no problem with himself, Feng did not rush to run around, but looked at his Kingmu spirit realm. In the spirit realm, a large round blue gold fruit hung on the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. After the sea god Neptune contributed everything, the divine fruit matured. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling absorbed all the energy in the head of the sea god Neptune. From flesh and blood to soul, the energy-absorbing ancient tree ate everything of the sea god Neptune. The energy was used for the growth and development of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling itself, and the ocean divinity in the sea god's soul that supported its existence was gathered in the fruit, condensed into a divine fruit that could make people become gods on the spot. Sea god fruit. The sea god fruit was ripe, which was a great joy for Feng. He didn't get many secrets of this world from the stubborn sea god Neptune, but a sea god fruit was enough for Feng to create a sea god of his own. A living sea god is far more useful than a dead sea god. The gods control the laws of heaven and earth and have a unique advantage in regulating the energy of heaven and earth. If he raises a god of his own for King Mu Lingjing, his daily task of maintaining King Mu Lingjing will definitely be much lighter. Giving a part of the power to the gods is equivalent to finding a professional manager for your own company. And Feng himself can also transform himself and become the chairman behind the scenes. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He can just lie down and reap the fruits of his labor earned by the part-time manager. In this way, the development of King Mu Lingjing can become smoother and smoother. Moreover, the gods are also a good fighting force. At critical moments, they can also provide some combat help to Feng. Taking the sea god fruit from the branch, Feng began to think about which subordinate he would give the sea god fruit to. Luo Zuking, Jiuxio, Annie. They all have their own jobs in their own territories and are not suitable to be pulled into the King Mu Lingjing. They live in the not-so-spacious King Mu Lingjing for a long time. After thinking about it, Feng still plans to leave the sea god fruit to the octopus monster. The octopus monster is originally an extraordinary magic beast with water attributes. After being subdued by him, he has successfully practiced a black water method and condensed his own spiritual space in his body. Whether in terms of attributes or other aspects, he is the most suitable candidate in King Mu Lingjing to refine the sea god fruit. After making the decision, Feng returned to Poseidon Island and called back the patrolling octopus monsters from the ocean near Poseidon Island. On the coast, the huge body of the octopus monster surfaced. With its strange appearance, it really looked like a deep-sea monster. The octopus monster has always been mistaken by the people in the western regions as the deep-sea monster, the mount of the Poseidon. Now it is the opportunity to refine the Poseidon fruit. This can be regarded as a kind of fate. Pulling the octopus monster back to King Mu's spirit realm, Feng gave the Poseidon fruit, and then explained to the octopus monster how to use and the effect of the Poseidon fruit. After listening to Feng's description, the octopus monster was full of excitement, and its huge eyes stared at the Poseidon fruit in Feng's hand. It was full of desire and was unwilling to let its eyes leave the Poseidon fruit for a moment. The octopus monster instinctively felt that the blue gold fruit in Lu Feng's hand contained what it most desired. Seeing the octopus monster's excitement, Lu Feng no longer kept it on suspense and directly handed the seagate fruit to the octopus monster. The octopus monster stretched out its huge tentacles, gently pinched the seagate fruit, which was less than 1% of its arm, and solemnly put it into its big mouth full of ferocious fangs, just like an elephant eating sesame seeds, and it couldn't taste it at all. But these superficial things are not important. The blue gold seagate fruit, as soon as it fell into the ferocious mouth of the octopus monster, immediately melted in its saliva. The seagate's divinity contained in the seagate fruit was also completely integrated into the body and even the soul of the octopus monster in this process. So sleepy. The octopus monster conveyed a weak thought to Lu Feng, and then curled himself up into a ball, got into the seawater in the north of King Mu's spirit realm, and fell asleep. When the octopus monster was sleeping, Lu Feng could still clearly see the sea god's divinity that had been integrated into the octopus monster's body slowly taking effect. The blue gold light was transforming the octopus monster's body and soul, allowing it to evolve towards the direction of a god. The curled-up octopus monster was more like a cocoon in a state of transformation. When he broke out of the cocoon, it would be the time for the octopus monster to ascend to the throne of the sea god. It will take some time. However, some changes have already occurred when he transformed. Lu Feng looked at the changes in the octopus monster and nodded with satisfaction. When the octopus monster absorbed the sea god's divinity and transformed, Lu Feng also found that his King Mu spirit realm was undergoing some subtle changes. The sea god's divinity is the rules of heaven and earth mastered by the sea god. The octopus monster is refining the sea god's divinity. Through the medium of the octopus monster, Lu Feng's King Mu spirit realm is also absorbing the rules of heaven and earth contained in the sea god's divinity. Although the King Mu spirit realm is small, it is also a small world that can continue to grow and develop. This kind of heaven and earth rules contained in the sea god's divinity is also an extremely important source supplement to the King Mu spirit realm. In the origin space of the King Mu spirit realm that only Lu Feng can see, the concrete objects of the water spirit vein that he can see are slowly absorbing the ocean rules and the divinity. As the rules and the divinity are integrated into the water spirit vein, the aura of the water spirit vein in the origin space is changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the volume has not increased, the essence is slowly improving with the integration of the ocean rules, and the gap with the other 5 elements of the spirit veins is widening. The 3 spirit veins of fire, earth and gold can't keep up with the rhythm of the changes in the water spirit vein, but the aura of the wood spirit vein has always been stable. The source of this spirit vein is the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling that can be called a tyrant in the King Mu spirit realm. When the sea god Neptune was alive, he was not a match for the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, not to mention that he is now dead and has been completely refined by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. When the water spirit veins were upgraded and changed, Lu Feng also sat cross-legged on the sea god island and fell into a state of meditation. In a state of mind without thoughts, Lu Feng only felt that countless knowledge and information about the ocean were fed back to him from the King Mu spirit realm, floating in his heart and soul. In a trance, Lu Feng understood many principles and knowledge related to the ocean. I don't know how long it took. When Lu Feng woke up again, there were already several more people in front of him. Novi Mage, Redbeard, Shark, Viking Pirate King, they all looked at Lu Feng anxiously, fearing that he would make a mistake. Lu Feng, who was in a state of meditation, was not moved by external things, and was immersed in the knowledge of the ocean. In the first few days, Novi Mage and others had entered the scene, but after 4 or 5 days, they still didn't see Lu Feng, and everyone became anxious. Their lives and property depended on Lu Feng alone. If Lu Feng had an accident, they would not be able to survive. If the King Mu spirit realm collapsed, all the subordinates whose soul lamps were taken by Lu Feng would be buried with Lu Feng. Don't worry, I'm fine. Everything is back to normal. Lu Feng swept his slightly tired eyes over the crowd, taking in their expressions, and then spoke to comfort them. Yes, sir. After receiving Lu Feng's response, Novi and others were relieved and hurriedly said goodbye and left, not daring to disturb Lu Feng's work. If it wasn't for the sudden incident and special circumstances, they wouldn't dare to force their way into Lu Feng's place of practice, even if they had 10,000 guts. This time it was an accident, and Lu Feng mercifully forgave them. If this happens again next time, they will not have a good ending. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief after watching Novi and others leave. It's not that he was worried that Master Novi and the others would have ulterior motives. These people whose souls were controlled by him, Lu Feng could kill them with just a thought. Lu Feng usually wore a life-saving wizard's secret treasure on his body, and he didn't worry about his own safety. Having worked in the Green Tower for so long, Lu Feng had already bought a lot of good means to save his life. In the wizard world, having magic stones is the hard truth to prevail in the world. If the Novi wizards had any ulterior motives just now, with their strength, they probably couldn't even break the shield automatically triggered by the wizard's secret treasure on him. Whether they could survive the counterattack of the wizard's secret treasure on him was an unknown mystery. Because of the divinity of the sea god, I fell into a state of meditation to comprehend the rules of the ocean, which consumed 18 days. Lu Feng calculated the result with his fingers. It didn't take long, and Lu Feng hurriedly inspected the situation in the three worlds. The Red Leaf Society in the earthly immortal world and the Sea God Island in the western region world were both developing steadily. Only because of his miners in the wizard world, the medicine factory stopped operating for a few days, reducing the output of medicines this month. This was not a big deal. Lu Feng easily explained it away by saying that he suddenly had an insight and practiced in seclusion. After all, everyone is a wizard. Although they work to earn money, daily practice still ranks first in the life of a wizard. Compared with practicing to improve strength, everything else has to be put aside for the time being. Ms. Natasha of the Green Tower did not have any questions, but just told Lu Feng to take time to work overtime to make up for the missing potions in time. After all, the supply contracts signed between the Green Tower and other chambers of commerce have certain quota requirements. For this accident, the Green Tower can still use the potions in stock to make up, but it will also consume all the inventory in the tower. If Lu Feng does not make up in time, although nothing serious will happen, when the next accident comes, they will not be able to deal with emergencies. After listening to Ms. Natasha's reminder, Lu Feng said he understood. Then, he immediately planned his schedule and prepared to take time out to leave the medicine factory to work overtime to catch up with production. While busy making up for the deficit, Lu Feng also digested the unexpected gains. The transformation of the giant octopus in the Kingmu spirit realm has not yet been completed, but after his inspection, it will be completed soon, probably in the next 2 days. In addition, after absorbing the rules and the divinity of the sea god, the water spirit veins in the Kingmu spirit realm have changed the most. The water spirit veins are still of the quality of the middle human grade, but they have the potential to break through the human grade. As long as Lu Feng gathers the resources needed for the transformation of the water spirit veins, the quality of the water spirit veins can be transformed and soared. It turns out that the difference between human-level spirit veins and earth-level spirit veins is actually in the rules. No wonder it is so difficult for the spiritual realm to be promoted to a blessed land. After the changes in the water spirit veins occurred, Lu Feng saw the core essence of the promotion of the spirit vein quality. Rules are the principles of the operation of heaven and earth. Without rules, if you just accumulate energy, even if there is more energy, it is still just energy accumulation. It is difficult to produce qualitative changes and complete the transformation from human to earth. The blessed land of the cave is not only achieved by energy. The ultimate form of the blessed land of the cave will always be the world of heaven and earth. The world of heaven and earth not only has the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also the rules and principles of the operation of heaven and earth. In order to transform into a world, the blessed land of Dongshan imitates heaven and earth. How could it only learn one and not the other? Lu Feng understood these principles in his heart and felt that the most profitable thing about this trip to the western region was killing the sea god. A sea god allowed them to see the future of Kingmu spirit realm and their own future. It was a great profit. Chapter 236, The New Sea God Helio. After checking the changes in the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng estimated his current strength. It was a significant improvement from before. Although the 5 spiritual veins in his Kingmu spirit realm had not yet transformed to the human level upper grade, and his wizard level had been raised to the 3rd level, after absorbing the ocean star realm space and the divinity of the sea god, the Kingmu spirit realm had also been substantially improved. Now his combat power is on par with that of an ordinary 3rd level wizard. The growth of the small star realm allowed the Kingmu spirit realm to differentiate between the inner and outer worlds. It did not increase much in essence, but its volume increased by 20% to 30%, which greatly improved Lu Feng's sustained combat ability and burst ability. In addition to comprehending the divinity of the ocean and understanding some of the rules of the ocean, Lu Feng's water-based spells were superb, which at least increased his combat power by 50% to 60%. With his current strength, he would never be as powerless as last time when facing the Heartsea Mage of Day Temple again. Not to mention being evenly matched, at least he would be invincible. The improvement in strength made Lu Feng feel much more secure. 2 days passed in a flash. Late at night, Lu Feng had just finished his work at the medicine factory and returned to his residence when he heard movement again from the Kingmu spirit realm. In the seawater of the spirit realm, the octopus monster curled up in a ball and finally woke up after digesting the power of the sea god fruit in his sleep. Splash! A burst of golden light shot out from the seawater. Under the golden light, the huge body of the octopus monster shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it shrank from the appearance of a giant beast of hundreds of meters to the size of a human. Its original ferocious octopus appearance gradually faded during the transformation, turning into a white and tender human girl, with a long aqua blue hair floating softly in the seawater, adding a bit of beauty. Octopus monster, super evolution, octopus girl. Seeing the changes in the spirit realm, Lu Feng's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect that the octopus monster could have such a change. The sea god fruit actually has the effect of helping extraordinary magic beasts to shed their beast form. In the wizard world, the cultivation of extraordinary magic beasts does not have the idea and thought of fading beast form. Because for the extraordinary magic beasts, their strong and hard bodies are the foundation of their survival. Without the powerful spellcasting ability of human wizards, the extraordinary magic beasts can only rely on the strength of their blood and bodies to barely survive under the powerful forces of wizards. Of course, this is more of a sustainable development attitude of the wizard organization in the wizard world, using the entire world as a pasture to raise some useful magic beast materials. For various reasons, the extraordinary magic beasts in the wizard world have almost no ability to shed their beast form. The only thing Lu Feng has heard of is that the dragon clan has inherited the human transformation technique. In the earthly immortal world, there are methods to shed the beast form, but now it is rarely circulated. There are only a few words about this kind of knowledge and secrets in the classics collected by the Red Leaf Society, and it is difficult to restore the original appearance of this kind of secret method. There are many extraordinary magic beasts in Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm. If there is a universal method to change their beast form, it can give Lu Feng a lot of available combat power. After all, those extraordinary monsters were either too big or weird in shape, and were not suitable for releasing Kingmu spirit realm now to help him in the western regions full of humans. Therefore, Lu Feng was more interested in the physical changes of the octopus monster. At this time, the octopus monster, oh no, now it should be called octopus girl, who woke up from her deep sleep. She was a little confused and adapted to her new body with some novelty. Octopus girl was able to cultivate the black water method, and her intelligence was no lower than that of ordinary humans. When she followed Lu Feng to do things, she was also in the spirit realm and had seen many human women on the Sea God Island. But after being an octopus monster for a long time, she was very uncomfortable with the transformation into human form. However, soon, Octopus Girl relied on her own strong mental power to complete the progress from toddling to walking freely. Although she always instinctively wanted to twist her body when moving, she was basically the same as a normal woman in all aspects. Lu Feng handed a set of clothes to Octopus Lady, and explained some precautions for her to be transformed into a human. Octopus Lady remembered Lu Feng's words one by one, and quickly adapted to her new form. See, Master. Octopus Lady had just adapted to her new body, and her speech was not very fluent. However, Octopus Lady had a strong learning ability and made rapid progress. She used to communicate with Lu Feng frequently, and was already proficient in various languages she used on a daily basis. Now all Octopus Lady needed was to speak the languages she had learned before with a human mouth. Do you have a name? Lu Feng looked at the current Octopus Lady and asked. In the past, Lu Feng always called her an octopus monster, but now that she had become a human, there had to be some difference. Elliot. Octopus Lady tilted her head and thought about it, and gave herself a name, which was also a formal welcome to her new life. Elliot, not bad, a good name. Lu Feng nodded, and talked with Octopus Lady Elliot for a while, asking in detail about the abilities Elliot gained after eating the sea god fruit and digesting the sea god's divinity. Elio and Lu Feng conducted experiments together, And Lu Feng found that after digesting the divinity of the sea god, Elio's own abilities did not disappear. The mana and spiritual realm condensed by the black water method she practiced, as well as the blood and body that a supernatural beast should have, were not missing. They were all concentrated in Elio's current body during the process of digestion and transformation. At the same time, she inherited the original ability of the sea god's divinity and controlled the ocean. As long as she stood in the seawater, Elio could use the power of the sea, which could bring huge gains in both combat and assistance. After some experiments, Lu Feng recognized Elio's combat effectiveness. In the seawater, Elio at this time already had the strength to rival a third-level wizard. Although the scene of his performance was limited, he also became the second general under Lu Feng's command, second only to the god of death Mantis, during the transformation process. In addition to combat effectiveness, the octopus girl Elio also inherited many abilities of the sea god as a god. For example, managing the ocean, absorbing the power of faith, and opening up the field of faith. The ability to manage the ocean makes Elliot regard the ocean under his feet, or more precisely, the small pool of seawater in the spiritual realm, as a part of his body. He instinctively knows how to manage this small pool of seawater. Adjust the seawater tide and ecological structure. With Elliot's existence and management, this small pool of seawater in the Kingmu spiritual realm will one day become a real ocean in the growth of the Kingmu spiritual realm. As for absorbing the power of faith and opening up the field of faith, it is the instinct of the gods. Elliot has digested the divinity of the sea god and can now be regarded as a god. She is also qualified to spread faith, develop believers, and protect the souls of believers. Elliot was born not long ago and instinctively knew these abilities of hers, but she didn't know how to use them. Lu Feng gave her advice and thought it was simple. Kingmu spiritual realm has taken in many pirates. The Viking pirates, the red-beard pirates, the shark pirates, their original pirate groups have been replaced by villagers in Lu Feng's spiritual realm, and those weak pirates have been taken in by Lu Feng in Kingmu spiritual realm. The area of the spiritual realm is not small, and it is enough for them to live for the time being. Most of the pirates still believe in the former sea god. Now, Elliot has replaced the sea god Neptune. As long as he shows a little miracle, he can gather these pirates in the Kingmu spirit realm into his believers. With the power of faith of these believers, although not much, it is definitely enough for Elliot to exert his current power of God. As soon as he said it, Lu Feng and Elliot planned a miracle to show their holiness in front of the pirates. Under the power of God, Elliot quickly converted most of the pirates into his believers. Amid the prayers, Elliot saw the faint power of faith gathering towards him. Elliot did not absorb it himself, but sent the gathered power of faith into the Blackwater spirit realm in his body. Elliot practiced a Blackwater method and cultivated a Blackwater spirit realm, which played a role again after she became a god. The power of faith gathered in the Blackwater spirit realm and was absorbed by the Blackwater spirit realm. During the absorption process, Elio's Blackwater spirit realm grew slowly. At the same time, under the influence of the divinity of the sea god, the essence of the Blackwater spirit realm was slowly changed, and the Blackwater spirit realm was developed towards the field of faith of the sea god. Lu Feng heard that the gods in the civilization of the gods encountered in the wizard world often leave the world and build their own kingdom of God in the void. The kingdom of God is the embodiment of the rules mastered by the gods, and it is also a shelter for the gods' believers after death. After death, the souls of believers will be transformed into petitioners in the kingdom of God, with a long life and the blessing given by the gods. Now, Elio has combined the cultivation of the spiritual realm space of the Blackwater spirit realm and the field of faith. In the process of growth, he slowly has the embryonic form of the development of the kingdom of God, which can be said to be promising. As long as Elio comprehends the laws quickly and the believers have enough faith, her future can almost be said to be smooth. Knowing that Elio has a bright future, Lu Feng was very happy, and felt like an old father raising an excellent daughter, which was very wonderful. After taking over the believers of Neptune, the god of the sea, Elio became busy. On the one hand, he transformed and operated a small seawater pool in the Kingmu spirit realm, and on the other hand, he had to transform the believers in her hands. After all, these believers were not cultivated slowly by Elio. Although they have contributed a lot of faith now, their piety is limited. After all, Neptune, the god of the sea, has left a strong mark on these pirate believers over the long years. In order to maintain the purity of himself as a god, Elio must remove the part about Neptune, the god of the sea, from the beliefs of his believers. Although Lu Feng has never been a god, He has seen a lot of idol cultivation in his previous life. Combining some information he has read in the wizarding world, Lu Feng taught Elio how to purify believers and cultivate die-hard fans. During this process, Elio needs to select suitable candidates from the believers to help her establish a religious organization, and then build a temple, compile new doctrines, and spread the reputation of the sea goddess Elio. Looking at Elio's appearance, Lu Feng estimated that it would take her several months to get out of these trivial matters. However, these are not Lu Feng's business. He not only provided the venue of King Mu's spirit realm, but also provided pirate believer resources, and gave Elio a lot of lessons. If Elio can't handle these things by herself, then she will simply show the prototype of the octopus giant monster and drown herself in the seawater pool of the spirit realm. Elio was allowed to develop on her own. Lu Feng looked at Elio's believers and suddenly thought of a group of mermaid monsters in the small star realm that he had captured from the ocean spirit realm. When the battle was in a stalemate, Lu Feng caught the mermaid monster and threw it directly into the small star realm. The small star realm absorbed a lot of energy from the ocean star realm space. While developing itself, it also derived a lot of seawater in the small star realm space. The gray land where Lu Feng built the small ghost castle was submerged by the seawater after the seawater evolved. Only Lu Feng's 3-story building occupied a piece of gray land, rippling in the seawater. The seawater in the small star space is not deep and the area is limited. But there is no way. Although the ocean star space was not small at the beginning, a lot of energy was used for the growth of the small star space and the absorption of the energy-absorbing ancient tree and Lu Feng, and the remaining energy was used to derive the seawater in the star space. There are about hundreds of mermaid monsters caught by Lu Feng from the ocean star space. At this time, they can still live in this small area of water, which is not crowded. It's just not as comfortable as the ocean star space where they lived at the beginning, and it is also extremely barren. Under the command of the Mermaid King, the mermaid monsters searched this area of water. In addition to catching a few fish-headed monsters, there are some ocean star monsters that were caught with them. This amount of monsters is probably enough for hundreds of mermaid monsters to live for a few days. Fortunately, the mermaid monsters discovered the incense and willpower feeding device that Lu Feng had set up in order to raise a few mermaid monsters in the small star world. With a continuous supply of incense and willpower, hundreds of mermaid monsters barely survived. Unfortunately, the incense and willpower to raise a few mermaid monsters was limited, and it was not enough for hundreds of mermaid monsters to eat. They barely survived, but these mermaid monsters were also starving and weak. When Lu Feng arrived, he saw a group of mermaid monsters with white stomachs on the seawater in the small star world. Mistake. These mermaid monsters almost starved to death. Lu Feng hurriedly sent enough incense and willpower to the small star world. After getting the food, the mermaid monsters swallowed it voraciously. After digesting it, they finally recovered some strength. So, when Lu Feng appeared in front of the mermaid monsters immediately kowtowed to Lu Feng under the leadership of the Mermaid King and prayed, "Sir, we know we are wrong. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Digestion, The Bad Luck of Day Temple. During this period of torture, the mermaid monster quickly surrendered. Lu Feng easily used the small ghost castle he built in the small star world to recruit all the mermaid monsters as his subordinates. The small ghost castle that took in the mermaid monsters grew rapidly with the power contributed by the mermaid monsters. The area of the castle alone increased several times, from a 3-story building to a large mansion with 3 entrances and 3 exits. This increase in power was not very useful to Lu Feng, but it also gave Lu Feng a better understanding of the power used by the Western region magicians, and he would be able to prepare for the methods of the Western region magicians in the future. Lu Feng tried to find out some news about the Western region world from the mermaid monsters. Unfortunately, even the mermaid monsters with intelligence knew only a limited amount. The Mermaid King only knew that they were all created by the sea god and were the sea god's followers living in the sea god's domain. Their daily activities were mainly to help the sea god maintain his domain. They had never left the star world, so they did not know much about the development of the Western region world in recent years. Isolated from the world, the sea god's followers, can the sea god create life? Lu Feng didn't believe what the mermaid monster said. Life is not something that ordinary gods can play with. If the sea god has the ability to create life, Lu Feng doesn't believe that he will die so easily in his hands. Moreover, the divinity that the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings extracted from the body and soul of the sea god is only pure ocean rules, and there is no rule involving the creation of life. Without tools and skills, how can the sea god create something out of nothing? Lu Feng guessed that the origin of these mermaid monsters was probably the astral creatures transformed by the sea god through some means and the power of his own gods, just like Lu Feng practicing the fire dragon divine weapon spell, which can transform dragon creatures with dragon veins into his fire dragon Taoist soldiers. These fire dragon Taoist soldiers can be said to be based on him, but to say that Lu Feng created them is overestimating him. This is at most a life transformation, just like the practice of bloodline wizards. After asking for a while, Lu Feng couldn't get anything out of these mermaid monsters, so he had to give up this idea for the time being. Lu Feng will continue to pay attention to the western regions for a long time. The secrets of these worlds can't bring him real power, and Lu Feng has no intention of exploring them in depth for the time being. He came here to seek resources and knowledge. Instead of doing archaeology, he might as well take his men out to occupy a few pieces of land and plunder some resources. It would be even better if he could capture a few gods. Resources and the divinity of gods are much more useful than these non-existent secrets. Lu Feng is pragmatic, and he won't do anything that can't make money. After dealing with the mermaid monsters, Lu Feng sent these mermaid monsters to the octopus girl Elio. Elio is now the sea god in the Kingmu spirit realm. As a god, what's the point of not having some decent followers? The mermaid monsters were once followers of the sea god Neptune, and Elio probably used them well. Thank you, sir. Elio was very happy to get a group of new subordinates and smiled sweetly. With this group of mermaid monsters, she, the goddess of the sea, finally didn't have to do everything herself. Elio selected all the female mermaids from the mermaid monsters. As a goddess, she felt that these female mermaids were very in line with her aesthetics. Taking them as her followers would also improve the reputation of the goddess of the sea. There were a total of 86 female mermaid monsters selected, all crawling at Elio's feet. The female mermaid monsters were not as strong as the male mermaid monsters. They were weak and well developed. They only used some shells and seaweed to cover their vital parts. Their lower body was a long and powerful fish tail of different colors. Glancing at the appearance of the female mermaids, Elio was quite satisfied, so she sprinkled a piece of ocean power on the female mermaid monsters. Bathed in the blue-gold ocean power, the female mermaid monsters emitted bursts of dark mist, and the filth and strange powers in their bodies were all removed in the baptism of the ocean power. Under the effect of the power, the appearance of these female mermaid monsters became more beautiful, their skin became whiter, and the fish-tail scales on their lower body became full and shiny under the effect of the sea god's power. After the baptism, the female mermaid monsters felt like they were reborn, and their strength and appearance were greatly improved. Looking at these female mermaids, Elio's mouth curled up slightly. Accept my baptism of power. From now on you are my sea goddess Elio's dependents. Your previous names are not nice. You will be called mermaids in the future. Yes, my lord. The reborn mermaids responded gratefully. Lu Feng, on his side, arranged the mermaid monsters that Elio had returned with some regrets, and let them continue to guard the good boy of the small star world and act as gatekeepers. At the same time, Lu Feng also saw the mermaids that Elio had recaptured and transformed. Looking at the newly born mermaids, a question came to Lu Feng's mind. How do these mermaids with fish tails reproduce? Lu Feng studied it and unfortunately found heavy traces of transformation on the mermaids. These mermaids only have the appearance of mermaids, but actually do not have their female reproductive organs. A failed transformation. Lu Feng disdained the rough transformation technology of the sea god Neptune. Originally, Lu Feng thought he could understand the customs of different races, but these transformed mermaids are at most a group of handmade dolls. The gap is too big. For example, the life faction wizards who are engaged in biological transformation in the wizard world, their transformation of creatures is much more powerful than that of the sea god Neptune. The famous and diverse orcs are the masterpieces of a powerful wizard. There are many kinds of fox people, minotaurs, cat people, and rabbit people, and most of the orc branch races, female orcs are very beautiful. When Lu Feng was an apprentice in the Green Tower, he had heard many knowledgeable wizard apprentices bragging. They all admired the powerful wizard of the School of Life. After all the trouble, Lu Feng had digested most of the things he had obtained from the Sea God Island. The remaining bits and pieces needed to be settled in the Kingmu spirit realm. While Lu Feng was developing secretly, the Day Temple in the Kingdom of Lorendon, which was gathering people to make trouble, never stopped. With the powerful strength of the Heartsea Mage and the concerted efforts of many masters of the Day Temple, most of the Kadia Island in the Kingdom of Lorendon had been occupied by the Day Temple. The only thing left was for the Day Temple to capture the big city in the core area of Kadia Island, Uldor City, and completely declare Kadia Island independent. However, how could the Kingdom of Lorendon sit and wait for such a reactionary act of seizing the lifeblood of the Kingdom of Lorendon? When the army of Day Temple surrounded Uldor, it encountered the strongest resistance from the Kingdom of Lorendon. The kingdom's archmage Blanchard personally came to Uldor to confront the Heartsea Mage of Day Temple. Day Temple was an alien invader, and its fundamental goal was the spiritual veins of heaven and earth on Kadia Island. Its interests were in fundamental conflict with the Kingdom of Lorendon, and it was an irreconcilable contradiction. As soon as the Heartsea Mage of Day Temple met Archmage Blanchard, it was naturally impossible to settle the matter peacefully. Soon, the Heartsea Mage and Archmage Blanchard started a fierce battle, ready to decide the outcome in one round. It's a pity that this Heartsea Mage is a bit useless. Lu Feng thought that the Heartsea Mage would win, but to his surprise, the Heartsea Mage retreated. Even the army raised by Day Temple suffered a lot of casualties under the counterattack of the army of the Kingdom of Lorendon, and the end of Day Temple was miserable. The Archmage is so strong? Fortunately, I didn't make a big deal in Voris City at that time. If I had attracted the attention of Archmage Blanchard, my fate would not be much better than that of Day Temple. However, Lu Feng soon learned the whole story of the battle. It turned out that when the Heartsea Mage of Day Temple was fighting with Archmage Blanchard, he was ambushed by another Archmage. The ambushing and beating defeated the Heartsea Mage, but they did not leave the Heartsea Mage's ability. They could only let the Heartsea Mage roll up some of the elites of Day Temple and flee from Uldor City in a hurry. Fortunately, the Heartsea Mage is not really that weak, and the Archmage of the Western world is not so strong that it exceeds the limit. Lu Feng secretly rejoiced. This battle was widely publicized by Archmage Blanchard and Archmage Chells of the Kingdom of Goal. Lu Feng has two major pirate groups, Redbeard and Shark, and some intelligence channels planted in the Kingdom of Lorendon, and he also knows what happened outside the Sea God Island these days. Judging from this battle, a great wizard in the Western region world is probably a third-level wizard. In a battle of the same level, the combat power of the great wizard may be weaker than that of the Heartsea wizard who has cultivated the Earth Immortal method. Knowing this, Lu Feng felt relieved. After digesting the gains of the Sea God Island, his strength has narrowed the gap with a third-level wizard. With Elio and the Death Mantis guarding him, he has barely got some ability to make a living. Come on, it's still a little bit. Lu Feng is not too anxious about this. His current situation is still safe. The work in the wizard world continuously produces a large amount of magic stones for him, which in turn continuously strengthens his strength. Lu Feng estimates that in another 3 to 5 years, he will probably be able to cultivate the 5-element spiritual veins to the upper level of human level, and then he will have the complete combat power of a third-level wizard. This speed is enough to make the wizards of the Verdant Tower drop their jaws. Lu Feng naturally has nothing to be dissatisfied with. At this time when the two worlds are connected and a war is about to break out, Lu Feng only needs to survive and his life will be much better. Although Day Temple's plan for Kadia Island failed and it retreated in defeat, Lu Feng believes that Day Temple will make a comeback soon. Lu Feng has arranged a backup plan in advance. Under the influence of his open conspiracy of distributing flyers everywhere and making it public, there is still a large group of Earth Immortal forces from the Election Dynasty behind Day Temple pushing him forward. The Western region world cannot be stable. The Election Dynasty cannot be stable either, Lu Feng said. Taking advantage of this chaotic period, Lu Feng knew that as long as he was more stable and waited for the Kingmu spirit realm to grow, there would be a time when he could accumulate enough strength to allow himself to stand on the world stage completely. Day Temple, the Earth Immortals of the Great Zhuan Dynasty, and the Western region magicians, they don't have Lu Feng's resource channels. While they were still fighting for a spiritual vein on Kadia Island, Lu Feng had already digested tons of magic stones full of heaven and earth spiritual energy to cultivate his own Kingmu spiritual realm. This is the gap, the difference between the worlds. Compared with these two worlds, the wizard world is really too rich and too generous. Just as Lu Feng expected, when the Heart Sea Master of Day Temple led his monks to escape back to the space channel and prepare to return to the Day Temple station in the earthly immortal world to regroup and think about countermeasures, they happened to run into other earthly immortal forces in the earthly immortal world. Piao Miao Zong, Cheyenne Sword Sect, Chang Sheng Mazan, Taiyi Sect, Lotus Temple, Zuanming Sect, Shenji Temple, Wujin Sect. Together with the Day Temple in Liangzhou, the 9 major sects occupying the 9 states of the Great Zhuan dynasty gathered in the desert of the Golden Sand Sea. Unfortunately, the atmosphere at the scene was a bit solemn. The 8 major sects headed by Taiyi sect surrounded Day Temple. Countless eyes gathered on the Heart Sea Master of Day Temple. He knew that today's matter was difficult to be resolved. Various thoughts flashed through his mind at a high speed. Before the Day Temple's Master Xinhe could speak, he finally said something to admit his defeat. We Day Temple choose to surrender. I am willing to lead the way for you. How about we explore together and share the resources of the foreign continent? As soon as these words came out, the almost stagnant atmosphere in the air finally eased. Master Xinhe, be righteous. We are all citizens of the Great Zhuan dynasty. Now there is a risk of foreign invasion in the land of Shenzhou. Our Jiaxiao sects should join forces to deal with the foreign enemies. The leader of the Piaomiao Xianzong stopped and said some polite words at the signal of the leader of the Taiyi sect, leaving a way out for Master Xinhe of Day Temple. That's right, that's right. Day Temple, was lucky enough to get some intelligence in the foreign land, and I'd like to share it with you. Why don't we go back to my mountain gate to rest and talk about how to deal with the foreign demons? Master Xinhe was not an ignorant young man. In front of this group of people with equal strength, Master Xinhe took the opportunity to take the initiative to make a pledge of allegiance to ease the relationship between himself and other sects. Listening to Master Xinhe's words, the heads of other sects also smiled more. Master Xinhe was indeed an old monk, and he was very sensible. That's not necessary. The matter is urgent, why don't we discuss it here? The head of Taiyi sect refused, and raised his hand and waved it. A small palace appeared in his hand. As he urged it, the small palace quickly enlarged and turned into a real palace in the blink of an eye. On the plaque of the palace door, there were 3 big characters. Taiyi Palace. This was another powerful magic weapon of Taiyi sect. It was used at this time to show Taiyi sect its power to everyone. The Taiyi sect is a powerful sect occupying the richest central plains in Shenzhou. Chapter 238. The 8 major sects entered the western regions, and the Red Dragon Tyrant was besieged. In the Taiyi Palace, the leaders of the 9 major sects of the Great Zhuan dynasty sat around a table, listening to the Master Xinhe of Day Temple talking about what Day Temple had seen and heard in the western regions. Listening to Master Xinhe's story, both Taiyi sect and other sects were shining with interest in the western regions. They were all Earth Immortal practitioners who had been used to poor life in the Earth Immortal world. They were used to calculating every bit of resources. Now that they had discovered an uncultivated virgin land, how could these sects suppress their restlessness? War, occupation, plunder. A hungry beast in their hearts was ready to move. After a discussion in the Taiyi Palace, the 9 major sects were all smiling. Day Temple was very tactful, and the other sects also forgave Day Temple for eating alone before. Because, although Day Temple had taken the lead, it was also beaten up in the western regions and did not get any benefits. After learning that there was a group of indigenous warriors in the western regions who could compete with Day Temple, the 9 sects knew that invading the western regions was not an easy task. Therefore, this matter had to be planned for the long term, and only by gathering the strength of the 9 sects could they have the ability to conquer the western regions. As for the distribution of resources after the war, the 9 sects tacitly did not mention this topic that could easily affect the relationship between the 9 sects during this special period of time. It was too early to discuss the distribution of benefits before the western regions were conquered. The 9 sects were able to sit in the 9 provinces of the Great Zhuan dynasty for so many years, so they were naturally not fools without brains. On the contrary, they were definitely smart people who could be praised in the world of earthly immortals. After setting the rules in the Taiyi Hall, everyone set off again. Under the leadership of Day Temple, the 9 sects soon arrived in front of the space channel in the Golden Sand Sea. Ignoring the special force attacks in the area where the space channel was located, the other 8 sects finally saw the space channel they had been thinking about. The blue sky above the Golden Sand Sea is the gateway to the western regions. This is a mysterious phenomenon caused by the collision of two worlds. Seeing this scene for the first time, except for the people of Day Temple, the people of the other 8 sects were amazed. The passage leading to the western region is in front of us, everyone get ready. In addition, I was besieged by the strong men of the western region last time and fled back in a panic. I guess this space passage should have been discovered by them. I am afraid it will not be safe for us to go there this time. When he came to this space passage, Master Xinhe pointed at the passage and explained. The last defeat made Master Xinhe very sad. It was just a little short of Day Temple to enjoy the spiritual veins of heaven and earth alone. Unfortunately, the great wizard Blanchard of the kingdom of Lorendon, together with the great wizards of other kingdoms, attacked him. Master Xinhe, who could not beat him, had to save his life and evacuate the western region in advance. This kind of experience has long made Master Xinhe angry. He fled back to the earthly immortal world to think of a way to make a comeback. As a result, they were blocked by the 8 major sects on the way. At first, Master Xinhe was a little surprised, but he quickly adjusted his mentality and prepared to cooperate directly with the 8 major sects to jointly develop the western regions. The great wizard of the kingdom of Lorendon can call for help, so can't the Master Xinhe of Day Temple call for help? Although calling for help may divide a part of the benefits, the 9 major sects may be able to swallow the whole world together. At that time, the 9 major sects may earn more than Day Temple eating alone. After considering this future, Master Xinhe no longer had any psychological burden. After listening to Master Xinhe's words, the heads of other sects hesitated. Now that Day Temple has made a move in the western regions in advance, their going to the western regions at this time is a blatant invasion, and they can no longer invade secretly. Everyone naturally understands the difference between sneak attack and strong attack. No problem, everyone, please enter my Tai Palace. My Tai Palace is unparalleled in attack and defense. Even if the natives of the western regions leave an ambush outside the space channel, with this Tai Palace, we can have time to deal with it. When everyone was hesitating, the head of the Tai sect once again stood up with a magic weapon Tai Palace in his hand. Dao, you are generous. If you want to defend against the enemy later, please let us do our part. Tai sect was so powerful that other sects thanked it one after another. In their tone, there was also a hint of the Tai sect taking the lead. Tai Palace is the powerful magic weapon that Tai sect has kept in its bottom box and suppressed the sect's luck. Such a good thing, Tai sect is willing to share it selflessly and protect everyone. People from other sects are not ungrateful. As long as it does not affect their interests, everyone is willing to support Tai sect. With the protection of Tai sect's Tai Palace, everyone no longer has any scruples. Entering Tai Palace, the 9 major sects work together to activate Tai Palace. The half-acre-sized Tai Palace soared into the air in an instant and crashed into the space channel on the Golden Sand Sea. Woohoo! On the other side of the space channel, 5 great wizards stood in the sky, staring at the space channel in front of them. The scenery of the Golden Sand Sea displayed in the space channel made them all know that this is the door to another world. Unfortunately, this space channel is so close, but none of the 5 great wizards dared to cross the line. What Blanchard said in the last meeting of the great wizards really scared them. There are strong people in the earthly immortal world who can seriously injure or even kill the great wizards with a random blow. Under the absolute gap in strength, they dare not joke with their lives at all. Blanchard, this space channel you mentioned is really magical. Just looking at it, I have a desire and curiosity to explore it in my mind. For many years, since I transformed my brain into a machine, I have rarely had such emotional changes. The great wizard Chels, dressed like a robot, stared at the scarlet mechanical prosthetic eyes, constantly scanning the composition of the space channel, and said with emotion, "Yes, if there weren't some strong men on the other side that we couldn't defeat, who wouldn't want to explore the other side's world? Just the fact that they can cultivate a small space is enough to make us risk our lives." Another great wizard also sighed, and his words resonated with the emotions of other great wizards. When Master Xinhe escaped, although he tried his best to gather the men of Day Temple, how could he be perfect in a hurry? Some unlucky monks of Day Temple were left on Kadia Island. Several great wizards didn't catch Master Xinhe, but they would not let go of the remaining monks of Day Temple. 5 great wizards personally captured all the remaining monks of Day Temple. They planned to study and torture these natives of the foreign land. If they were no longer valuable for research, they were ready to swallow their spirits and use the spiritual realms cultivated by their earthly immortals to strengthen their mental maze. Every formed spiritual realm is a panacea for these great wizards who stand at the top of the Western region world to strengthen their own strength. This is why the great wizards worked so hard. Seeing the space channel in the foreign land, they couldn't help but think of the extraordinary power of the earthly immortal world. If they could swallow all the practitioners in the opposite world, how much would their strength improve? Unfortunately, they couldn't go to the earthly immortal world after all. Don't drool, let's quickly make some arrangements here. Those bald heads from the foreign land might come back at any time, and you don't want to see our world invaded by foreign lands again. Blanchard interrupted Chell's unrealistic fantasy and urged others to act quickly. The earthly immortal world is mysterious and unpredictable, and the great wizards have no ability to completely stop the invasion of foreign lands, so they have to make some arrangements in advance again to prevent the return of foreigners. Even if they can't cause any harm to the foreigners who come again, they can warn them and let them be prepared. After listening to Blanchard's words, Chels and others stopped thinking about it and began to work together to arrange their means in front of the space channel. But before they finished half of their arrangements, they suddenly heard a roar of collision. As they approached, a corner of a luxurious palace slowly emerged from the space passage. Oh no! That bald native from a foreign land has obviously invited help. Seeing that the Tai Palace was about to break through the space passage, the spiritual sense of the great wizard Blanchard's heart trembled wildly, warning him. Quick, stop, our arrangements are useless. Now we have to use the star orifices and work together to send these foreign natives and this palace directly to the star realm. The last time I fought with a foreign native, I found that he had not learned the methods of our wizards. This move should delay them for some time. We have to quickly get other great wizards to come to reinforce. Blanchard's words fell into the ears of Chelsea and others, and their faces became serious. The foreign palace in front of them, which was about to enter their world, was extraordinary and was obviously a treasure of the foreign natives. This time, the foreign natives were probably sure and determined to win. Various response plans flashed through the minds of several people, and they finally recognized Blanchard's proposal. Okay, the nearest and most dangerous star realm here is the Red Dragon Abyss of your kingdom of Lorendon. It's okay to send these foreigners in, right? After Chelsea raised his mouth, he took action directly, and the power of the Star Bridge permeated in his hands. No problem, the old dragon in the Red Dragon Abyss has been against us for many years. Today is the time for him to exert his last remaining energy for the kingdom of Lorendon. Blanchard sneered, and his hands moved without hesitation. The 5 mages worked together, and the scene of the world in front of the space channel changed. The power of the Star Bridge surged, and the gray mist from the star realm quickly wrapped up the Tai Palace, which had just revealed most of the space channel. Oh no, this is the power of the Western region mages, everyone be careful. When the 5 great mages took action, the Heartsea mage in the Tai Palace saw the abnormality outside the Tai Palace with sharp eyes, and immediately recalled the methods of the Western region mages. At the beginning, he was dragged into a strange space by the trick of the Western region mage. In that special space, the Western region mage can exert a stronger combat power. He was besieged by 2 great mages, so the Heartsea mage had no choice but to retreat and flee. However, despite the reminder of the Heartsea mage, most of the Tai Palace was still in the space channel at this moment. The 9 major sects could not resist at all at this time. They could only watch the Tai Palace being dragged into a strange space by the means of the Western region mage. When the Tai Palace completely drilled out of the space channel, the 9 major sects had been sent into the star space called the Red Dragon Abyss on Kadia Island under the sneak attack of the 5 great mages. The temperature in the Red Dragon Abyss was extremely high, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur volcanoes, and there was scorching and terrifying magma everywhere. As soon as the Tai Palace entered the Red Dragon Abyss, it fell into the scorching magma. Daoao, your Tai temple. Amid the rumbling sound, Master Xinhe was concerned about the safety of Tai temple. After all, they were all hiding in the protection of Tai temple. It's okay. The magma here is scorching hot. It's just right to replenish the fire spirit energy for Tai temple. The master of Tai temple smiled confidently, not at all distressed by everyone falling into an ambush. He slightly urged Tai temple, and saw the light shining on Tai temple. Pure fire spirit energy was drawn from the magma by Taiyi Temple and poured into the energy storage core of the magic weapon. Seeing that Taiyi Temple was fine, everyone's worries were put down, and then they discussed with Master Xinhe how to escape from this strange space. According to the information I collected from the Western regions, this should be the star realm used by the Western region's mages. It is a special space for the material world. Day Temple explained the origin of the star realm to everyone on the spot. Roar. But before he finished speaking, the magma pool where Taiyi Palace was located began to roll, and then a huge, ferocious-looking three-headed red dragon poked its head out of the boiling magma. Despicable mortals, who allowed you to disturb the great red dragon lord? Being woken up from his sleep, the red dragon tyrant, the master of the red dragon abyss, angrily looked for his enemy, and then saw the golden Taiyi Palace. Haha, Master Xinhe, it seems that we don't have to study this astral space painstakingly. Look, isn't this a ready-made guide to using the astral space? Seeing the red dragon tyrant emerging from the magma, everyone in Taiyi Palace had a different kind of brilliance in their eyes, and the leader of the Changsheng demon sect, Liu Wush, licked his lips excitedly, as if he had seen some incredible prey. Liu Wush of the Changsheng demon sect tore off his robe with his hands, revealing his strong muscles. Then he stretched his body and turned into a slender black dragon, soaring into the sky and heading straight for the red dragon tyrant. That's right, a mere beast dares to show off in front of us. He should be taught a lesson. Luo Xing, the head of the Cheyenne sword sect, hummed his sword, covered his body with sword light, and flew away. The Lotus Temple, Piaomio Xianzong, and the other major sects of Zuanming sect were not to be outdone. Almost instantly, the red dragon tyrant was surrounded by the 8 sect masters. Faced with the fierce power of the 8 people, the red dragon tyrant suddenly had the idea of getting back in. Chapter 239 A shocking battle between two worlds. The 8 sect masters can be said to be the strongest in the world of earthly immortals. Although the red dragon tyrant and the red dragon abyss is huge, its strength is not much different from that of an ordinary great wizard. It is because of its geographical advantage that it has been able to fight with a great wizard Blanchard of the kingdom of Lorendon. But at this moment, he is not facing a great wizard. Instead, he is facing 8 earthly immortal Taoist priests who are stronger than ordinary great wizards. 1 versus 8, how can you let the red dragon tyrant win? In a fierce battle, the red dragon tyrant was quickly defeated and was captured by the leaders of the 8 major sects. They jointly interrogated him for all kinds of information he knew, including the most important method of leaving the star realm. After losing its value, it was directly dismembered and divided up by the 9 major sects. In the eyes of the leaders of the 9 major sects, the red dragon tyrant is a star realm monster of such a large size, and it is a monster with treasures all over its body. It is most suitable to use its flesh and blood spirit to refine their own spiritual space. So when they saw the red dragon tyrant, they had no intention of letting him go. The 9 sects did not let go of the red dragon abyss, and plundered it all to fill the spiritual realm of their sects that they had worked so hard to refine. For the spiritual realm of the spiritual veins that were refined, although the red dragon abyss was filled with the power of the star realm that they had never seen before, the basic 5 elements of energy and spiritual energy still existed, and it was still in existence that their spiritual realm space could digest. Like Lu Feng, the 9 sects soon turned the red dragon abyss into ruins. Then, the 9 sects took the Taiyi Palace and left the star realm through the method they had tortured from the red dragon tyrant. In the world outside the space channel, the 10 great wizards of the western region world immediately displayed their magical powers and came here after receiving Blanchard's notification. The great wizards were all clear about the strength of the red dragon tyrant, so they did not hold too much hope. At that time, dragging the enemy into the star realm was just a sudden idea to delay time. All the great wizards present knew that the red dragon abyss could not trap the enemies from the foreign land for too long. As soon as the 10 great wizards arrived here, they immediately began to arrange their own methods together, just to create a battlefield suitable for them. The enemies from foreign lands are terribly strong, but the 10 of them are also the most powerful fighting force in the western regions. If they cannot defeat the enemies from foreign lands here with their careful arrangements, then the western regions will not be able to resist the invasion of foreign lands. Unknowingly, the strongest fighting forces of the western regions and the earthly immortal world are about to start a decisive duel here. However, our protagonist is still leisurely fishing on the sea god island. It was not until a month after the war that Lu Feng, who was nestling on the sea god island, received the information collected by his pirates. In the kingdom of Larenton, a shocking battle occurred on the island of Hongye. The wind and clouds changed color, the earth was broken, and 1/3 of the land of Hongye Island was broken in the battle. Hearing this news, Feng couldn't help but take a breath. The great wizard of the western region and the 9 sects of the earthly immortal world can actually make such a big fuss. It's really amazing. I just don't know what the result of this battle will be. Who will win or lose? But no matter what, this battle should be able to affect the situation of the earthly immortal world and the western region. Feng regretted that he didn't notice the arrival of this battle in time, otherwise he would have sent a fire dragon Taoist soldier or a puppet to the battlefield to watch the battle. It was impossible to participate in the battle. He had no relatives or friends with either side, so there was no need to participate in it. It would not be good to help anyone. But watching the battle, understanding the battle form, or staring at a lone attacker, are all good choices. What a pity. If you miss this battle, you don't know when the next one will be. According to Feng's speculation, this battle may involve all 9 sects of the earthly immortal world. According to the time calculation, the time when the battle occurred should be just after the 8 sects met at a temple and found a space channel leading to the western region in the Golden Sand Sea. The Day Temple was destroyed by the Kingdom of Larenton, and it should have been at the same time as the 8 major sects that arrived. If so, if they were evenly matched with the 8 major sects, I'm afraid all 10 great wizards from the western regions would have participated in it. The masters of the 2 worlds all participated in this battle. What Feng is most curious about now is that after this battle, several masters from both sides fell. In such a fierce battle, it would be unreasonable if several people from both sides did not die. However, no matter which side suffered casualties, it would be of great benefit to Feng. The more strong people died, the freer Feng could be. Feng called Redbeard, Shark, Viking Pirate King, Novi Mage and others, and said with a smile, "You have been resting on Poseidon Island for a long time, and it is time to go out for a walk. Now that the 10 great mages are being beaten by foreign enemies, you can also show the world the reputation of Poseidon. From now on, you are no longer pirates, but believers of the goddess of the sea. You gallop across the ocean only to spread the reputation of the goddess of the sea." "Yes, sir." The pirates took the order and left. Feng also invited Elliot out of King Mu's spirit realm and let her sit in Poseidon Island. Elliot, the goddess of the sea, is essentially the goddess of the sea in the western regions. Now returning to Poseidon Island, Elliot discovered that she could actually communicate with the oceans of the western regions and exert a lot of the power of the goddess of the sea. Elliot listened to Feng's order and sent the blessings of the goddess of the sea to the pirate kings. With the protection of Elliot, the goddess of the sea, the pirates transformed themselves and became the spokespersons for spreading the faith of the goddess of the sea. Pirates have no future. Feng does not need them to rob ships to make a living. He only regards them as a sea army in his hands to provide him with combat power at sea. The sea breezes leisurely beside the Poseidon Island. The pirate ship unloaded the pirate flag that frightened the sea ships, replaced it with the emblem of the goddess of the sea, and set sail again. They are going to various seaside cities to promote the reputation of the goddess of the sea. Feng sent everyone away, stretched out his figure, and disappeared on the spot. After consuming some magic stones, Feng used the star bridge and returned directly to Voris City through the star realm. Voris City is still busy today, but unlike the usual busyness, it is a little more flustered. Going around a house surrounded by security guards and spectators on the roadside, the air on the road was mixed with a faint smell of blood, which made Gross frown. As a student of the inner courtyard of White Oak University, Gross began to practice magic. He was exposed to extraordinary power and keenly felt the strangeness in Voris City. The shocking battle that took place on Hongye Island a few days ago, did it eventually affect the city of Voris? I wonder if the great wizard Blanchard and the tower participated in that battle. Thinking of this, Grolls inexplicably thought of the adult who had stayed in his house for a few days. Could that adult also be an enemy from a foreign land? With the occurrence of the shocking battle, the news of the invasion of foreign lands in the earthly immortal world slowly spread among the wizard class. The cultivation method that was completely different from the cultivation of wizards, as well as the ability of that adult to appear and disappear mysteriously, made it difficult for Grolls not to have doubts in his heart. However, fortunately, that adult had left, and Grolls was not worried that that adult would cause trouble to him. The only thing that made him a little difficult to decide was that he had been practicing the cultivation method given to him by that adult, the King Mu Chang Sheng Jing. After all, this was a method from a foreign land. If the King Mu Chang Sheng Jing he practiced was discovered by other wizards, Grals could already imagine his miserable end. However, even if there was danger, Grals was still unwilling to give up the practice of King Mu Chang Sheng Jing. Because the magic power cultivated by the King Mu Chang Sheng Sutra is so effective in nourishing the body and strengthening vitality. If it weren't for the King Mu Chang Sheng Sutra, Grals knew that he would never have achieved his current achievements. He had no money and no power, and he couldn't even afford the medicine he usually used. Without the King Mu Chang Sheng Sutra, he would have become the last one in the inner courtyard, and he didn't know when he would be kicked out of the inner courtyard. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Grals sighed and pushed open the door. The next moment, his eyes widened directly. After a slight stun, he walked into the house calmly and closed the door. Big master, you are back. After closing the door, Grals looked at the familiar figure in the house and said excitedly and tremblingly. Under the yellow light, Lu Feng picked up the tea and smiled gently at Grals. We meet again. Grals. The next day, Grals got up from the bed. Get up, have breakfast, and go to the inner courtyard. Walking in the inner courtyard of White Oak University, the place closest to the Archmage Tower, Grals always felt that he had forgotten something. After he passed through a magic circle protecting the inner courtyard, a grain of gravel the size of a rice grain rolled down from Grals's trouser leg and fell into the grass on the side of the road. Grals, however, knew nothing about this. With Grals's guidance, Lu Feng controlled the tiny spiritual realm where he was hiding and broke through the protective magic circle that enveloped the Archmage. Originally, Lu Feng wanted to test the Archmage Tower of Archmage Blanchard first, but the Archmage Tower of Archmage was similar to the Wizard Tower of Wizards. They were all bases built with a lot of effort and resources. In the Archmage Tower, the Archmage of the Western world could also exert stronger strength. Lu Feng also had the ability to forcibly break through the protective magic circle, but it was easy to alert the enemy. What if he was caught by Archmage Blanchard before he got the benefits? Lu Feng could not bear this loss. It seemed that something had happened, and Blanchard's Archmage Tower was under martial law. There were obviously more wizards guarding the area, and every patrolling wizard had a heavy face, as gloomy as water. Just by looking at the faces of these wizards, Lu Feng knew that Archmage Blanchard was probably not in a very good condition at this time. After the battle, even if he was lucky enough not to die, he should have been seriously injured. However, this situation was just right for Lu Feng. Just as Lu Feng commented on the sea god Neptune, a living wizard is often more valuable than a dead one. With the help of the King Mu spirit realm and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, Lu Feng hid in the tiny spirit realm and quickly sneaked into the Archmage Tower. The guards in the Archmage Tower were even stricter. In addition to the patrolling wizards, there were also a large number of astral monsters with powerful auras patrolling with the wizards, for fear of missing any corner and letting the enemy sneak in. The guards are a bit strict. It seems that the ordinary infiltration method is not enough. We have to use some tricks. Looking at the heavily guarded Archmage Tower, Lu Feng chuckled, and then a star monster was released one after another. Abyssal demon worms, fish monsters, sea beasts, demon fish. During the days when he lived on the Sea God Island, Lu Feng had nothing to do, so he also captured a lot of star monsters from the nearby star realms and filled them into the small star realm. At this time, the useful ones were left behind, and the less useful star monsters were all thrown out of the small star realm by Lu Feng, making them cannon fodder to attack the defense line inside the Grand Mage Tower. It's time for you to shine. Lu Feng looked at the chaos in the Grand Mage Tower and smiled. Enemy attack. Don't panic. After a brief panic, under the command of a night watchman mage, the mage guards in the Grand Mage Tower led the star monsters around them and began to encircle and suppress the cannon fodder released by Lu Feng. The number of star monsters released by Lu Feng was not small, but they were generally not strong. It was okay to cause some chaos with a sudden attack, but it was impossible to let these cannon fodder open a gap in the Grand Mage Tower. The chaos caused by the cannon fodder was quickly eliminated by the mages, but the vigilance in the Mage Tower was even stricter. Everyone was alert and began a carpet search. The head of the Night Watch, who was responsible for guarding the wizard Dill, was like crazy, using his mental power to scan every place where the enemy might hide, vowing to find the enemy who sneaked into the Grand Wizard's tower. Wizard Dale knew in his heart that the Grand Wizard Blanchard was at a critical moment and could not withstand the harassment of the enemy. The Lu Feng that Wizard Dale was frantically searching for had quietly broken through the Grand Wizard's formation and reached the upper floors of the Grand Wizard's tower. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings were too useful in places full of magic arrays. The white roots stretched out lightly, and any magic array composed of energy could not stop the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. They were silently penetrated by the roots, and the tiny spiritual realm containing Lu Feng was sent to the next level through the gaps drilled by the roots. It should be here. The energy concentration is the highest in the entire wizard tower. This must be the hiding place of Archmage Blanchard. After observing and verifying the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, Lu Feng quickly found the location of Archmage Blanchard in the Archmage Tower. Looking at the room in front of him, Lu Feng did not enter directly, but took out a wizard's secret treasure from the Kingmu spirit realm. A second-level top-level magic bomb, one worth 300,000 magic stones, although it is a bit wasteful, but if it can kill a great wizard, it is worth it. Lu Feng smiled and stuck a high-end item from the wizard world on the door of the room where Archmage Blanchard was. Art is explosion, let me blow it up. Chapter 240, Battle with Archmage Blanchard. After installing the surprise for Archmage Blanchard, Lu Feng chose a suitable location to hide the tiny spiritual realm where he was hiding. In order to avoid being splashed with dust by the aftermath of the surprise explosion. A moment later, there was a boom and the entire Archmage Tower trembled. The entire Archmage Tower heard the violent explosion and saw a huge hole in the middle and upper part of the Archmage Tower in the explosion. Black smoke and flames rolled out from the hole. The disaster is coming. Outside the Archmage Tower, whether it was ordinary people or extraordinary people with power, after seeing the explosion in the Archmage Tower, the same thought emerged in their hearts. It felt like the sky was about to fall. Archmage Blanchard was the sky of Vora City. Now, something happened to the Archmage Tower, giving people a feeling that the sky was falling. Many people in the city were panicked, but many people were also ready to move in secret. Where there are interests, there are naturally disputes. In the past, Archmage Blanchard suppressed everything with absolute strength, but now the foreign invasion has arrived and the Archmage Tower has been attacked. Archmage Blanchard may not be able to protect himself. Some ambitious guys in the city naturally want to fish in troubled waters and get a share of the benefits from the chaotic Vora City. However, they are just observing in secret and not taking direct action. Because it is not the right time, no one can be sure of Archmage Blanchard's current state, and no one wants to be the first to stand out. At this time, in the Archmage Tower, flames were blazing and black smoke was everywhere. In addition to the initial explosion power, the subsequent surprises that Lu Feng had placed more emphasis on were the continuous damage of the flames, the visual interference of the black smoke, and the poisonous gas attack. The guarding mages in the Archmage Tower immediately followed the sound, but were blocked by the fire and black smoke, and could not see the situation in the room where Archmage Blanchard was for a while. However, before the guarding mages cast spells to put out the fire, a powerful mental force spread out from the room. In an instant, the black smoke and flames produced by the surprise bomb detonated by Lu Feng were all driven away by this powerful mental force. The flames and black smoke dissipated, and the Archmage Blanchard walked out of the room with an angry face. "My lord, are you okay?" "Teacher, you." Seeing the Archmage Blanchard appear, all the mages present were happy to care about the Archmage. The Archmage is their sky. Seeing that the Archmage is safe, their sky has not collapsed. Blanchard walked out of the room, and his powerful mental force expanded, scanning the entire Archmage Tower, intending to pull out the enemy from the Mage Tower. "Master, this Archmage is injured and his breath is unstable. If we attack by surprise, we have a 70% chance of winning." Lu Feng, who was shrinking in the tiny spiritual realm, saw the Archmage Blanchard appear, and his face was happy. She quickly reminded Lu Feng. Although the great wizard who showed up had an amazing aura and extremely strong mental power, the goddess of the sea, Elio, saw his weakness from Blanchard. Blanchard's disguise skills were only to deceive those who were weaker than him. Facing opponents of the same level, this disguise was not enough. 70% winning rate, high enough, you can do it. Hearing Elio's words, Lu Feng's face lit up, and without saying a word, he activated the micro-spiritual realm to release the Death Mantis and the goddess of the sea, Elio. "Take advantage of your illness to kill you." When it comes to fighting, Lu Feng never hesitates. As soon as Blanchard's mental power scanned the place where Lu Feng was hiding in the micro-spiritual realm, a beautiful woman with a blue ponytail appeared out of thin air. As soon as Elio walked out of the micro-spiritual realm, he waved the trident of the sea god in his hand without saying a word. Wrath of Poseidon. The azure power of Poseidon was aroused, immediately affecting the water elements in the air, condensing into a huge ocean vortex that directly enveloped the place where Blanchard was, and all the mages around him. Elio knew that his own strength was slightly worse than that of the Archmage, so when he attacked, he directly launched a large-scale attack, not seeking to injure Archmage Blanchard, but only to distract Archmage Blanchard's attention, disrupt his vision, and create opportunities for the Master and the Death Mantis to attack. As Poseidon, Elio exerted the power of the ocean very quickly. The ocean vortex formed around the guarding mages almost the moment she appeared. The water vapor contaminated with the power of Poseidon instantly condensed into an extremely sharp water blade, spinning and cutting towards Blanchard's men. In just a moment, the place covered by the whirlpool of Poseidon's wrath was covered by a cloud of scarlet blood mist. Many mages who did not have time to hold up the defensive spell were directly cut into pieces by the rotating sharp water blades. After being crushed in the whirlpool, they continued to attack the people around them. In one wave, at least nearly 100 low-level mages were killed or injured, and countless astral monsters died in the whirlpool of seawater. Many middle and high-level mages who reacted barely held up the protective spell, but they also struggled to support under the attack of the water blade of Poseidon's wrath. After all, the gap between the two sides is too big. Devil, you dare! Seeing the miserable state of his mages, Archmage Blanchard roared, and hurriedly held up the protective spell to resist Poseidon's wrath, and by the way, protected the surviving middle and high-level mages behind him. These mages are all his elites. If they all died in Elio's hands, then his Archmage Tower of Blanchard would become an empty shell. Of course, the Archmage Blanchard was not willing to suffer a loss. While protecting his mages, he also used his own unique skills and activated his own mental labyrinth. In an instant, a steam city that stretched as far as the eye could see broke free from the starry sky and emerged in front of the world. At the same time, the entire Archmage Tower also shone with countless lights, reflecting Blanchard's steam city, as if welcoming the arrival of the steam city. Devil, the stupidest thing you did was to sneak into my Archmage Tower. The Archmage is always the strongest when he stays in his own Archmage Tower. Blanchard looked at Elio, who was still casting with disdain. Under his gaze, Elio's face suddenly changed. The arrival of the steam city made everything around seem to reject Elio's existence. Even the water vapor that was closest to her in the world showed a kind of laziness within the scope of the steam city. In this case, casting the same power of Poseidon's wrath now consumes more of Elio's divine power than before. You know, she is the goddess of the sea. It's incredible. While Elio looked grim, Lu Feng's eyes sparkled as he observed the steam city of the mind labyrinth of the great wizard Blanchard. Lu Feng saw something familiar in Blanchard's steam city. Wasn't this huge steam city the astral space that he had knocked down several times? It turned out that the mind labyrinth of the great wizard was developed into a huge astral space after cultivation. This is somewhat similar to the cultivation method of the earthly immortals. The mind labyrinth and the astral space, when developed to the end, are probably a practice of becoming real, and develop into a real space with matter and living things. In Lu Feng's opinion, the cultivation method of the Western region wizard is a good idea. Steady development can lead to a new world. However, even though Blanchard has the strength of a great wizard, he still hasn't made his mind labyrinth real. He still needs the help of external objects, such as the Great Wizard Tower, to appear in the world and completely affect the surface world. However, the earthly immortal Deo completed the construction of material space and generated a spiritual realm that can store goods in the first step of entering the Deo. In comparison, the Western region wizard's methods are far inferior to the earthly immortal methods. While Lu Feng was spying on Blanchard's mental maze, he also quickly found a breakthrough to deal with Blanchard. If you are in a state of complete victory and have the cooperation of the Grand Mage Tower, I will of course retreat, but now it's different. In the previous shocking battle on Kadia Island, although Blanchard escaped unscathed, he still suffered a lot of injuries in the battle. After all, the sect leaders of the earthly immortal world are really fierce. They all have a mature spiritual realm in their bodies to provide support, and their combat performance is far more powerful than that of the Grand Mage without the support of the Grand Mage Tower. 9 Earthly Immortal Deo vs 10 Grand Mages. The Earthly Immortal Deo still suppressed the Grand Mage of the Western region. After a battle, 3 Grand Mages of the Western region fell and 4 were seriously injured. However, only 1 person from the 9 sects of the Earthly Immortals died, and 2 were seriously injured. Even the body of the unlucky Lotus sect leader was taken back by the remaining people, and the mental labyrinths of the 3 fallen Great Mages were taken back to the Earthly Immortals by the 9 sects. That battle was extremely tragic. Although Blanchard was not seriously injured in that earth-shattering battle, the steam of his mental labyrinth still damaged 1/3 of the area. The mental labyrinth is closely related to the mage, and the damage to the mental labyrinth also affected Blanchard's strength. Lu Feng saw Blanchard's flaw, and he had just strolled around the Great Mage Tower and arranged a lot of backup plans. At this time, Blanchard showed all his strength, and Lu Feng naturally had to reveal some of his own cards. So Lu Feng stopped hiding and emerged from the tiny spiritual realm in the appearance of the Great River Temple's Heartsea Master. He imitated the voice of the Heartsea Master and sneered, "Great Master Blanchard, what a resounding name. Unfortunately, after today, your fame will only exist in history." Hehe. The appearance of the Heartsea Master, a high-level monk, coupled with Lu Feng's laughter, made people feel as if they were seeing a demon monk. Blanchard's heart trembled when he saw him. "Didn't you return to the foreign land with those people injured?" Blanchard had fought with the Great River Temple's Heartsea Master many times, and was quite familiar with this foreign bald monk. He also knew that the strength of the Heartsea Master was much stronger than his own. At this time, Blanchard was injured, and he felt that he had little chance of winning against the Heartsea Master. Lu Feng did not respond to Blanchard's words. The 5-element spiritual veins took root between heaven and earth, competing with the Steam City for control of heaven and earth. He spread his hands, and the 5 elements' power circulated and mutually generated and restrained each other. Between the generation and restrained, a gray energy that destroyed everything and annihilated everything appeared again between heaven and earth. Under Lu Feng's control, it rushed directly to Blanchard's Steam City. 5 elements reversal, annihilation. Using the power of the 5 elements reversal again, Lu Feng was more skilled, and he did not need the assistance of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to perform it quickly. The gray energy that annihilated everything appeared, and the great wizard Blanchard's eyebrows jumped. This terrifying power seemed to be a move that the Heartsea Wizard had never used last time. In that shocking battle, the Heartsea Wizard actually had something hidden? However, as the power of annihilation approached, Blanchard did not have the mind to think about it anymore, and hurriedly urged his Steam City to launch a counterattack. In the Steam City, steam boilers were blazing, and countless star energy was sent into the steel pipes as the steam boilers burned. Star energy circulated in the Steam City, and ferocious steam cannons raised their barrels and released powerful attacks towards the sky. Metal shells that covered the sky flew out of the barrels and fired at Lu Feng's annihilation attack. Each of these metal shells had the power of an intermediate mage, and at this time, it was like a violent storm, violently counterattacking Lu Feng's attack. Rumble. Continuous explosions were the metal shells colliding with the power of annihilation, causing fierce collisions and friction. The power of annihilation was extremely powerful, and at the moment of collision, it annihilated and swallowed the metal shells carrying terrifying kinetic energy. But there were too many metal shells counterattacked by the Steam City, and the power of annihilation destroyed a large part of the metal shells, but some attacks still broke through the power of annihilation and flew towards Lu Feng and Elio. Before Elio could do anything, a burst of 5-color light surged around Lu Feng, and in an instant it turned into a 5-color canopy standing above Lu Feng and Elio's heads, hanging down brilliant 5-color light to block the remaining attacks for the two. At the same time, it absorbed a lot of annihilation power from the metal shells, and its size expanded a lot. Although it moved a lot slower due to the obstruction of the metal shells, it had already unwaveringly rushed towards Blanchard's Steam City. The annihilation power born from the reversal of the 5 elements could not be easily offset by ordinary attacks. Don't you see, the sea god Neptune was seriously injured when he rushed out of the annihilation power, and even if he didn't die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Blanchard's delusion of using a simple attack to offset the power of annihilation was simply wishful thinking. How could this be? Blanchard was also frightened by the horror of Lu Feng's move. His spiritual sense in his heart frantically warned him that if the enlarged annihilation power fell into his Steam City, Blanchard felt that he was doomed. It can't be like this. Blanchard roared in his heart, and then his eyes sparkled, and the great wizard tower under him also had a terrifying wave as Blanchard urged. Lu Feng felt that under the influence of the Archmage Tower, the power of the entire city of Voris, as well as the power of the surrounding large areas, were gathered together by the Archmage Tower. Chapter 241, The Great Master Falls, All the Loot is Lost. The Archmage Tower is not an ordinary building. After it was built, it has been deeply bound to the earth veins of Voris city within 1,000 miles. At this time, the Archmage Tower, after being urged by Blanchard, directly called on the power of the entire Voris city. With the support of the Archmage Tower, Blanchard's mental maze steam city became real at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a trance, Lu Feng felt like a steam city was crushing him. The scale of the steam city is even larger than his Kingmu spirit realm. At this time, with the power of a city added, Archmage Blanchard's momentum suddenly became several times stronger. Then he urged the steam city to launch an attack, and the power increased suddenly. The metal shells flew over with a bang. The shells were larger and had stronger kinetic energy. They hit the gray mist formed by the annihilation force, and the size of the gray mist was constantly reduced. When the annihilation force broke through many obstacles and flew over the steam city, there was little left, and it was completely wiped out in the subsequent attacks of the steam city. Good tricks. Lu Feng sighed. The five-colored canopy around him was shaking under Blanchard's attack, but at this time Lu Feng was not panicked at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Blanchard, I have been prepared for this move of yours. The Archmage Tower is powerful, don't I know that? Blanchard frowned when he saw Lu Feng still smiling under his attack. Does he have any backup plan? No, his target is the Archmage Tower. Blanchard reacted, but it was too late. When he activated the Archmage Tower, Lu Feng had already activated his backup plan. When Blanchard activated the Archmage Tower to the extreme and made his steam city solid, Lu Feng's mind moved, and suddenly there was a roar from the Archmage Tower under them. The roars were accompanied by the wailing of many mages in the tower, and a huge green tree suddenly expanded from the center of the Archmage Tower. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings that had long been placed in the Archmage Tower by Lu Feng, after getting Lu Feng's permission, stretched out their branches and roots to their heart's content. Wherever they passed, the energy flowing in the Archmage Tower seemed to have encountered a black hole and was completely swallowed up by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. At this moment, the Archmage Tower gathered the power of the entire city of Voris, which could make Blanchard's mind maze change from virtual to real, and it was also an extremely delicious food for the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings devoured it, and they felt refreshed both physically and mentally. As for the protection that Blanchard arranged in the Archmage Tower, it was even more useless for the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. No matter what kind of protection measures, they cannot be constructed without energy. And energy is nothing more than food for the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. The more they are arranged, the more excited the energy-absorbing ancient tree is. Almost in the blink of an eye, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings have already spread in the Archmage Tower, and the power gathered by the entire Archmage Tower has been intercepted by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. No! Blanchard screamed in despair. After losing the power of the Archmage Tower, his steam city became illusory at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his power also declined with the changes in the steam city. Without the power of the Archmage Tower, Blanchard wanted to retreat. However, at this point, how could Lu Feng let him go? At the moment when Blanchard's momentum declined, the attacks arranged by Lu Feng had already followed. Beside him, Elio's long-awaited attack of Poseidon's Wrath had already been launched. The attack triggered by the power of the ocean made Blanchard very embarrassed and also attracted Blanchard's attention. At the same time, the death mantis hidden in the nearby void also showed its figure. As soon as it attacked, the energy furnace in the death mantis's body had been activated to the extreme, and it directly turned into a black shadow and passed in front of the Archmage Blanchard. Death Harvest. The death mantis, which had exerted its attack to the extreme, did not give Blanchard a chance to struggle. A flash of black cold light, and the body of the great wizard Blanchard shattered. No, I won't give up. Blanchard's body was shattered, and his broken soul still wanted to struggle, wanting to throw himself into the steam city and survive for a while, but how could Lu Feng give him a chance? With a move of his body, he had already flown to the residual soul of Blanchard, and with a flash of five-colored light in his hand, he was about to capture the residual soul of Blanchard. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time." Blanchard noticed Lu Feng's idea of enslaving him. The residual soul roared, and the mental power gathered to continue to attack Lu Feng. Unfortunately, his remaining soul was too weak, and the impact on Lu Feng's mind only made Lu Feng a little dazed, and then it all dissipated. "What a pity, it's so easy to die," Lu Feng said with regret. Blanchard, a great wizard, can also be regarded as a hero of the era. He is determined and unwilling to be enslaved by him. Otherwise, even if it is a residual soul, Lu Feng can still squeeze some benefits. With Blanchard's death, the steam city that belonged to Blanchard in the sky above the Archmage Tower also lost its core support due to Blanchard's death and began to disintegrate from the edge of the city. A large amount of astral mist continued to erode the border of the steam city, trying to drag the steam into the astral world. If no one cared, the steam city that fell into the astral world would probably lose most of itself in the erosion of the astral world in a short time. In the end, there was still a remnant that resisted the erosion of the astral world and became an existence similar to the astral space. It existed in the astral world for a long time and became a gathering place for astral monsters. However, Lu Feng had no intention of letting go of such a large astral city. The steam city had been cultivated by Blanchard until now, and a great mage had invested his life's hard work in it. Its value was inestimable. Archmage Blanchard was not caught, but the value of the steam city was just enough to make Lu Feng's trip worthwhile. Lu Feng summoned a large number of villagers from the Kingmu spirit realm and ordered Elio to lead the villagers to take over Voris City, while he took the seedling of the energy-absorbing ancient tree to catch up with the steam city that was sinking into the star realm. One man and one tree worked together to prepare to empty the steam city before it completely collapsed. As soon as the seedling of the energy-absorbing ancient tree fell into the steam city, it began to take root in the land of the steam city and devour the core energy of this mind maze. Lu Feng, on the other hand, urged the power of the Kingmu spirit realm to move all the steam factories on the surface of the steam city and the star monsters that Blanchard had enslaved as workers to the small star realm of the spirit realm. The death of the great wizard immediately caused chaos in the entire Voris city. For the residents living in Voris city, their sky really fell. All the residents of Voris city who had some knowledge or some strength immediately dragged their families and began to flee Voris city. Seeing the battle just now, it was obvious that the foreign enemies had attacked and killed the great wizard. If they didn't run now, when would they run? When the foreign natives occupied Voris city, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Of course, there were some brainless idiots among them, shouting that the sky was falling and starting to do evil in the city. Anyway, the sky was falling and they were all going to die, so they might as well be free and easy before they died, which was also considered to be living a happy life. However, these evildoers soon received retribution. The goddess of the sea, Elio, stood above Voris city. The villagers sent by Lu Feng quickly controlled Voris city according to the instructions of the goddess. Lu Feng's villagers were all powerful. In such a chaotic situation, it was the fastest and most convenient to suppress them directly by force. As for those who wanted to escape, they were also stopped by the villagers and rushed back to Voris city. After a day, after Lu Feng had completely devoured Blanchard's mind maze, Voris city had temporarily restored order under Elio's rule. Although Voris city was a little depressed under Elio's rule and not as busy as before, it had stabilized. After stabilizing, Lu Feng did not plan to stay in Voris city permanently. The killing of the great wizard Blanchard made a big noise this time. After the news spread out of Voris city, Lu Feng estimated that he would become the target of defense for everyone in the Western region world and the earthly immortal world. After all, no one wanted to have an enemy who threatened their lives when the two worlds were fighting. Therefore, after the order in Voris city stabilized a little, Lu Feng directly carried out a carpet-style looting of Voris city. All useful resources and knowledge were plundered by the villagers under his command and packed away. Even the people in Voris city were not spared by Lu Feng. During the sweep, all the extraordinary people he met were captured by Lu Feng and taken into the Kingmu spirit realm. Although Voris city is not small, the number of extraordinary people plundered by Lu Feng is not large, and there are only more than 2,000 people with the strength of wizard apprentices or above. The Western region's world is similar to the earthly immortal world, and it is not a very rich world. The reason why there are so many extraordinary people in Voris city is that Voris city, as the economic center of the kingdom of Lorendon, has siphoned these extraordinary people from the entire country. When the Archmage Tower was violently demolished, hundreds of people died. It was already good to have so many left. On the third day after the death of Archmage Blanchard, when the spies sent by various forces to Vora's city arrived, Lu Feng had already run away with the money, leaving behind a hallowed-out Vora's city. When the king of the kingdom of Lorendon heard the news, his brain twitched and he fainted on the throne. The kingdom of Lorendon is going to be destroyed. Archmage is the foundation of a country. When Archmage dies, without a strong man to take charge, no one in the western regions will let go of such a large piece of fat meat without an owner. When the news reached the ears of several other archmages in the western regions world, these archmages who escaped from the shocking battle were frightened. From the information they learned, Blanchard died at the hands of a foreign warrior. Break through the Archmage tower and kill the Archmage. Such a terrifying strength made them feel insecure for a while, and they dared not leave their Archmage tower at all. Those who are capable are constantly reinforcing their Archmage towers, and at the same time they are more careful about the people in the Archmage towers. Some have to use mental power to scan several times a day to prevent their Archmage towers from being infiltrated by the enemy. As for huddling together for warmth, the remaining archmages in the western regions dare not gather together. There are many contradictions among the archmages. While they are afraid of the strong men in the earthly immortal world, they are also afraid of their own people, especially those archmages who have been injured. They dare not expose themselves to their own people, for fear of being robbed by their own people. On the other hand, the 9 major sects in the earthly immortal world also received the news of the fall of the Archmage of the Kingdom of Lorendon. After discussing it, they decided to take the initiative and directly descend on the capital of the Kingdom of Lorendon. Without the Great Master's guard, the strength of the Kingdom of Lorendon was really not enough. After the 9 sects of earthly immortals descended on the capital, the 9 sects did not spend much effort to persuade the royal family of the Kingdom of Lorendon and took over the Kingdom of Lorendon. After taking over the Kingdom of Lorendon, the 9 sects directly delegated their disciples to rule the Kingdom of Lorendon. For the 9 sects, the population of the Kingdom of Lorendon can provide them with incense and vows, and the fertile land can provide resources for their spiritual realm cultivation. Just like they ruled the 9 states of the Great Zhuan dynasty, they took over the Kingdom of Lorendon, but they just showed the set of methods that had been used skillfully on the land of the Great Zhuan dynasty again. Although the western regions are a different world, the people of the western regions are also people, and they are also a group of leeks that can be harvested continuously. The 9 sects that took over the Kingdom of Lorendon are old farmers who grow leeks. Planting leeks and cutting leeks are their professions. After taking over the Kingdom of Lorendon, the 9 sects not only consolidated their rule, but also did not forget the entire western region's world. Their goal has never been to gain a piece of land or two, but the whole world. It turned out that the 9 major sects in the earthly immortal world ate the leftovers of the Kingdom of Lorendon. The western regions are really useless. Judging from this situation, the remaining few great wizards in the western regions will probably fall in the kingly attack of the 9 major sects in a short time. Lu Feng, who had already left Vora City and found a place to hide, quickly learned about the changes in the Kingdom of Lorendon through the backup plan he left behind. The reaction speed of the 9 major sects in the earthly immortal world made Lu Feng astonished, and the fragility of the western regions also made Lu Feng shake his head. The essence of the Kingdom of Lorendon is basically in Vora City. After Lu Feng plundered it, he was no longer interested in the remaining things in the Kingdom of Lorendon. It takes time and effort to rule a country and collect incense and vows, and Lu Feng doesn't even look down on such a little hard labor money. After he got the accumulation of a great wizard and all the resources of an economic city, Lu Feng also saw more good things from the accumulation of the great wizard. In the western regions, apart from the great wizard, the only valuable thing is the star realm. In the land of the Kingdom of Lorendon, there are also several astral spaces of great value. In addition to the Red Dragon Abyss on Kadia Island, which has been completely devoured by the 9 major sects of the earthly immortal world, there is also the Fairy Lake on Kadia Island. Chapter 242 Sweeping the Star Realms of All Nations, the 5-element spirit veins transform. Legend has it that when Barbatus, the first king of the Kingdom of Lorendon, ascended the throne, in order to consolidate his throne, Barbatus sent his men to find a divine artifact that could stabilize the throne. Under the guidance of Merlin, the most powerful wizard in the Kingdom of Lorendon, Barbatus came to the lake and was presented with the artifact Sword of Promise and Victory by the fairy in the lake, Vivian. With the help of the artifact Sword of Promise and Victory, Barbatus ruled the Kingdom of Lorendon for 100 years, making the Kingdom of Lorendon from weak to strong and becoming one of the powerful countries that can be ranked in the forefront of the Western region. Lu Feng found the beginning and end of the legend of this kingdom in the information he read in the Grand Wizard Tower of Blanchard. The fairy lake does exist. The fairy lake was once beautiful and full of vitality, but under the erosion of time, the fairy lake has now degenerated into filthy space in the star world. The beautiful fairy in the lake also degenerated into a decayed lake monster. The lake monster had no eyes, a hateful face, and an ugly appearance. Lu Feng naturally did not go there for the legend of the fairy lake. He only went for the fairy lake star realm itself. After swallowing several star realms in a row, Lu Feng tasted the sweetness. The star realm was originally a special space born from the spiritual power of the creatures in the western region for thousands of years. In addition to the terrifying star realm monsters and absurd star realm phenomena in the star realm, there is also the huge energy contained in it as the star realm space itself. With the help of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, all energy is the growth of Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm. Devouring one star realm space after another, not only the small star realms in the spirit realm are growing, but the Kingmu spirit realm is also constantly developing under the sufficient energy provided by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. The energy provided by a star realm space can save Lu Feng 2 or 3 months of magic stone consumption. In addition to the daily work in the wizard world, Lu Feng can also come to the western regions to devour some astral space, earn some extra money, and accelerate the growth of Kingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng really can't find a reason to refuse. Every bit of growth in Kingmu spirit realm and every bit of improvement in strength are real and pleasing. Lu Feng feels that he can only feel a little safe if he cultivates the 5 spiritual veins in Kingmu spirit realm to human level upper grade as soon as possible and improves his strength to the point where he can fight against a 3rd level wizard. Now, although he can kill the Archmage Blanchard in a sneak attack, this is not entirely his own strength. It mainly relies on the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings arranged in advance and the Death Mantis puppet that is fully activated. Lu Feng is not afraid of borrowing external objects, but after all, it is safer and more reliable to improve his own strength. Coming to the north of the Kingdom of Lorendon, Lu Feng followed the records in the classics in the Archmage Tower and quickly located the astral space of the fairy lake in the surface world. Star Bridge, start. Although the fairies in the lake were a bit disgusting, it did not prevent Lu Feng from humanely destroying and plundering them. After a not too intense battle, Lu Feng successfully eliminated the resistance in the star space of the fairy lake, and then the process of swallowing was well received. It took Lu Feng a day to swallow the star space of the fairy lake, and the 5 elements of the spirit veins in the Kingmu spirit realm also increased a lot with the contribution of the star space. After swallowing the star space of the fairy lake, Lu Feng wandered on the land of the Kingdom of Lorendon. All the star spaces recorded in the Great Master Tower could not escape Lu Feng's patronage. With the help of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, these star spaces all became the nourishment for the growth of the Kingmu spirit realm. Without the star space of the inner world, the phenomenon of star monsters escaping from the inner world and making trouble everywhere on the land of the Kingdom of Lorendon suddenly decreased a lot. Ordinary people in the Kingdom of Lorendon only felt that their lives were much more peaceful than before. Lu Feng's clearing of the star space on the land of the Kingdom of Lorendon can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. The only ones who were affected were probably the extraordinary people in the Kingdom of Lorendon. Without the astral space, many of them began to have problems casting spells. In the western regions, the way of mages is that in the weak apprentice stage of mages, the mental power of the apprentices is weak and not enough to change reality with mental power. The means they usually use to fight the enemy are mostly through rituals, paying a certain mental cost, and then summoning monsters from the astral world to deal with the enemy. Lu Feng's act of clearing the astral world is like cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, sweeping across the mage world of Lorendon. The home of the astral monsters has been robbed by Lu Feng, so how can those mage apprentices summon astral monsters? As for the stage of practicing to the formal mage stage, without the astral space, the efficiency of the mages who practice the mind maze to absorb the power of the astral world to improve their mental power has decreased, and they can't find astral monsters to use as thugs. Strength and future are all gone at once. What a miserable word. However, Lu Feng has no time to care about the bad luck in the magic world of the Kingdom of Lorendon. If you have the guts, come and bite him. The great magicians of the Kingdom of Lorendon died in his hands. These weak Kuns can't hear Lu Feng even if they shout. What's more, when these trivial matters ferment, Lu Feng has already left the kingdom of Lorendon. At this time, the 9 major sects in the world of earthly immortals have already taken over the kingdom of Lorendon. Their subordinates have also begun to enter the major cities of the kingdom of Lorendon and began to colonize and rule the kingdom of Lorendon. As the 9 major sects' power penetrated into the grassroots, Lu Feng didn't want to meet the 9 major sects in the world of earthly immortals, so he just slipped away. The 9 major sects are too strong, and Lu Feng has no capital to compete with them now. He can only bully other weak countries in the western regions first. More than half of the 10 great magicians in the western regions have been killed or injured, and they are weak. Among the 9 sects in the world of earthly immortals, only the Lotus Temple was damaged. Lu Feng knew how to choose between the strong and the weak with his eyes closed. The kingdom of Gaul was separated from the kingdom of Lorendon by a strait. After crossing the strait, Lu Feng came to the land of the kingdom of Gaul. After asking around, he learned that the great wizard of the kingdom of Gaul had fallen. Without the suppression of the great wizard, the lower-class people of the kingdom of Gaul, who had long been full of resentment, immediately broke out in a massive peasant uprising. Once the uprising started, it was out of control and directly corrupted the entire kingdom of Gaul. The people who revolted had achieved brilliant achievements. They broke through the palace of the kingdom of Gaul and sent the current king of the kingdom of Gaul, Louis V, to the Gillidan. What a country that yearns for freedom, but it's a pity that what you fought for was not the fruit of victory, but a new round of oppression with a new skin. Lu Feng walked through the land city of the kingdom of Gaul and found that the quality of life of the Gaul people who had achieved a brilliant victory had not improved much. A group of vampires were already lying on the ordinary Gaul people. Regarding the choice of the people of the kingdom of Gaul, Lu Feng put aside his desire to help others and was willing to respect their fate. Lu Feng did not waste time on ordinary people in the kingdom of Gaul, and directly raided the Grand Mage Tower of the kingdom of Gaul. After the death of the Grand Mage of the kingdom of Gaul, the Grand Mage Tower fell into the hands of the nobles of the kingdom of Gaul. They sent many mages to guard it, but unfortunately none of them had the strength of a Grand Mage. It didn't take Lu Feng much effort to take down the Grand Mage Tower in half an hour, and he gained a lot of useful classics and resources from it. With the classics of the Grand Mage and the guidance of some mages of the kingdom of Gaul, Lu Feng continued to sweep across the star space of the kingdom of Gaul and plunder resources. However, Lu Feng only took down a large star space of the kingdom of Gaul. The 9 major sects of the kingdom of Lorendon, which had just secured the kingdom of Lorendon, soon received intelligence from the kingdom of Gaul and sent the heads of 3 sects to occupy the kingdom of Gaul in advance. Seeing the arrival of his mortal enemy, Lu Feng followed his spiritual feelings and avoided his fellow travelers in the world of earthly immortals from the heart. After grabbing some star space in other places in the kingdom of Gaul, Lu Feng ran away. Without the kingdom of Gaul, there are still the kingdom of Byzantium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and other Western countries. The Western world is so big that Lu Feng is not short of food. A month passed like this. On this day, Lu Feng put away his men and returned to the wizard world. Back to the Green Tower, Lu Feng asked Ms. Natasha for a leave. After arranging the task of refining medicine in the alchemy factory, Lu Feng returned to his residence. Ruling Tower Spirit Irene adjusted the energy supply connected to the training room to the maximum. After Lu Feng relaxed, he went into the training room. Sitting quietly in the training room, Lu Feng cast his eyes into the Kingmu spirit realm. After his hard work day and night, he had enough magic stones to buy 5 elements resources to supply the 5 element spirit veins, and he also devoured a large amount of star space and accumulated sufficient energy. Originally, Lu Feng thought that he would have to wait for 2 or 3 years to upgrade the 5 elements of the Kingmu spirit realm to the upper human level, so as to complete the transformation of the Kingmu spirit realm in himself, and stabilize his strength at the 3rd level wizard realm. However, the Western region world really gave him a surprise. The star space full of energy is undoubtedly a perfect source of energy in the hands of Lu Feng, who has the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Every time a star space is devoured, it saves Lu Feng a lot of magic stone consumption. Although the disappearance of the star space can be regarded as a development that exhausts the pond to catch fish for the Western region world, it is extremely profitable for Lu Feng. Anyway, he is not from the Western region world, so he doesn't need to worry about the future of the Western region world. What's more, he has saved countless ordinary people in the Western region world who were invaded and attacked by star monsters. If you were in a world with merit, it would probably be considered a great merit. Lu Feng has always done good things without leaving his name, so the Western region world doesn't need to thank him. In the selfless dedication of the Western region world, Lu Feng finally survived the last step to the third-level wizard realm. Let's get started. Advance the 5-element spiritual veins as soon as possible, transform the Kingmu spiritual realm, and let me reach the level of a third-level wizard. Only when my strength is consolidated can I compete with the 9 major sects in the earthly immortal world. Moreover, the third level is just the beginning of pursuing a powerful realm. Lu Feng calmed down his good mood and immediately devoted himself to the advancement of the 5 elements, spiritual veins. Under his control, the 5-element spiritual veins, which usually transformed into the 5 elements flags of the 5 directions, also restored to their most primitive state at this time. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Let's get started, let's get promoted. Staring at the 5 spirit veins in the Kingmu spiritual realm, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his mind moved. The 5-element spiritual veins began to transform in sequence from the wood element. The transformation of the wood spiritual veins is very easy. With the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings sitting in the Kingmu spiritual realm, the wood spiritual veins have always been the strongest. These days, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings have eaten and drunk as much as they want, and every meal is good. Their strength has also improved a lot, and the resources fed back to the wood spiritual veins are even more numerous. At this moment, Lu Feng's thoughts moved, and the wood spirit vein completed its transformation in an instant. After the wood spirit vein, Lu Feng chose the water spirit vein. The water spirit vein was strengthened by the ocean rules contributed by the sea god, and its essence was not weak. Now that it has accumulated enough energy, it is also very easy to transform. It took only a few minutes to complete the transformation. Next, according to the 5 elements of life and death, Lu Feng transformed into fire, earth, and gold in turn. These 3 spirit veins were a little weak. When the energy was sufficient, Lu Feng used the water and wood spirit veins to support them, which was easy, but it took more time. It took at least 3 days for each spirit vein to transform. 10 days later, in the training room, Lu Feng's face showed a trace of fatigue. With his unremitting efforts, the remaining 3 spirit veins finally transformed. It's finally over. The 3 spirit veins of fire, earth, and gold are weak in essence. If there are some more treasures, or gods come to selflessly contribute, it would be great to improve the essence of the spirit veins. Lu Feng smiled greedily, knowing that these things are hard to come by. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling was bred by chance, otherwise this kind of sacred tree would never have fallen into Lu Feng's hands. As for the gods, they are even rarer. Lu Feng was lucky to kill a weak and frail god in the western regions. Later, when he searched in other places in the western regions, Lu Feng also focused on the gods in the western regions. Unfortunately, Lu Feng traveled through several countries and followed the religious legends of each country, but he never met a god. Since he killed the sea god and there was a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth mourning together, the remaining gods in the western region seemed to be frightened and hid. In the Holy Roman Empire in the western regions, Lu Feng attacked the Holy See of the Roman Empire. It is said that the Holy See believes in a great god who controls the power of light. Unfortunately, he broke into the star space of the Holy See, and still did not find the god that the Holy See believes in the kingdom of heaven. Lu Feng devoured the heavenly kingdom's starry space, but the god still did not show up. Lu Feng could only admire the god's patience, which was even more patient than a dog, and immediately gave up the idea of continuing to look for the god of light. After emptying the heavenly kingdom and the Holy See, he left in a swagger, leaving behind a group of Holy See staff whose faith collapsed. After praising the god's ability to survive, Lu Feng immediately put these things behind him. The transformation of the 5-element spiritual veins was completed, and he was successfully promoted to the upper human level. The transformation of the 5-element spiritual veins was followed by the changes in the Kingmu spiritual realm. Chapter 243, Kingmu's spiritual realm transforms, and he becomes a third-level wizard. The circulation of the 5 elements and the changes of mutual generation and mutual restraint promoted the growth of Kingmu spirit realm. The 5-element spiritual veins were the foundation of Kingmu spirit realm. At this time, the 5-element spiritual veins were transformed and the quality was upgraded. There was also a lot of movement in Kingmu spirit realm. The impact of the 5-element spiritual veins being upgraded to the upper human level was indeed fierce. Under Lu Feng's gaze, The edge of King Mu's spirit realm was split into chaos by an invisible huge force. The clear air floated up to become the sky, and the turbid air sank down to become the earth. Large tracts of land were born at the edge of King Mu's spirit realm. The energy accumulated in King Mu's spirit realm was quite rich. At this time, when it expanded, the spiritual space expanded rapidly like a balloon. Before the promotion, the radius of King Mu's spirit realm was less than 10 kilometers. But at this time, the radius of the spiritual space during the expansion exceeded 10 kilometers in a few breaths, and reached 20 kilometers after 3 or 4 hours. After 3 days, it barely reached 30 kilometers. At this time, the foundation accumulated in King Mu's spirit realm over the years had been exhausted. In the end, the radius of the spiritual realm space stabilized at 36 kilometers. In the process, the King Mu spiritual realm underwent earth-shaking changes. The people living in the King Mu spiritual realm only felt a tremor in the world. Then, the sky became high and the earth became wide. These days, the spiritual realm space, which had become a little crowded due to the large-scale introduction of human resources from the western regions, has also quickly become open. The newly opened land was barren, but under the nourishment of the 5 elements of the spiritual veins, it was also changing rapidly. The river flowed away, bringing the source of life. The seeds of plants and trees were blown away by the wind, bringing vitality. The spiritual energy of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings blew with the wind, and the barren land was immediately dyed with the green of plants and trees. Animals living in other lands also migrated with the lush plants. It won't be long before the newly added barren land in the spiritual realm will become a fertile land. The village that was originally overcrowded saw the changes in the world, and under the guidance of the village chief and the elders, some villagers separated from the village. Go to the new land to build a new village. In this process, the humans in the western regions and the humans in the earthly immortal world separated and built their own villages. They were not people from the same world, with different cultures and customs. Forcing them to merge together would only increase trouble. Separation just reduced fighting and friction. The humans from the western regions actively learned the earthly immortal law while adapting to life in the King Mu spirit realm. The power of the earthly immortal law and its ability to strengthen the body gave these mages and extraordinary people from the western regions no reason to refuse. Similarly, the villagers under Lu Feng were also actively learning the steam technology of the western regions. Combining steam technology with a ritual refining method of the earthly immortal law, new instruments and machinery were refined. While changing daily life, they were also contributing to the liberation of the villagers' labor. After all, with the assistance of steam-powered machinery, a villager can do more work. The liberated time can allow them to have more time to practice and do what they like. In the King Mu spirit realm, although Lu Feng did not implement high-pressure rule, he also set some rules for the creatures living in it to urge and motivate them to practice. Only those who have a high level of cultivation and make great contributions to the King Mu spirit realm can be favored by Lu Feng and enjoy more benefits in resource treatment. It is not advisable to pursue equality blindly. Only in competition and involution can the living people exert their subjective initiative and create more value. Lu Feng is in a god's perspective. It is enough to give them a fair and just competition environment and a dynamic upward channel. The rest, those who live in the spiritual realm, will handle everything in the involution. The promotion of the spiritual vein not only brings the expansion and growth of the King Mu spirit realm, but also brings great improvement to Lu Feng's body and spirit. In the practice room of the Green Tower, Lu Feng's breath rose sharply, and his long black hair moved without wind. The energy flowing into the practice room from the energy pool of the tower was swallowed by Lu Feng's body as soon as it entered the practice room. The energy that is enough to kill a first-level wizard did not even make a splash in front of Lu Feng. The 5-element spiritual veins transformed the King Mu spiritual realm, and Lu Feng's flesh and blood body was also soaked in the power of the King Mu spiritual realm, and a 5-colored light appeared on his body. This 5-colored light is the most fundamental power of the King Mu spiritual realm and the 5-element spiritual veins. At this time, when it was used on Lu Feng, his body suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. Both his body and spirit directly reached the 3rd level of the 5-colored light. Now, just using my body and spirit, I can probably compete with the great wizards in the western regions. Lu Feng experienced the tremendous power in his body and the strength of his spirit, with a smile on his face. In the past, he was able to kill the great wizard Blanchard mostly by relying on the assistance of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and the blessing of the King Mu spiritual realm, as well as sneak attacks and occupying the terrain. Now that Lu Feng's cultivation has improved, even if he faces the great wizard Blanchard openly, he has the confidence to fight him. If Lu Feng can make good use of the blessing of the Kingmu spirit realm and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, he can probably easily control the great wizard Blanchard, and if he masters some means, it will be extremely easy to fight against the Heartsea Wizard of Day Temple. Now I have reached the 3rd level. As long as Teacher Tia doesn't come back, I can be considered the strongest in this Verdant Tower. If I want, when I master some means of a 3rd level wizard, I can apply for a leaf of a supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree from the botanical garden, build a wizard tower of my own, and become a small force in the botanical garden. Lu Feng smiled and shook his head, and quickly gave up this time-wasting idea. Now he is living a comfortable life in the Verdant Tower. A potion factory under his command can provide him with a stable output of magic stones, and he doesn't need to worry about the daily affairs of the wizard tower. Lu Feng doesn't have to build a wizard tower of his own and torture himself. It's a waste of time and energy, and the benefits are not much higher. For Lu Feng, it is most cost-effective to invest all the resources of a new wizard tower into the cultivation and construction of Kingmu Spirit Realm. The stronger the Kingmu Spirit Realm is, the stronger he will be. After digesting the gains from the promotion of the 5-element spiritual veins, he did not rush to share the joy of his promotion to the 3rd level wizard with everyone in the Verdant Tower. Lu Feng plans to keep it secret for a while. With the help of the earthly immortal method, his promotion speed is too fast. It has only been a few years, and Ms. Natasha, a 2nd level wizard, has not even upgraded a small realm, but Lu Feng has already upgraded from a 1st level wizard to 3rd level wizard. Even his teacher Tia does not have such talent. Lu Feng is now exposing his strength as a 3rd level wizard, which is too shocking. 1 step ahead is a genius, and 100 steps ahead is a demon and a monster. If he is a little more talented, he can still survive in the botanical garden. If he becomes a demon, he will definitely attract the attention of the powerful wizards in the botanical garden. At that time, with his little ability, those powerful wizards can see his basic clues at a glance. If those powerful wizards in the botanical garden see his earthly immortal method, or even his ability to travel to other planes without the artifact plane door, it will be difficult to end. Hand over the golden finger for survival, hand over the earthly immortal method. In any case, it will make Lu Feng difficult to choose. Lu Feng does not want to pin his future on the pity and sense of responsibility of the powerful wizards in the botanical garden. Besides, hiding his cultivation for a few years, Lu Feng just took this time to learn some new skills, and by the way, solidify the 3rd life witchcraft of the green spirit wood meditation method, and completely complete the transformation of the 3rd level wizard. By the way, in these few years, he will deal with the Western region world and the earthly immortal world a little bit. After he was promoted to the 3rd level wizard, the resources in the Western regions were even less worth mentioning. The only ones that were somewhat useful were the gods in the Western regions. The laws nurtured in the souls of the gods had infinite benefits for his Kingmu spirit realm, and they also played an irreplaceable role in the future cultivation of the way of wizards. As for the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng was a little apprehensive. Although only the 9 major sects such as Day Temple were active in the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng could not imagine how many powerful earthly immortal Dao cultivators were hidden behind the earthly immortal world, which created a world of special cultivation methods such as earthly immortal method. The earthly immortal Dao at the spiritual realm level was comparable to the 1st to 3rd level wizards in the wizard world. In the future, there would be earthly immortals at the blessed land level and the cave heaven level. The depth of the earthly immortal world was beyond Lu Feng's imagination. If the earthly immortal world and the wizard world fought, I wonder how long the earthly immortal world could hold out under the wizard world. An absurd idea popped up in Lu Feng's mind. There were too many old coins hidden behind, which was really annoying. However, let's not think about these things now. I just got promoted, so I should stabilize my cultivation first, adapt to the surge of power, and then practice some self-defense methods. Lu Feng temporarily put aside his worries and stayed in the practice room to adapt to his own strength. 3 days later, Lu Feng walked out of the practice room. His aura had been restrained by his strong mental power and some breath-retaining methods during his adaptation and adjustment, revealing only a breath strength of a little more than the 2nd level. In this state, even if Lu Feng stood directly in front of Ms. Natasha, she would never think that he was already a 3rd level wizard that people could look up to. Lu Feng's breath-retaining method was quite effective. With a convergence of Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng was confident that third-level wizards of the same level as him would not be able to see any clues about him. As long as he was not scanned inch by inch with mental power, he would never find out what he was hiding. If anyone really dared to be so presumptuous, it would be a provocation. If there was no one around, Lu Feng would not mind showing some of his strength in front of him and sending him to the west. Went to talk to Ms. Natasha to cancel the holiday. Ms. Natasha was very happy to see that Lu Feng's aura had become stronger. The faster Lu Feng's cultivation improved, the more comfortable she would be in the Green Tower. Having someone to share the pressure of managing the Green Tower was what Ms. Natasha was most happy about. After leaving Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng went to the medicine factory to restart the discontinued pharmaceutical production line. With the improvement of strength, the powerful mental power of the third-level wizard allowed Lu Feng to easily monitor the reaction and fusion of the potion materials in the reactor, and it became easier to batch refine the first-level potion. Even if he slightly restrained his skills, the efficiency of the medicine factory has increased several times. As a result, the raw materials of the first-level potion supplied by the Green Tower are not enough for Lu Feng to consume. Processing medicinal materials is the job of wizard apprentices, and Lu Feng is only responsible for the most critical step. Complete the fusion of the raw materials of the potion in the reactor. This step requires a familiarity with the refining of potions and a strong mental power. The refining of medicine in a reactor is different from the refining of small doses of medicine in the laboratory. The steps are more complicated and require more precise timing. All of these require strong mental strength as support. Now Lu Feng is more capable. One reactor can refine more medicines, and the refining speed has also increased. It only takes a few days to finish the previous month's amount. Ms. Natasha was delighted when she knew Lu Feng's ability. On the other hand, as long as the wizard apprentices in the Green Tower work overtime, the supply of raw materials can be increased. In this way, Lu Feng's working hours are greatly shortened, but his income has increased by several %. This change makes Lu Feng happy. It took 5 or 6 days to finish the refining of medicines for this month, and Lu Feng had the rest of the time at his disposal. Without going out to wander around, Lu Feng, in addition to keeping an eye on the changes in the situation in the Western region world and the earthly immortal world, was also working to improve his combat effectiveness. He is now a third-level wizard, and the power of the Kingmu spirit realm has also increased greatly. If there are no supporting means to exert these powers, he will be weaker when encountering enemies of the same level. Lu Feng first started with the third innate witchcraft of the green spirit wood meditation method. Unlike the first two innate witchcrafts that tend to strengthen oneself, the third innate witchcraft of the green spirit wood meditation method is a domain witchcraft that has both enhanced spellcasting ability and field control ability. It is called Link a Domain. After solidification, it can form a domain space that accommodates nature in the wizard's spiritual space, which can not only assist the wizard in cultivation, but also protect the wizard's spiritual space. During the battle, the Linka domain in the spiritual space can also be projected to the outside world around, covering a piece of heaven and earth, forming a domain home field that is completely under one's control. In the domain space of Linka domain, the wizard's spellcasting ability and energy recovery ability can be greatly improved, and the enemy in the domain space will be weakened in all aspects if there is no corresponding witchcraft to resist or break the domain space of the green domain. Mobilizing the energy in the surrounding heaven and earth space to cast spells will also become difficult. This domain-level innate witchcraft is also the signature witchcraft of the third-level wizard, and it is also one of the means by which the third-level wizard can crush low-level wizards at will. Lu Feng heard that domain-type witchcraft is not only a powerful means of combat, but also related to the foundation for future promotion to fourth-level wizard. In this regard, Lu Feng had only one idea: learn more. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Expansion of Poseidon, the God of Steam and Mages. Linka Realm is a third-level witchcraft, and it is also a life-definition witchcraft. It is not easy to learn. However, Lu Feng has the blessing of Kingmu Spirit Realm, as well as the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and wood spirit veins. Although he still has to rack his brains when learning, he is faster than other newly promoted third-level wizards. But it still takes a lot of time to slowly comprehend this third-level life definition witchcraft. After being promoted to the third level, Lu Feng did not take the initiative to make trouble in the western region because he needed to practice life definition witchcraft and did not want to be distracted. Of course, Lu Feng's men are still working hard on the land of the western region. The Poseidon cult, headed by the goddess of the sea, Elio, has made a comeback in the western region. The gods appeared in the world and quickly attracted a large number of believers who believed in the goddess of the sea. Although some former believers of the Poseidon wondered why the image of the Poseidon had changed, under Elio's divine power, these doubts were all dispelled. Perhaps, the sea god was a goddess before. As for the fact that the sea god Neptune was replaced, it was not something that ordinary believers would consider. As long as there are gods willing to protect them, the changes of gods are not important at all. There are 36 countries in the western regions, 18 of which are coastal countries with wide coastlines and a large population living on the sea. In such a geographical environment, there is a natural hotbed for the development and growth of the sea god religion. In this steam age where gods dare not appear in the world, with Elio, a true god who dares to show his face, the sea god religion has expanded rapidly in the western regions. The emergence of the sea god religion soon attracted the attention of the 9 major sects in the earthly immortal world. However, after an investigation, the 9 major sects chose to let the sea god religion develop. The sea god religion is a religion that has grown among ordinary people in the western regions. The sea god Helio hides in the ocean and is difficult to find, so it is not easy to target. With time to search for the goddess of the sea Helio all over the world, it is better for the 9 major sects to expand their territory and take more land in the western regions into their pockets. The land and population that can produce resources for the cultivation of the earthly immortal Deo are what they urgently need. As for the goddess of the sea, Elio, when they conquer the entire western region, they can still control a mere god. As for the remaining great wizards in the western region, they are now overwhelmed. Facing the 9 major sects in the earthly immortal world, which are coming with great momentum and strength, it is already very difficult for the masters to guard their own small piece of land, and they have no time to pay attention to a mysterious goddess of the sea. In the past few months when Lu Feng was cultivating at ease, the 9 major sects in the earthly immortal world, after consolidating the rule of the kingdom of Larenton, quickly organized their forces and began to expand to the surrounding areas. The kingdom of Gaul, which is adjacent to the kingdom of Larenton, was the first to suffer. Without a great wizard in charge, the kingdom of Gaul, which was plundered by Lu Feng, faced the 9 major sects and raised its hands again decisively. It surrendered without backbone. Then it was the surrounding western region countries, and the ruling scope of the 9 major sects expanded rapidly. If the 9 major sects had not had too few talents to help them manage the surrendered western regions, the 36 western regions would not have been able to hold out for half a year under the 9 major sects. After all, the western regions are vast, and the 9 major sects are quite powerful, but it is still difficult to rule the western regions with their own manpower. The 9 major sects also realized this problem. So, on the one hand, they slowed down their expansion and cultivated suitable disciples, and on the other hand, the 9 major sects returned directly to the earthly immortal world to start promoting the existence of the western regions. With Lu Feng's advertising leaflets as a foundation, the general public in the 9 states of the Great Zhuan dynasty had long been yearning for the western regions. After all, in Lu Feng's advertising, the western regions are equivalent to gold. Who doesn't want to go to a place where they can make money? Now, the 9 major sects have come forward to confirm the authenticity of the western regions, and publicly recruited people with lofty ideals to go to the western regions to help them rule the natives of the western regions. As soon as this move came out, responders gathered. It greatly alleviated the manpower problem of the 9 major sects to rule the western regions. When the 9 sects were expanding recklessly, the remaining great wizards in the western regions were under increasing pressure. At the end of the cold winter in the western regions, the Great Wizard Conference was convened again under the call of the Great Wizard Ryan. However, compared with the last full meeting of great wizards, today's meeting was a bit depressed. In front of the round table, 4 chairs belonging to the great wizards had completely collapsed, representing the fall of the great wizards. There were also 4 great wizards on the chairs whose figures were blurred, like candles in the wind, and seemed to be dissipated in the next moment. These 4 people were seriously injured in the last shocking battle on Kadia Island. The only ones who were intact were the great wizard Ryan, who sat in the first seat, and Walter, Who sat in the ninth seat? The great wizard Ryan's strength was intact because he was strong, and Walter was able to survive because his star maze was special and he ran fast. In front of the round table of the meeting star, the atmosphere was a bit solemn. All the great wizards present had ugly faces. The great wizards who were once so glorious were now like dogs that had lost their homes. They were all struggling to survive. It was really embarrassing. After a long silence, Ryan, the first great wizard, stretched out his hand on the round table and presented a map of the western regions to everyone. Seeing this map, the faces of the great wizards became even gloomier. Because, on this map of the western regions, the scarlet color representing the 9 major sects of the earthly immortal world has occupied 50% of the land in the western regions. Archmage Ryan sighed and pointed at the map and said, "Everyone has seen this. This is our current situation. The foreign enemies have occupied half of our homeland. Although we still have half of the land, it seems that we can fight against the enemy, but it won't be long before we can't defend the remaining half of the land. We have experienced the strength of the foreign enemies last time. We can't beat them. We are not opponents at all. Now we have lost many soldiers and the foreign enemies are almost intact. We are not opponents at all. As long as the enemy has time, even if we shrink in the Archmage Tower, there is absolutely no possibility of survival." Listening to Archmage Ryan's analysis, the other Archmages were silent. Archmage Ryan said the truth, which was very real and cruel. We can't fight and we can't defend. What can we do? Archmage Walter sighed helplessly, expressing the thoughts of everyone present. Ahem, don't say discouraged words. After my efforts these days, I finally found a glimmer of hope for everyone. Looking at the great wizards who had completely lost their spirits, Master Ryan coughed and smiled brightly. Hope, really? As soon as Ryan said this, 5 eyes converged on his face, excited and burning. Feeling the mood of his colleagues, Master Ryan did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Since we can't protect our home by ourselves, we can only find some helpers to deal with this world crisis. Although it is the steam age of our wizards, it does not mean that protecting the world is the responsibility of our wizards as a group. The guys of the last era, it's time to wake up and play their remaining heat." Master Ryan had a faint smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Almost instantly, the several great wizards present understood what he meant. While hope was ignited in his heart, Master Walter also remembered his doubts. "Lion, you mean those sleeping gods? They do have some strength, but they have long since shrunk into the star realm and no longer come out. Even we can hardly find their traces. How can we drag them into this battle between the two worlds? Don't worry, since I propose this method, there is naturally a way to find those gods. Don't worry. Hurry up and recover your strength. When I find the gods, maybe it will be time for us to counterattack the foreign land." Archmage Ryan chuckled and said confidently. Archmage Ryan's words made the other Archmages a little unsure, but this was already the most promising plan at the moment. They were powerless to struggle, and could only pin their hopes on Archmage Ryan. The Archmage meeting ended, and the other Archmages left. Archmage Ryan was left alone sitting at the round table, waiting for the other Archmages to leave. In the astral mist around the meeting astral space, there were figures, and 8 strange monsters walked out, not like humans in the western regions. These monsters have a majesty that makes people want to worship the gods. Obviously, these 8 monsters are not ordinary star monsters, but well-known gods in the western regions. Long time no see, everyone. With a wave of his hand, the chairs in front of the round table changed their style. In an instant, they turned into chairs suitable for 8 monsters to sit on. Indicating the 8 gods to sit down, Archmage Ryan smiled and greeted them. "God of Steam and Wizards, it's really been a long time since we last met. It seems that you are not living a good life now, and you have reached the point of calling out our old friends." A white-haired old man wearing a crown of thorns, holding a Bible and a cross sat down and sneered. If Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this white-haired old man. He was the god of light that he had been looking for when he attacked the Holy Church. Moreover, according to the words of the god of light, Archmage Ryan in front of him actually has a huge hidden identity. Ryan is not only a great wizard, but also a god. If other great wizards knew Ryan's identity, I wonder what kind of expression they would have on their faces. The great wizards used to be mortal enemies with the gods, and many conflicts broke out between the two forces. But who would have thought that their last powerful leader had already been on the opposite side? Facing the ridicule of the god of light, the great wizard Ryan did not care. In the battle on Hongye Island, the great wizards lost and they lost. He must admit this and be sincere. Yes, that's the situation. I believe you all understand and know it. This time I asked you to come here just to borrow your power to compete with the foreign invaders. After all, you guys don't want our world to fall completely. At that time, I'm still a wizard and can run away, but you are all gods. You are with the world, and you probably can't run away. Listening to the tone of the great wizard Ryan, the gods present were a little angry. The werewolf god, who had the worst temper, jumped up and slapped the round table. You Ryan, don't go too far. Facing the fury of the werewolf god, Archmage Ryan remained unmoved, but scanned the 8 gods present with a faint gaze. A vast divine power erupted from Archmage Ryan, sweeping across the 8 gods present. The werewolf god, the vampire god, the noble and ritual god, the warrior god, the hunting god, the light god, the nature and tree god, the spring and river god. Under his gaze, even the werewolf god, who had the worst temper, sat back on his chair under the pull of the nature and tree god. Feeling the divine power of the steam and mage god again, the 8 gods realized the current situation. Now is the steam age, and it is no longer the age of the old gods who have been eliminated. The power they possess is not at the same level as the steam and mage god who is now standing at the forefront. At this moment, the 8 gods also vaguely understood the idea of the Archmage Ryan. Today, Archmage Ryan called them over not to negotiate, but to win their support with force and to shake their hearts with force. We agree. Ryan, just say it. In the end, the 8 gods finally lowered their noble heads. When Archmage Ryan gathered his old subordinates and intended to take action against the 9 major sects in the earthly immortal world, the goddess of the sea, Elio, who was hiding in the astral world in the ocean and monitoring her believers in the western region world, also found some information about Archmage Ryan from the information collected by her believers. It's interesting. I didn't expect that Archmage Ryan, the first person in the western region world, is actually a god. The god of steam and wizards is really in line with the current era of the western region world. It seems that there are still several gods in the western region world. After receiving the news sent back by Elio, Feng, who was studying his own witchcraft, brightened his eyes and muttered with interest. Elliot, you did a good job this time. You continue to pay attention to the development of the western region. I have a feeling that the peaceful western region will become lively again. Feng felt the changes in the situation in the western region from the information collected by Elliot. Under the step-by-step pressure of the 9 sects in the earthly immortal world, if the great wizards in the western region do not show some more trump cards, it will not be long before the western region will be destroyed by the 9 sects. The great wizards either explode in silence or perish in silence. How to choose? No, they have no choice. Chapter 245 Temporary Peace in the Western Regions. The Linky domain is completed. Before the troops move, the food and grass must go first. Although Feng has no channels to know the future plans of the great wizards in the western regions, he can smell the smell of gunpowder of the upcoming war from the clues in the territories under the command of the great wizards. In the territories of the great wizards, religious forces have revived and spread their beliefs to the gods who are about to reappear in the world. The gods with believers are the most powerful. The war is about to begin, and the 8 gods contacted by the great wizard Ryan are also preparing for the battle. Gathering faith is the first step to restore and enhance their strength. This is also the concession made by the great wizard Ryan on behalf of the wizard forces to the gods. If you don't feed these gods some grass, how can they fight hard for the western world? The expansion of religious forces will inevitably affect the current base of the sea goddess Elio. She thought she would have a holy war with the gods in the western world for believers. However, what Feng and Elio did not expect was that the gods and wizards of the western region did not take action. Instead, the great wizard Ryan personally found Elio and showed his identity as the god of steam and wizards. Ryan also tried to persuade Elio to join them and fight for the western region. When the great wizard Ryan arrived, Feng, who was studying his own witchcraft, received Elio's message at the first time. Join them, and use your identity as the goddess of the sea to blend into the enemy team and get a good understanding of the enemy's composition. When the time comes, I may be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Feng smiled sinisterly and told Elio. Now, Feng's Kingmu spirit realm has completed a transformation, and the star spirit labyrinth of the great wizards is not very tempting to him. With the transformation of Kingmu spirit realm again, The energy of the great wizard's mind labyrinth and the star space is no longer huge for him. It is not delicious, but at most a snack that can be tasted. However, the gods of the western regions who cooperated with the masters were extremely tempting delicacies. The laws contained in their bodies and souls were the best supplements for the growth and development of the King Mu spirit realm. After receiving Lu Feng's order, Elliot smiled in his heart, hesitated a little, and finally agreed to the request of the Grand Mage Ryan and officially joined the alliance of the Grand Mage and the gods. After forming an alliance with the Grand Mage and the gods, without the malicious competition of other gods, the development of Elliot's Poseidon Church also stabilized. Under the guidance of the Grand Mage Ryan, Elliot also met the other 8 gods. The gods have different personalities, some are easy to get along with, and some are not. Elliot made full use of the knowledge taught by Master Lu Feng on weekdays, was good at singing and dancing, and mixed in the circle of gods. And through his own relatively strong strength, he won over the gods of nature and trees and the gods of springs and rivers to his own command. Elio has obtained all the divinity of the sea god Neptune, and already has the strength of the 3rd level. In the past few months, the sea god church under her has developed a large number of believers. The number of her believers alone is almost comparable to the total number of believers of the other 8 gods, except the god of steam and mage. The amount of divinity determines the upper and lower limits of Elio's strength, while the faith of the believers determines Elio's ability to sustain combat and break through the upper limit. Coupled with her already good foundation of extraordinary magic beasts and earth immortals, Elio can now be said to be one of the strongest among the 8 gods. The only ones who can compare with her are the god of steam and mage, whom she cannot see through, and the god of light, who seems to be peaceful and righteous. The other gods are not Elio's opponents at all. The god of nature and trees, the god of springs and rivers, both gods are goddesses. The god of nature and trees is a graceful and beautiful woman in a long green dress, while the god of springs and rivers is a beautiful girl in a light blue dress. As goddesses, they have a natural affinity with Elio. Their strength was not strong to begin with, and when Elio showed his strength and attitude, the 2 goddesses came up to him and took the initiative to seek Elio's protection. With the 2 goddesses, Elio has gained a firm foothold in the circle of gods. In addition to constantly deepening the knowledge of the gods in the western region with the 2 goddesses, Elio also knew the plans of the western region Great Master and the western region gods. Waiting for the right time to fight the Earth Immortal world again. Very courageous western region world, if you hadn't lost so badly last time, I would have really looked forward to your prepared battle. Lu Feng sneered after receiving the information sent back by Elio. The counterattack of the western region world may be fierce, but Lu Feng has no hope of achieving results. It's nothing else. The last time the western region world and the Earth Immortal world fought on Kadia Island, they lost too badly. The gap between the Great Masters and the 9 major sects is a little bit big. However, no matter who wins or loses, it doesn't really matter to me. As long as the fight starts, I will get something. The 9 sects spiritual realms, the western region Great Mage's mind maze, the western region God's divine law. I won't lose any of them. After telling Elio to act according to the situation, Lu Feng continued to comprehend his own innate witchcraft. With Elio watching in the western region camp, Lu Feng would not miss the battle between the 2 worlds like last time. If there were no suitable candidates, Lu Feng would also like to add some of his own people to the 9 sects in the earthly immortal world, so that he could understand the intentions and movements of the 9 sects in a timely manner. As for himself, the most important thing now is to improve his strength. Now he has entered the 3rd level, which is the same level as the 9 sects in the earthly immortal world, the western region Great Mage and God. It can also be regarded as having the ability to participate in the battle between the 2 worlds. The battle may start at any time. If Lu Feng does not prepare some trump cards that can decide the outcome, how can he benefit from the battle between the 2 worlds? In order to gain benefits from both worlds, Lu Feng just wanted to rush. The reappearance of the gods in the western regions gave a shot of strength to the forces of the Great Mage. The 9 sects in the earthly immortal world soon collected intelligence about the gods in the western regions. A small conflict broke out on the border between the 2 forces. After seeing the power of the gods in the western regions, the 9 sects in the earthly immortal world discussed secretly for a while and temporarily slowed down the expansion of their territory. The gods in the western regions, plus the power of the Great Mage, made the 9 sects a little timid. There was no backup behind the 9 sects. There were only 8.5 of them that could fight. The abbot of the Lotus Temple died last time. Although the sect spirit realm of the Lotus Temple was taken back by others and inherited by the monks of the Lotus Temple, the death of the master of the spirit realm eventually caused a lot of damage to the spirit realm of the Lotus Temple. Now that he has inherited the spirit realm again, it is difficult for the new abbot of the Lotus Temple to quickly recover to the original level. It will take some time. Therefore, the 9 sects in the earthly immortal world do not want to start a war at this time. Now that the 9 major sects have harvested a large amount of land, they now want to digest the resources on the land in their hands and improve the spiritual realm of their carefully built sects. They all have a dream of transforming the spiritual realm into a blessed land. Every day, with a supply of resources in the western regions, their spiritual realms are growing. Under this circumstance, the 9 major sects also hope that the decisive battle will come later, waiting for some time. If a blessed land can be born from the 9 major sects, then it will be absolutely easy for them to take over the western regions. If they fight now, the losses may only be greater. With a previous experience of the Lotus Temple, none of the other 8 major sects want to be the next Lotus Temple. With this mentality, the 9 major sects in the earthly immortal world controlled their expansion speed and temporarily shared the western regions with the participants of the western regions, and did not intend to take the initiative to attack. After seeing their own strength, the other side calmed down a lot, and the western region's great wizards and gods were relieved a lot. The 4 seriously injured great wizards have not yet fully recovered, and their combat power is insufficient, so they don't want to fight for the time being. Now the other side doesn't want to fight either, which just suits their wishes. As an undercover agent, Elio felt a little regretful when she saw that the 2 forces tacitly did not fight. Elio was not afraid of watching the excitement. She wanted to see the 2 sides fight and make a river of blood. However, it was good that they did not fight, which gave Lu Feng some time to improve his strength. Spring went and autumn came, and in the blink of an eye, the western region had passed 2 years of peace, and the wizard world had also arrived in the 4054th year of the wizard era. For 2 years, Lu Feng waited for the situation in the western region to change, while contemplating his own life witchcraft. Although the process of comprehension was a bit difficult, with Lu Feng's efforts and persistence, the 3rd level life witchcraft of the Green Spirit Wood meditation method was finally comprehended by Lu Feng. At this time, Lu Feng sat cross-legged in the practice room of the Green Tower. The energy supply of the practice room was once again turned to the maximum. Lu Feng closed his eyes and meditated, and beside him were bottles of secret medicines for cultivation made with the essence of the branches and trunks of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. This is Lu Feng's preparation for practicing his own witchcraft in the Linka realm. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings in the spiritual realm also contributed a lot of energy to Lu Feng's practice, so much so that the leaves were a little sluggish. Under normal circumstances, when practicing the Green Spirit Wood meditation method to solidify the own witchcraft in the botanical garden, one needs to buy the sap of the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree from the botanical garden to prepare the secret medicine for practice. Lu Feng has the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, so this process is saved. Otherwise, if you were to be promoted to 3rd level wizard normally, Lu Feng should be running around to buy the sap of the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. It will probably take more than half a year to complete the task for the botanical garden. After a long time, Lu Feng adjusted his state, opened his eyes, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. It's time, let's start. Lu Feng took a deep breath, picked up the crystal bottle containing the secret medicine for practice from his side, and poured a bottle of emerald green secret medicine for practice into his stomach. The secret medicine for practice spread in his stomach, and the cool medicine rushed from the stomach to the brain. Lu Feng's mind moved, and he entered a meditative state, and saw his own spiritual space. In the huge spiritual space, a green soul core quietly floated on the viscous and vast ocean of spiritual power. Lu Feng was promoted to 3rd level wizard. The soul core that was originally embedded with 2 innate witchcraft spells once again revealed a large blank area. This is where Lu Feng is about to start engraving the spell model of the 3rd level witchcraft. Lu Feng's mind moved, while distracting himself to digest the power of the medicine to nourish his spiritual power. While adjusting his state, he began to use his spiritual power as a pen to start sketching the spell model of the innate witchcraft on his soul core. Lu Feng had already simulated this step countless times. He had already been familiar with all the steps of solidifying the 3rd level witchcraft. At this time, Lu Feng's actions were both accurate and stable. Sketch the spell model of the Linka domain on the soul core, and then build the energy circuit of the Linka domain innate witchcraft in the body. When all this was done, Lu Feng had spent 18 days in the training room. Finally done. Next is the exciting activation moment. After Lu Feng completed the 2 basic tasks and confirmed that they were correct, a bright smile appeared on his face. At this point, everything is foolproof. Next, all Lu Feng needs to do is receive the results of his hard work these days. After a short rest, Lu Feng recovered the mental and physical strength he had consumed these days, and then he took the initiative to complete the activation of the 3rd level innate witchcraft with a little excitement. With a soft hum, Lu Feng saw the emerald green spiritual light shining on the soul core in his spiritual space. The 1st level innate witchcraft, the body of the ancient tree. The 2nd level innate witchcraft, the heart of the green tree. The 3rd level innate witchcraft, the spiritual and green domain. On the soul core, the witchcraft models of the 3 innate witchcrafts began to merge after Lu Feng's active activation. With the heart of the ancient tree as the skin, the heart of the green wood as the flesh, and the spiritual green domain as the heart, the 3 life magics blended with each other, merged into one, and finally turned into a green spiritual light pattern surrounding the core of Lu Feng's soul. At the same time, the light from the green spiritual light pattern illuminated Lu Feng's spiritual space, forming a stable spiritual green domain. The formed spiritual green domain spread out from Lu Feng's spiritual space, forming a harmonious and unified whole with Lu Feng's body and the energy circuits of the 3 life magics in his body. This is the real spiritual green domain. Feeling the changes from soul to spirit, and then to the body, Lu Feng's eyes brightened. He finally understood the true concept of the green spiritual wood meditation method. Although the first 2 life magics were powerful, they were all to lay the foundation for the 3rd level magic. The last life magic was the core of the green spiritual wood meditation method. The Linka realm, although it's called a realm, is also a method of cultivation that strengthens the body and the spirit. When I have a deeper understanding of plants and nature, various plants will appear in the Linka realm. The natural scenery will develop from the realm and eventually become an alien plane. Lu Feng recalled the cultivation ideas of the Linka realm and couldn't help but think of the earthly immortal method and the Western region magician's method. Could it be that all cultivations end up in the same place? Chapter 246 The Domain Unfolds, the Linka Domain. The cultivation of the 3rd level innate witchcraft Linka realm gave Lu Feng a deeper understanding of the way of wizards. In the next few days, Lu Feng practiced to adapt to the effects of Linka realm. During his long-term use, Lu Feng's development of Linka realm also changed in a personalized way with his own knowledge and understanding. In a few days, Lu Feng's spiritual space has become a verdant natural space. In the center of the natural space, a verdant tree with an 80% to 90% similarity to the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling stands tall, and there are many flowers, plants and trees growing at the foot of the tree. These scenes are similar to his Kingmu spirit realm to a great extent. As the master of Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng, the essence of natural plants and trees in Kingmu spirit realm, are gathered here under the influence of Linka realm. It has grown and strengthened the foundation and power of Linka realm. If I use this move of Linka realm, I guess ordinary 3rd level wizards won't be able to break free easily. It can be regarded as a powerful weapon to trap people and fight against enemies. Lu Feng tested the strength of Linka realm and felt a little more confident. Although he had a rough estimate of the power of Linka realm, he had not yet fought against a 3rd level strong man, so Lu Feng did not have a specific impression of the true strength of Linka realm. Who should I find? The Death Mantis is an assassin hidden in the dark, and it emphasizes one-hit kill. Its powerful attack power also sacrifices its own defense ability. It is not a good idea to use it to test Linka realm. If it breaks, it will be a waste of the millions of magic stones he spent. I have another 3rd level strength under my command. This time, I can only trouble the sea goddess Elliot again. After thinking about it, Lu Feng could only ask Elliot to help him test the power of Linka realm. For Master Lu Feng's request, the sea goddess Elliot naturally had no reason to refuse. The power of the 3rd level innate witchcraft is not small. The size of the Western region is limited. If you make some noise, it won't take long for the whole world to know. Lu Feng didn't want his trump card to be known by the enemies of the earthly immortal world and the Western region world. After thinking for a long time, he chose to test this innate witchcraft in the wizard world. Through the teleportation array in the Green Tower, Lu Feng returned to the Trandy subcontinent. After taking a look at the development of the Trandy subcontinent, Lu Feng set up a black cloud and flew all the way to the distant sea of the Trandy subcontinent, above the deserted ocean. This is above the ocean, but you must not try to communicate with the heaven and earth here. The wizard world does not allow you to become a god. Lu Feng called Elio from the Kingmu spirit realm and reminded her. Gods are a taboo in the wizard world. The wizard civilization studies gods, imitates gods, and masters the power beyond gods. But in the world plane ruled by the wizard civilization, it is absolutely forbidden to appear as a god. The gods connect to the laws of heaven and earth and master the laws of heaven and earth. Once they become gods, they have at least tens of thousands of years of life. Gods also need believers to support them. The existence of a god will affect the development of civilization and imprison the desire of creatures to pursue power. In short, in the process of the development of civilization, wizard civilization has seen a lot of disadvantages of the existence of gods. So in order to eliminate the existence and growth of gods, they enshrined a world artifact called the God-killing spear in the origin of the wizard world. As long as someone attempts to ignite the divine fire in the wizard world and ascend to the throne of God, they will be sanctioned and hot by the world artifact God-killing spear, chasing their souls and seizing their souls, and they will never stop until they die. Elio is just a newborn god. Although she calls herself the goddess of the sea, she is at most a divine creature in the realm of the wizard world. Divine creatures ignite the divine fire and condense the godhood to become true gods. The little sea god divinity that Elio inherited is still far from igniting the divine fire. As long as she doesn't mess around in the wizard world, she basically won't attract the attention of the world artifact. Hearing Lu Feng's reminder, Elliot nodded with lingering fear. In fact, there was no need for Lu Feng to elaborate. The moment Elliot walked out of the Kingmu spirit realm, she felt a terrifying gaze. Under this gaze, Elliot felt like an ant. If she moved a little, she would be crushed to death. She didn't dare to do anything. Fortunately, with Lu Feng's explanation, Elliot was relieved. When she looked around, she also saw the power of the ocean in the wizard world. As a creature that has integrated the divinity of the sea god, Elliot's saliva was about to flow down. If she hadn't always maintained her rationality, she would probably have merged into the ocean at this moment and enjoyed the greatness of the ocean. After Elliot adapted to the environment of the wizard world, Lu Feng reminded him and started the experiment with Elliot. The field is expanded. Link a domain. Lu Feng's mind moved, and he pinched the seal with his hand. The Link a domain expanded with him as the center, and instantly swallowed Elliot, introverted to natural domain. The power of the domain, the power of nature, the power of plants and trees. Being in Lu Feng's Link a domain, Elliot felt that the surrounding environment had changed instantly. It was clearly on the vast ocean, full of rich water vapor and the power of the ocean, but after Master Lu Feng's domain was unfolded, Elliot felt that the surrounding environment suddenly turned into a natural world of plants and trees. The power of water vapor and the ocean was suppressed to an extremely low level. In an instant, she changed from the home court of the goddess of the sea to the home court of Master Lu Feng. The changes in the home court and the environment of heaven and earth magnified Lu Feng's advantages and directly weakened Elliot's power. The plants around Elliot were full of vitality, and they continued to extract the water elements from Elliot's body during the growth. In such an environment, Elliot felt that the power of his spells would be at least reduced by 30%, and the consumption would also increase by 20% to 30%. Although the weakening value is not large, Elliot can be at the same level as Lu Feng in the third level. In the same realm, there is still such a powerful weakening ability. The increase and decrease can already provide Lu Feng, the master of the domain, with a lot of chances to defeat the enemy. Elio does not have the same type of domain skills, nor does he have the ability to see through this domain at a glance. She can only use the simplest and crudest method to try to break Lu Feng's Link a domain. Ocean Fury. The power of the ocean surged, and a seawater vortex filled with ocean power appeared in Lu Feng's domain space. The sharp seawater blade ruthlessly cut the flowers, plants and trees growing and linking. In a few breaths, countless flowers and plants full of vitality became a thin powder that merged into the seawater. However, with Elio's attack, Lu Feng, who controlled the Link a domain, did not feel a trace of pressure. When the seawater vortex strangled the plants, the flowers, plants and trees in the domain were also absorbing the water elements and ocean power in the ocean's wrath. While being destroyed by the sharp water blade, more flowers, plants and trees absorbed the energy of the ocean's wrath and were reborn again in the Link a domain. Under the gaze of Lu Feng and Elio, Ilios Poseidon's wrath disappeared in Lu Feng's verdant domain after about 10 breaths. The vitality in the linked domain remained, and was not affected by Ilios' attack at all. Although the overall attack power of Ilios Poseidon's wrath was worrying, it was a sharp weapon for mowing down some first and second level trash fish. Such an attack had no effect in the linked domain, which was really unexpected for Ilio. Lu Feng practiced a verdant spiritual wood meditation method all the way, using the tree essence of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. During the meditation practice and the process of engraving the life witchcraft, Lu Feng's soul fully absorbed the characteristics of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. Therefore, the final product of the verdant spiritual wood meditation method, the linked domain, is also full of rich energy-absorbing ancient tree characteristics, and has a strong absorption capacity for energy attacks. As long as the energy attack does not exceed the carrying limit of the linked domain at one time, all energy attacks will eventually be absorbed and digested by the linked domain and become a powerful force to counterattack the enemy. At Lu Feng's urging, Ilio tried various attacks, but with Ilio's ability, there was no way to break the Lingqi realm in one go. Therefore, until the end, Ilio's energy was exhausted, and he was unable to break Lu Feng's Lingqi realm. After letting the exhausted Ilio return to the western region, Lu Feng also let the Death Mantis attack once. As a third-level puppet, the Death Mantis was limited by its body and energy reactor. Its most powerful attack was to kill a third-level advanced Death Harvest. The Lingqi realm, which was unfolded by Lu Feng's own power, trembled under the full force of the Death Mantis. Lu Feng intuitively felt that the space was about to be broken. However, after Lu Feng timely integrated the power of the Wood Spirit Vein into the Lingqi realm, the domain space that was about to break was slightly stabilized. With the power of the Qingmu Spirit realm, it could barely withstand the attack of the Death Harvest. When Lu Feng pulled the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling out of the Qingmu Spirit realm and stood in the center of the Lingqi realm, the domain space was as stable as Mount Tai. Not long after, the Death Harvest, a full-strength attack of the Death Mantis, was digested and absorbed by the Lingqi realm. After testing, he used all his trump cards and could use the Lingqi realm to trap a high-level enemy of the third order, while the normal output of the trump cards was enough to control and trap a mid-level enemy of the third order. You must know that Lu Feng had just been promoted to third order wizard at this time. After using his own magic, he could already fight monsters at a higher level. You must know that the higher the level, the greater the gap between each small realm. There is already a mountain-like gap between the elementary, middle and high levels of the third order. Lu Feng can still do it at this time, which highlights his solid foundation and many trump cards. After the experiment, Lu Feng also knew the ability of the linked domain, and at the same time, he knew another benefit after unfolding the domain space. Must hit. In his own domain, the witchcraft he casts will definitely hit the enemy. If the enemy trapped in the domain space cannot escape from the domain space, he can only bear Lu Feng's attack all the time. If he can't defend, he will die, which greatly increases the difficulty of the enemy's survival in the domain space. Especially in the domain space with energy absorption like Lu Feng, in the battle, as long as the enemy does not defeat Lu Feng in the first time Lu Feng unfolds the domain, the enemy's defeat has already been determined. As long as Lu Feng maintains the consumption of the linked domain, even if he uses a zero-level spell to grind, he can grind to death the enemy of the same level. This is the power of the wizard's meditation method. After the experiment, Lu Feng got the desired result, and couldn't help but smile. With the linked domain by his side, Lu Feng felt confident and comfortable. Returning to the Green Tower, the Western region world was still relatively quiet, so Lu Feng was not in a hurry to cause trouble in the Western region world. After finishing the cultivation and solidification of his own destiny witchcraft, Lu Feng thought about it and prepared to improve his attack ability. Self-defense and control, the linked domain is enough. But Lu Feng's attack power is still a little weak. He has not learned a third-level witchcraft yet, and he also needs to practice and learn the more powerful attack spells of the earthly immortals. In the Green Spirit Wood meditation method, there is no record of third-level witchcraft except for the destiny witchcraft. Like the first-level and second-level witchcraft, Lu Feng either learns from Ms. Natasha or spends magic stones to buy it in the trading market of the botanical garden. However, Lu Feng asked Ms. Natasha indirectly, and she did not have any third-level witchcraft. Ms. Natasha is only a second-level witch, and there is no need and qualification to contact the third-level witchcraft. Before the Green Tower, Only the tower owner Tia was a third-level witchcraft. According to Ms. Natasha, the third-level witchcraft at the Green Tower has the copyright to teach is kept in the hands of Teacher Tia. However, Teacher Tia went to the Norton plane to participate in the plane war and has not returned yet. Lu Feng does not know when he will return. It is very troublesome to obtain the third-level witchcraft from Teacher Tia. You can't let Lu Feng go directly to the Norton plane for a few third-level witchcrafts. When he runs over, his third-level wizard's cultivation will definitely be discovered by others. At that time, the third-level witchcraft may be easy to obtain, but he will definitely be left by Teacher Tia in the Norton plane to participate in the plane war. Lu Feng does not know how far the plane war in the Novi plane has progressed, whether it is dangerous or safe, and has no intention of going there to participate. He has the treasure, Space Gate, and he already has 2 other worlds in which he is fighting the plane war. Neither of them has ended yet. It is really not suitable to open up a third battlefield and distract his energy. Lu Feng has no way to deal with Teacher Tia's line for the time being, and can only turn to the trading market of the botanical garden. However, when he saw the demand for the purchase of third-level witchcraft from the botanical garden, Lu Feng frowned and gave up this path. The third level is the foundation of the powerful wizard organization, the botanical garden. When you reach the 4th level, you are the backbone of the botanical garden. This is a special stage. In order to ensure the growth of the botanical garden, when you reach the 3rd level, whether it is cultivation resources or 3rd level knowledge, there are countless restrictions on purchases. The number of magic stones required for purchase is not large, but a large number of botanical garden contribution points are required. Simply put, you have to contribute to the botanical garden in order to obtain the knowledge and resources of the botanical garden. Chapter 247, Practice hard and plot against the goddess. Doing tasks in exchange for contribution points reduces the amount of magic stones paid. With this model, the cost-effectiveness of resources and knowledge obtained from the botanical garden is higher than purchasing them with magic stones from other chambers of commerce and organizations. However, this method is not the best choice for Lu Feng now. On the contrary, there are some troubles. He is still hiding his realm cultivation, and it is not convenient to walk out of the Green Tower in a big way to do tasks in the botanical garden to earn contribution points. Another point is that when doing tasks in the botanical garden, it is common to be unable to concentrate for 10 days or half a month when you are busy. The war between the earthly immortal world and the Western region world is imminent. If you miss the war between the 2 worlds because of the tasks of the botanical garden, you will lose the opportunity to benefit from it. Lu Feng does not want to bear such a loss. It seems that I still choose a conservative method, practice the magic and supernatural powers of the earthly immortal Dao, and temporarily improve the combat effectiveness. Lu Feng thought. Because Lu Feng's development in the earthly immortal world was limited, he did not come into contact with the most fundamental inheritance fruit of the earthly immortal world at all, and the number of magic and supernatural powers of the earthly immortal Dao he obtained was limited. Now, apart from the 5 elements divine weaponry from King Mu Temple, he had no other available earthly immortal spells. Therefore, at this time, Lu Feng could only continue to sacrifice the 5 elements flag. As the quality of the 5 elements spiritual veins in King Mu's spirit realm improved, the quality of the 5 elements flag derived from the changes in the 5 elements spiritual veins also rose. The power of the 5-colored canopy for defense and the 5 elements reversal, annihilation for attack increased a lot, and they were barely usable at the 3rd level. Therefore, Lu Feng was too lazy to distract himself now, and only comprehended and struggled on the 5 elements flag, striving to use the derived spells of the 5 elements flag easily and skillfully. When Lu Feng focused on improving his own attack, time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, time came to the Yuan-Shu month of 4056 in the Wizard era. Nearly 2 years passed again. Lu Feng has completely established his foothold in the 3rd level. He has mastered the innate witchcraft and the means of the 5-sided 5-element flags, and his combat power is on par with his realm. Now Elio is practicing with Lu Feng, and a battle will be defeated by Lu Feng in a few minutes. Elio is developing the Poseidon cult and comprehending the rules of the ocean. His strength is improving, but Lu Feng's strength has not fallen behind, and he has improved faster than Elio. While Lu Feng was concentrating on practicing, Elio was also paying attention to the development of the Western region. After a few years, The 9 major sects of the earthly immortal world have completely established their foothold in the Western region. After a steady stream of practitioners from the earthly immortal world participated in the plain war launched against the Western region, the land of the Western region, ruled by the 9 major sects, has been firmly in the hands of the 9 major sects. The 9 major sects are not pedantic. They saw the power to change the world in the STEAM technology of the Western regions. When they ruled the Western regions, they did not forget to search for talents who were proficient in STEAM technology in the Western regions. They cooperated with the earthly immortal practitioners of the 9 major sects to make STEAM technology earthly immortal. In a few years, the STEAM technology tree of the Western regions has risen sharply, and new products are born every day. In the continuous research and development and improvement, earthly immortal STEAM technology creations have become popular in the Western regions and the earthly immortal world. With various earthly immortal STEAM technology creations, the efficiency of circulating information, transporting personnel, and transporting materials has been greatly improved. With the assistance of these creations, the 9 major sects have a more stable rule in the Western regions. The improvement of the technology tree has brought many benefits to the 9 major sects. The earthly immortal STEAM technology creations have greatly improved the ability of the 9 major sects to collect incense and wish power and plunder resources in the Western regions. With more resources, the spiritual realms of the 9 major sects are working hard to digest these resources, and the spiritual realms of each sect have made considerable progress. On the other hand, the alliance between the great wizards and gods in the Western regions has gradually recovered its vitality in the past few years. However, with the development of the great wizards and the god sects, the territories under the alliance have gradually become unable to support the alliance. Including Elio and the god of steam and wizards, there are a total of 10 gods, and each god needs a lot of believers to provide them with the power of faith. However, in a fixed area, the population resources are limited. In recent years, the competition between the 10 gods' churches has become more and more fierce. The churches of the gods have been opened in the villages of various kingdoms. Some villages with good locations can even open several churches of the gods. The church battles between different gods have become more and more intense, and even casualties have begun to occur. The remaining 6 great wizards in the Western regions are not used to this strong church atmosphere. The cultivation of the wizard emphasizes rational thinking. Once influenced by the teachings of the gods, it is difficult to achieve success in the wizard path. There are also various mage towers. In recent years, it has become increasingly difficult to recruit new mage apprentices. Children and young people with some talent have been influenced by the rich atmosphere of gods in the country and joined the church religion. Although the church with gods also has its own methods of cultivating extraordinary people, this subtle change has ultimately affected the future of the great mages. Therefore, in the accumulation of internal troubles and conflicts that are gradually emerging, the great mages and gods in the Western region world also realized that it is time for their current alliance to make changes. At this time, if they don't make changes, when the internal troubles in the alliance territory completely break out, by then, before the 9 major sects of the earthly immortal world on the opposite side take action, their alliance of strong men in the Western region will fall apart on their own. Therefore, the round table in the star space of the Great Mage Conference was once again filled with people. 10 gods, plus 5 great mages. A total of 15 chairs. Over the years, Archmage Ryan's identity as the god of steam and mages could no longer be hidden, and he had openly informed other archmages, and the Archmage camp once again lost a position. The meeting was opened by the god of steam and mages, who explained the current situation and the crisis within the alliance, and then led to the decision of the alliance to start a war. This decision had been discussed in advance by everyone, and naturally it was agreed by everyone without objection. This war is not only a battle between our alliance, but also a battle between 2 worlds. Therefore, we must cheer up. The church and the Archmage Tower, as well as the armies of various principalities, must participate in it and fight an unprecedented war. The god of steam and mages described his battle ideas. This time, not only the top powerhouses in the world, but also the entire alliance was mobilized. From top to bottom, it is not an exaggeration to say that the whole country is fighting. Green Tower, fuck, this time it's finally going to fight. I'm almost dying of waiting. Lu Feng received the news sent back by Elio, and he almost jumped up with excitement. 5 years have passed, almost 5 years. Do you know how Lu Feng has spent these 5 years? Apart from cultivation, it is cultivation. He is so bored that he almost vomits. After arranging all the matters of the Green Tower, Lu Feng asked for leave from Ms. Natasha, and then went into his own practice room, pretending to practice in seclusion. In fact, after Lu Feng arranged everything, he turned around and went directly to the base camp built by Elio in the western regions. Before Elio ate the sea god fruit and merged with a divinity, he practiced a black water method and cultivated his own spiritual realm. After she became a god, Elio's black water spiritual realm merged with a divinity and the rules of the ocean, and many changes occurred, becoming an existence similar to the astral space and the divine domain. When the original sea god Neptune was hiding, he did not have Elio's current ability and could only hide in the astral space on the sea god island. And Elio's construction of the base camp was much simpler. He directly unfolded the spiritual realm in his body in the ocean of the surface world of the western regions and sank to the bottom of the ocean. The deep sea is where the water element is most abundant and the ocean power is the strongest. After Elliot opened his spiritual realm in the deep sea, it became the safest place not only because of the geographical environment, but also because the open spiritual realm could connect to the astral space in the ocean, absorb the power of the astral world and strengthen himself. In short, there are many benefits. Although other gods also hid their base as well, none of them was as safe as Elliot. At this time, Lu Feng came to Elliot's spiritual realm through his space gate, and immediately felt the benefits of Elliot's spiritual realm. The battle has not yet begun, and the spiritual realm is just suitable for Lu Feng to hide, so that he can attack at any time. Welcome to the master. Seeing Lu Feng's appearance, Elliot welcomed him with a smile on her face. She had already made all preparations to welcome the master in her spiritual realm. She did her best in housing, food, cultivation, and meds. Not bad, you are thoughtful. Lu Feng saw it, and after experiencing it, he nodded with satisfaction and praised him. All this is what I should do. She was originally an octopus monster living in the ocean of the wizard world. She was favored by Master Lu Feng and achieved what she has today. Elliot admired Lu Feng from the bottom of his heart and was willing to dedicate everything to the master. In addition to these preparations, Elliot also brought Lu Feng an unexpected surprise. Master, under my influence and persuasion, I have dug 2 corners from the Wizards and Gods Alliance in the western region. If the master is willing to lend a hand, I am sure to take down the god of nature and trees and the god of springs and rivers. Although these 2 gods are a little weak, if they can be taken down, I think it should be helpful to the master. Those 2 weak goddesses. Listening to Elliot's words, Lu Feng became interested. Lu Feng had heard Elliot's detailed explanation of the titles of the god of nature and trees and the god of springs and rivers, and he also knew their strength and abilities. The 2 goddesses are the 2 weakest among the 10 gods in the western region world. All along, because of Elio's strength and dominance, the 2 of them have been attached to Elio, and have been holding Elio's big white legs. In addition, Elio has learned some advanced Pua goddess rhetoric from Master Lu Feng, and has basically fooled the 2 goddesses. As long as she says a word, the gods of nature and trees, as well as the gods of springs and rivers, will be dogs for Elio. Now that the war has not started, Elio dares to say such words, which really shows that he has mastered the skill of raising dogs. How sure are you? Lu Feng thought about it and asked Elio. Hearing this, Elio smiled confidently and said, if I fail in the negotiation alone, I am not 100% sure to keep the 2 goddesses, but with your help, I have no worries. Whether the negotiation goes smoothly or not, I am 100% sure to take them both. Okay, let's do it. After listening to Elio's words, Lu Feng thought about it carefully and agreed to Elio's plan. A few days later, it was a sunny day. In the Misili River, the largest river in the land of the Alliance of Mages and Gods, Solus, the god of springs and rivers, received a message from Elio. Hello, Sister Solus. The war is imminent. I want to discuss the alliance with my sister Ingrida. Here are the coordinates of my divine domain. Please come with me, Sister Ingrida. Solus looked at the message, thought about it, and walked out of her own divine domain, came to the bank of the Misili River, and found Grida, the god of nature and trees, in the largest forest along the river to discuss the matter. Grida also received Elio's message. The 2 goddesses discussed it for a while, and did not realize the danger behind the message, and happily agreed to go to Elio's divine domain. This was the first time that Lord Elio showed them the coordinates of his divine domain, invited them to be guests, and prepared to form an alliance with her. Lord Elio really kept them in mind. After most of the day, The two goddesses came to the seashore closest to Elio's divine domain. Before the two goddesses dived into the water, Elio took the initiative to emerge from the ocean to greet them personally. Elio held the hands of the two goddesses affectionately and led them into the ocean realm, fearing that the two goddesses would run away if they were not careful. In fact, Elio overestimated the two goddesses' perception of danger. On the contrary, Sulis and Greta were a little excited to see Elio, and did not realize Elio's ill intentions at all. Entering Elio's realm, seeing the vastness and magnificence of the ocean realm, the two goddesses praised Elio in amazement. Compared with Elio's realm, the two goddesses felt that the realm they had worked so hard to build was just like a woodshed. They were servants living in the woodshed, while Elio was a real, great goddess. Thinking that they would soon become allies with such a great goddess like Elio, the two goddesses were very excited. Don't be envious. After you two have united with me, I believe it won't be long before you can have the same divine domain as me. Looking at the two lamb-like goddesses, Elio smiled like a big bad wolf. The two goddesses. Chapter 248. Conquer two goddesses and give birth to the divine fruit. There is an old saying in Lu Feng's previous life, which is, he who knows the current situation is a hero. The two goddesses who entered Elio's divine domain were not naive. When Elio said something wrong, they immediately realized that they were fooled. They thought they were all like-minded, but who would have thought that Elio was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, drooling at the two little white sheep? I didn't expect Elio to be like this. We didn't lose unfairly. After a brief shock, the god of nature and trees, Greta, became more stable and took a deep breath. Respected Lord Elio, how do you plan to deal with the two of us? While speaking, Greta tried to use her divine power to find the flaws in Elio's divine domain and tried to escape from here. But she soon discovered that Elio's divine domain was indestructible. With her ability, she couldn't find any flaws at all, and escaping was nonsense. What to do? Can't run away. Greta and Sulis looked at each other and saw the anxiety and despair in each other's eyes. Since we can't escape, let's fight her. We are all gods, 2 against 1, we may have the strength to fight. In desperation, Greta gritted her teeth and said to Sulis. Yes. Sulis nodded, agreeing with Greta's decision. At this time, even if Elio is strong, they will fight. 2 against 1, they have the advantage. Fighting, maybe they can really find an opportunity. Besides, they don't need to defeat Elio, they just need to work together to shake the divine domain here and find a chance to escape. Even if they just need to spread the news, the great wizards and gods in the alliance will definitely come to save them. Seeing hope and despair, the two goddesses approached each other, and the will to fight ignited in their eyes. They wanted to fight for their lives. But the next moment, Elio's words poured a basin of cold water on them. Haha, since I have invited you into a trap, I have naturally made all preparations. I advise you not to think about breaking the divine domain or passing on the message. In order to strengthen this divine domain, I specially invited the master to come and guard it. Even if you try your best, you can't shake it at all. Elio saw what the two goddesses were thinking at a glance and ruthlessly broke their hopes. Don't talk big, you still need to try to know whether it is true or not. Hearing this, Greta had a bad feeling in her heart, but she didn't want to weaken her morale and determination before the battle, so she said stubbornly. As she said that, Greta took the lead in launching an attack. The emerald green divine power around her flashed, and countless vines and trees appeared in the air and surrounded Elio not far away. At the same time, Sulis, the god of springs and rivers, also urged his divine power to condense blue water vapor and water it on the plants that Greta had promoted. As soon as the divine water containing the power of the gods of springs and rivers fell, the plants that Greta had spawned suddenly grew wildly as if they had eaten golden Kala. The two goddesses, water and wood, gave birth to each other, and immediately exerted the power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Facing the joint attack of the two goddesses, Elio felt a little pressure. Using plants to attack me, if it were before, I might have been a little scared, but now you are sending yourself to death. If it were a few months ago, Elio would not dare to say such a big talk, but after cooperating with Lu Feng to test the Linka realm for nearly half a month, Elio has become familiar with the various attacks of plants and trees in Lu Feng's domain. Compared with the magic attack of Master Lu Feng, the coordinated attack of the two goddesses is strong, but it is full of flaws and cannot threaten her at all. Divine power, water vapor peeling. Elio moved his body, and with the help of the power of the ocean, He condensed countless water mirror phantoms around him, and flexibly avoided the overwhelming attacks of the two goddesses. While dodging, Elio did not forget to fight back, and directly used the magic trick she had just comprehended. The magic trick, water vapor peeling, came out. Suddenly, Elio, carrying the power of the entire divine domain, crushed the two goddesses. The grass and plants that were growing all over the sky just now, under the brilliance of Elio's magic, directly withered and yellowed rapidly, and in a moment, they broke apart. Moreover, Soulless, the god of springs and rivers, who was covered by the brilliance of the magic, was also weak all over, and felt that the divine power in his body was being quickly extracted by the surrounding space as if a hole had been opened. The growth of grass and trees, springs and rivers, all rely on the existence of water vapor. This magic trick was developed by Elio using her control of the rules of the ocean and the water element as a goddess of the sea. This was the first time Elio used it against the enemy today, but the effect was unexpectedly good. Even Soulless, the god of springs and rivers, could not resist Elio's magic attack because his control over the water element was too weak. After one successful attack, Elio continued to attack. Under wave after wave of divine attacks, Greta and Soulless barely managed to resist, and the situation was precarious. This was Elio's divine domain, and he had the advantage of home court. It was as if Lu Feng had used the Zero Spirit Emerald domain to pull the enemy into his own domain, gaining various advantages. Greta and Soulless were weaker than Elio, and they had lost their own advantages. Even if they worked together, they could not withstand Elio's attack. A quarter of an hour later, another brilliant divine spell hit Greta and Soulless's protective divine spells. The divine defenses of the two goddesses finally reached the end of their strength and were shattered by Elio's attack. The two goddesses were exhausted in this wave of attacks, and were blown away by the aftermath of the divine attacks. They crashed into the edge of the divine domain behind them, spitting blood and looking pale. What do you think? You two still want to resist? You can't even beat me. It seems that my master doesn't need to show up. You two are really weak. Elio approached the two goddesses, kicked the two goddesses who lost their ability to resist, and pretended to be regretful. You. Stimulated by Elio's words, Greta spit out another mouthful of divine blood, said two words, and then fainted. As for the god of springs and rivers, Soulless, because of his weaker strength, he had fainted long ago. Tisk, Elio, you are really heavy. But it's just right, saving them the process of facing pain. Good job. After Elio dealt with the two goddesses, Lu Feng came out from the depths of Elio's divine domain, checked the status of the two goddesses, and said with satisfaction. Then, Lu Feng raised his hand, and two white roots of energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings emerged from his hand, tied up the two goddesses tightly, and sent them directly into the Kingmu spirit realm. It's all because of the master's good teaching, otherwise I wouldn't have the fighting power today. Elliot listened to Lu Feng's praise, smiling and modest. When Lu Feng was looking for Elliot to practice, he also found some methods from the wizard world that could improve her fighting power. Some water witchcraft, and a set of witchcraft secrets suitable for Elliot to use. Lu Feng spent millions of magic stones, but in today's battle, Elliot's fighting ability has indeed improved a lot with the blessing of witchcraft secrets and water witchcraft, and the magic stones spent by Lu Feng were not wasted. Lu Feng had to admit that the witchcraft in the wizard world has many unique features after countless iterations and updates of wizard organizations. Even a creature like Elliot who has mastered divinity can comprehend many mysteries from it after learning these water witchcraft. It helps Elliot comprehend her own ocean laws. From this, Lu Feng also felt the completeness of the wizard method. According to the basic training and learning process of wizards, when they reach the third level, they are already proficient in a certain school of wizards. Basic witchcraft, innate witchcraft, and the witchcraft field formed by innate witchcraft are all like laying the foundation for higher-level wizards. Lu Feng has limited knowledge of higher-level wizards and does not know whether his understanding is correct, but the practice of wizard law has indeed brought real improvement to Elio. The messy thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Feng turned his head and looked at the Kingmu spirit realm without considering Elio. At this time, the two seriously injured goddesses were tied up by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and hung on the thick roots near the ground, looking pitiful. At the same time, there were two white roots that penetrated into the spiritual space of the two goddesses from the eyebrows of the two goddesses and went straight into the souls of the two goddesses. Visible to the naked eye, There were streams of light, golden light flashing on the white roots. From divine power to soul, to flesh and blood, everything about the two goddesses was being extracted by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Finally, after being absorbed and purified by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, they finally gathered on two newly born branches in the crown of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, condensing into two divine fruits containing everything about the two goddesses. Unlike the treatment of the sea god Neptune last time, this time, Lu Feng did not intend to kill the two gods. Therefore, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings did not take their lives in the process of absorbing the two gods, but digested them first, and then reshaped the bodies of the two gods in the process of condensing the divine fruit. Although this process is a bit troublesome, it is the simplest and most direct way to control the two goddesses. Because the two goddesses are also one of the important members of the Western region Great Master and the God Alliance, if Lu Feng directly kills the two goddesses, then Elio's identity infiltrating the enemy will also be unusable. This will only alert the enemy. Lu Feng still wants to get more benefits from the Western region world, and he absolutely does not want to do such a thing of cutting off the source of funds. While Lu Feng and Elio were waiting, 7 days passed in a flash. In the Kingmu spirit realm, the absorption and breeding process of the energy-absorbing ancient tree is nearing its end. The original bodies of the two gods have been drained into mummies by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. When the breeze blows, they turn into flying ash, scattered all over the ground, and merged into the soil, nourishing the land of the Kingmu spirit realm. In the verdant crown of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, two divine fruits hanging on the branches are about to mature. This time, the size of the divine fruit is particularly large. Because it has to breed the bodies of the two goddesses, the divine fruit has now grown to the size of a person. Through the golden glow on the surface of the divine fruit, you can see the two goddesses in the divine fruit, naked, curled up like babies, and matured in the divine fruit. Now, the divine fruit has really become a fruit that breeds gods. The energy-absorbing ancient tree is amazing. Looking at the two divine fruits on the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, Lu Feng exclaimed. Another half-day passed, and Lu Feng, who was practicing in the Elio divine realm, suddenly opened his eyes. He summoned Elio and ordered, "The two gods have been bred. You go into the Kingmu spirit realm to guide them and welcome them to join us." "Yes, sir." Elio replied with a smile and went directly into the Kingmu spirit realm. The divine fruit bred by the energy-absorbing ancient tree was ripe. Two huge divine fruits fell from the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Elio, who had been waiting beside them, caught the divine fruits. He carried one in each hand and brought the two goddesses who had not yet woken up to the foot of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The foot of the energy-absorbing ancient tree is now a restricted area in the Kingmu spirit realm. Unless Lu Feng has given an order, the villagers living in the spirit realm dare not step into this place. If you offend the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, you will be directly used as fertilizer and fed to the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. For the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, there is not much difference between living humans and magic stones. They are all food. Therefore, the foot of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings is also relatively quiet and empty. Elio found a clean place, found a leaf of an energy-absorbing ancient tree sapling, spread it on the ground, and then threw the two divine fruits on the leaf. Snap! Elio followed Lu Feng's instructions and broke the outer skin of the divine fruit. Suddenly, two naked, wet goddesses flowed out of the juice of the divine fruit. The change in environment suddenly woke Greta up from her deep sleep, and she felt cold and sticky all over. She opened her eyes and saw a familiar face. Then a memory came to her mind. Greta remembered the scene before she fell into coma, and then she said in more horror, "Elliot, what did you do to us?" Greta made a series of unwarranted associations based on her current situation, and even brought herself into some dark stories circulating among mortals that she had read when she was bored in her own divine domain. The excessive associations immediately made Greta panic, but also made Elio look confused. After a brief moment of confusion, Elio found a bowl of water, washed Greta's body, changed her into clean clothes, and then explained to Greta what happened during her coma. "So, I am now a subordinate of Master Lu Feng, at the same level as you, and we are on the same front." After figuring out the whole story, Greta exclaimed. While speaking, she also tried to check her current state. Sure enough, with just a move of consciousness, Greta felt the loyalty and affection for the energy-absorbing ancient tree and Lu Feng in the depths of her soul. It was not a simple spell, or mastering the soul. After being nurtured by the energy-absorbing ancient tree, although Greta still had her original memories and cognition, from the body to the soul, she had already taken on the shape of the energy-absorbing ancient tree and Lu Feng. Chapter 249 Dad? Follow Dad and you will have meat to eat. You're awake. Congratulations on your new life. As soon as Soulless, the god of springs and rivers, opened his eyes, he saw the faces of Elio and Greta, and heard their slightly smiling voices. Soulless. After a moment of confusion, Greta pulled Soulless up, cleaned her, changed her into clean clothes, and explained the current situation to her. So, after sleeping, we all became the subordinates of the adult that Elio mentioned. Soulless felt like he was enslaved, but he didn't feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. This contradictory psychological change made Soulless very strange. He felt like he was broken. However, becoming Lu Feng's subordinates has become a foregone conclusion. Soulless and Greta have no ability to resist, and can only accept this somewhat cruel fact helplessly. Under the leadership of Elio, Soulless and Greta walked out of the Kingmu spirit realm and finally met the adult that Elio mentioned. Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng's true face, Greta and Soulless did not see anything strange from Lu Feng, only a deep respect and kindness from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing Lu Feng, it was as if they saw their parents. Under the guidance of this emotion, Soulless, who looked like a girl, suddenly shouted, "Dad!" As soon as this voice came out, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Lu Feng was stunned. He just wanted to recruit a subordinate. How could he become a father? This is too outrageous. Elio's mouth twitched, and he was shocked. He looked at Greta on the side and found that Greta was also eager to shout the word "Dad." Elio had also eaten the divine fruit produced by the energy-absorbing ancient tree, but he had never encountered such a situation. Could it be that the energy-absorbing ancient tree gave birth to them again, which caused this change? Being recognized as a father by the subordinates who had just been subdued, even if Lu Feng was not thin-skinned, he was a little embarrassed. Ahem, Elliot, take them down to get used to new life, and teach them some earth immortal ways and wizard ways. They have been in your divine domain for quite a few days, so you should go back first and keep in touch with the great wizards and gods in the western regions, so as not to let them see the clues and affect our layout in the western regions. Lu Feng gave Elliot a look, and Elliot immediately understood, and took the two newly born gods down. When leaving, Soulless and Greta were still a little disappointed because they didn't stay in front of Lu Feng for a while. After watching the three people leave, Lu Feng rubbed his cheeks to ease the embarrassment just now. Then he directly cast his eyes into the Kingmu spirit realm and asked the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling for an explanation. However, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling explained that this was a normal phenomenon. Soulless and Greta, after being nurtured by it, were made of the material in its body from beginning to end, and they were indeed its children. In other words, now Soulless and Greta can already call the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling mother. As Lu Feng, who controls the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, because of his male identity, the two goddesses automatically put him into the role of father. According to the cause and effect relationship, there is not much problem for Soulless and Greta to call him Dad. After learning the cause and effect from the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, Lu Feng patted his head and sighed. "Alice, what is this matter? I took in two subordinates, but I got two daughters. It's really troublesome. Forget it, I will correct their names in the future and let them continue to follow Elio to call me master. I must not do the work of being a father to others. I haven't even got married yet. What kind of father am I?" Lu Feng shook his head and put this unfortunate thing behind his mind for the time being. At this time, he has something more important than being a father. After the two goddesses were devoured and rebred by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, the divinity contained in their souls was also analyzed by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Soulless is the goddess of springs and rivers, and her divinity contains mostly the perception of water. Although there are some overlaps with Elio's ocean rules, they can also complement each other and improve Lu Feng's understanding of water. Glitter is the goddess of nature and trees, and her divinity contains mostly the perception of the rules of nature, trees and plants. It just fits Lu Feng's main practice of the green spiritual wood meditation method and the Kingmu Changsheng Sutra. The rules contained in the divinity of the two goddesses have been fully fed back to the Kingmu spiritual realm after being passed through by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and Lu Feng also gained these perceptions. Now most of Lu Feng's mind is devoted to the comprehension of the two rules. In order to avoid the problems caused by being too devoted to the comprehension of the rules on the Sea God Island last time, Lu Feng controlled a little this time and did not enter the meditation state and comprehension of the two rules with all his heart and soul. In this way, although it will be slower, he still has the energy to pay attention to the changes in the outside world. The war between the two worlds is imminent, and Lu Feng knows that he can't make mistakes. The two gods can bring so many benefits to him. If he can bring other gods under his command, the benefits he can get will definitely be huge. When Lu Feng was comprehending, the Kingmu spirit realm, which absorbed the rules of the two goddesses, was also undergoing some subtle changes. The rules of water make the water source in the Kingmu spirit realm more natural and more vibrant. The rules of nature and trees make the nature and plants in the Kingmu spirit realm more vibrant. Kingmu spirit realm is, after all, a man-made spiritual realm. The traces of human intervention are very obvious, but under the subtle influence of these rules, it has also begun to change slowly and evolve towards the real heaven and earth. Very good, very good. After leaving Lu Feng, Elio took the two embarrassed goddesses back to his palace in the god's domain. In order to take care of the emotions of the two goddesses, Elio did not mention the matter of recognizing his father again, but talked about the practice method ordered by Lu Feng. Elio started by practicing the Earth Fairy method, and then comprehended the spells of the Wizard method, and gained a lot of benefits in the process. The three women are all gods, but Elio is able to fight two of them alone. In the past, Elio communicated with the two goddesses. Although they seemed familiar with each other, it was just a superficial effort. Now, the two goddesses have completely joined Master Lu Feng's army and learned the recognition of father method without a teacher. In his heart, Elio has regarded the two goddesses as his own. Since they are his own people, there is no need to hide some things. It is the right way to teach the two goddesses and improve their strength. Elio knows the ambition of her master. As a subordinate, she must exert her abilities and do her best to help Master Lu Feng realize his ambition. If the master has to do everything, what do they need to do as servants? However, in the process of helping Lu Feng realize his ambition, Elio also found that his strength is limited. The master once mentioned, one person's power is limited. We must make more friends and fewer enemies. Elio agrees with the master's point of view very much. This is also the core reason why Elio set his eyes on the two goddesses and took them down by himself. How can he live up to the master's training if he doesn't show his usefulness? How can he please the master? In the Kingmu spirit realm, Elio had already checked the bodies of the two goddesses. Although they were rebred by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, their strength remained the same without any change. This discovery made Elio a little disappointed. When she ate the sea god fruit, she transformed directly, from the original octopus giant monster form to the current appearance, and her strength was greatly improved. However, Elio forgot that the sea god fruit was a fruit formed by the divinity and a lot of divine power of the sea god Neptune. If the full power of a god is poured into her body without any improvement in change, it will be really in vain. However, Sulis and Greta were rebred by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and a lot of energy was consumed in this process. In order to keep the two goddesses' original strength after rebred, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings have already spent a lot of energy. They have already lost money, so how can the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings have the mind to strengthen other abilities for Sulis and Greta? Elio is not satisfied with the strength of the two goddesses. They had fought before, and the two goddesses together were not the opponent of Elio alone. It's too weak. With such strength, how can they work for Master Lu Feng and realize the master's ambitions and aspirations? So when imparting new knowledge to the two goddesses, Elio was particularly attentive. The war between the two worlds is not far away. If the strength of the two goddesses can be improved a little more, they will be more confident to realize the master's ambitions and aspirations. After a brief embarrassment, Sulis and Greta saw that Elio did not say much about the embarrassing incident just now, so the two goddesses relaxed their minds and studied the way of Earth Immortals and Wizards with Elio seriously. Sulis, according to the classification of Earth Immortals, you and I follow the water path, which is more suitable for the black water method. Greta, you are the god of nature and trees, belonging to the wood path, which is more suitable for the Kingmu Changsheng Sutra. Elio explained some basic knowledge of the way of Earth Immortals to the two, and then taught them the method of cultivation. The two goddesses were very interested in the way of Earth Immortals for the first time. As gods in the western regions, they had to choose to hide from the world after the Steam Age came, reducing the consumption of divine power, and trying to find an opportunity to restore the glory of the gods after the new era came. They were sleeping in seclusion, but they were not sleeping without paying attention to what was happening outside. While watching the changes in the world, Greta and Sulis also learned about the cultivation of many mages in the western regions, and had a lot of knowledge and research on the extraordinary profession of mages. At least the various abilities of western mages, such as walking in the astral world, enslaving astral monsters, and even using the power of the astral world, can be used freely by the two goddesses. Even their divine domains are based on the astral world to reduce daily consumption. However, the Earth Immortal method is a new type of cultivation path they have never seen before. From the root of the Earth Immortal method, they see an infinite future. Is this the cultivation method of another world, and the secret of your divine domain being more powerful, Sister Elio? Just this fundamental method of directly using energy to build a real space, the Earth Immortal method has thrown the mage's mind maze to who knows where. The mage has cultivated all the way to the great mage realm, but he has only cultivated an illusory astral space, but the beginning of the Earth Immortal way is a real space. No wonder the great mages can't beat those strong men in the opposite world. After reading the cultivation method of the Earth Immortal way, Sulis and Greta were both shocked. In just a moment, they figured out all the differences. Hearing the two people's words to boost others' morale, Elio shook his head and disagreed. That's what you said, but I don't think it's necessarily true that the earthly immortal way is powerful. The consumption of refining a piece of real space is much greater than that of the mage's mind maze. I can only build my divine domain to this extent with the support of the master and the resources given by the master. As he said, Elio waved his hand and moved a small mountain of magic stones from a corner of her divine domain and placed it in front of the two goddesses. There is no need to think about other things now. I will first guide you two to quickly practice the earthly immortal method and enter the earthly immortal way. First, condense the spiritual realm in your body and slightly improve your skills. These magic stones are all given by the master. The energy contained in them should not have much problem in helping you lay a foundation. The small mountain of magic stones was placed in front of the two goddesses, and immediately a strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed in. Although the two goddesses had never seen magic stones, energy is common in any world. If they refine the energy in these magic stones, their divine power can be increased. But these magic stones can only be used to lay a foundation for the Earth Immortal way. This is too wasteful. The reality is in front of the two goddesses. Sulis and Greta looked at each other and finally understood the price of the powerful Earth Immortal method. They have a good relationship. It turns out that it is not the Earth Immortal method that is powerful, but that Master Lu Feng has magic stones in his hands and uses a lot of resources to make it powerful. No wonder the opposite world is so active in invading the western regions. It turns out that the Earth Immortal method is too greedy when practicing. It is estimated that it will be eaten up by those Earth Immortals when they are on the opposite side. There is no food at home, so they come out to rob it? Hungry ghosts out of the cage? It's better to follow my father and have meat to eat. After getting in a good mood, the two goddesses quickly entered the Earth Immortal method under the guidance of Elio. They all have the strength of the third level and the blessing of divinity. They are much stronger than when Lu Feng first entered the door. With sufficient magic stone support, the two goddesses only spent 2 days and 1 night to open up the acupoints in their bodies one by one, and then began to condense the corresponding spiritual realm. Pop! A small spiritual realm was born in Greta's body, and then it expanded rapidly under the dual support of the divine power and magic stone energy in Greta. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a radius of hundreds of meters. The Kingmu spiritual realm was completed, and Greta opened her eyes happily. Chapter 250, War Between the Two Worlds. As the spirit realm was formed, Greta found that she was getting stronger. Divine power poured into the spirit realm, and divinity merged into it, immediately transforming the newly born Kingmu spirit realm in her body into a divine space suitable for her. If she could also merge her divine domain into it, Greta felt that her strength could be increased by 10% or 20%. Although this 10% or 20% is small, for Greta, who is already at the third level, every bit of progress is precious. Moreover, she did not consume much, only some magic stones. After coming back from the joy of her strength improvement, Greta saw Sulis, who was also very happy next to her. She also condensed her own spirit realm and experienced the joy of strength improvement. Your spirit realm has been condensed. You can take the remaining magic stones here. They are just used to cultivate the nascent spirit realm. In addition, I suggest that after you go back, refine all your original divine domains into the spirit realm, and turn the spirit realm in your body into a divine domain. With the support of the divine domain, you can exert your strongest strength anytime and anywhere. Elio reminded the two goddesses when he saw that they had completed their training. I understand, Sister Elio. Glida and Sulis nodded in response. They had seen Elio's current divine domain, so they naturally knew how powerful it was. They would be the same when they returned without Elio's reminder. The three goddesses discussed the situation in the western region together and made a satisfactory plan. Then Glida and Sulis divided the magic stones they had not used up and left Elio's divine domain. After leaving Elio's divine domain, they returned to the sea of the western region. The salty sea breeze blew, and the two goddesses were a little dazed. A few days ago, they were still gods in the western region. Who knew that they believed what Sister Elio said? A few days later, they became Lu Feng's subordinates and almost recognized him as their father. The gods are unpredictable, which is really amazing. However, the two goddesses did not hate this change. At least following Lu Feng, they saw the hope of moving forward. It's better than being trapped in the western region again. If it weren't for the invasion of the earthly immortal world, the gods of the old era would have no place to stand in the new steam age. In their endless sleep, they might be driven into the divine domain by the wizards who are exploring everywhere one day, and die in their weak sleep. The sea god Neptune is a lesson for the past. The two goddesses were born in this era and were also very desperate. However, now these desperate days are gone forever. In the current war between the two worlds, no matter which force wins in the end, Lu Feng promised them a place to live freely. For Lu Feng, even if the worst result is that he cannot become the final winner, he can take his men and travel to other worlds through the Space Gate. The earthly immortal world, the wizard world, and even other different planes. There are many ways to retreat, and he has no worries. Such a change is not bad. Looking back at the place where Elio's divine domain is located in the ocean, the two goddesses left hand in hand. The two goddesses returned to their own divine domain. They dealt with some normal exchanges with the Western Alliance, and then they slowly refined the divine domain they had built for many years into the spiritual realm in their bodies. After practicing the Earth Immortal technique, they all understood the magic and power of the Earth Immortal technique. They also understood that the spiritual realm in their bodies, which was closely connected to them, was the foundation of their strength. So now, although they felt a little distressed when they dismantled the divine domain they had worked so hard to build, when they realized the improvement in strength brought by the expansion of the spiritual realm, all the little heartache in their hearts disappeared. The divine domain, which was only slightly stronger than the decoration, was not as happy as the improvement of its own strength. When the two goddesses worked hard to improve their strength, the atmosphere in the western regions became more and more tense. Half a month later, the great wizards and gods of the western regions finally couldn't hold back their ambitions to expand in the alliance and launched an attack on the 9 sects of the Earth Immortal world. This time, the great wizards and gods of the alliance did not act rashly, but the army of the territory took the lead and attacked the territories of the 9 sects. Every invention that can change the times will always end up on the battlefield. The western regions was in the steam age, and steam-powered weapons were also installed on a large scale in the army. Steam tanks, steam machine gunners, steam cannons. All kinds of steam-powered weapons were pushed onto the battlefield. Together with the apprentices and formal mages of the western regions, an army of the extraordinary era set foot on the battlefield and achieved good results the first time it appeared. It soon broke through the defenses of the 9 major sects and captured border cities one after another. Most of the practitioners under the 9 major sects fought alone and acted alone. They disliked ordinary people as weak and cumbersome and would not go with a mortal army at all. This historical problem gave the Western Region Alliance an opportunity to break through. Steam-powered weapons can slaughter mortal armies like mowing grass, and they are also a fatal threat to ordinary Taoist children. The kinetic energy contained in large-caliber steel bullets and shells driven by steam power is enough to tear open the magic protection of the Taoist child stage. Unless they reach the Taoist stage of practicing the spiritual realm, they cannot resist the attack of steam-powered weapons. The military force below the Taoist priest is equal under the impact of the steam torrent. Even if a strong man charged alone, there were mages accompanying the army to resist. The mage's powerful mental power was used to assist the steam weapons in aiming. The mental power consumption was low, but the accuracy could be greatly improved. Even Taoist priests who had cultivated to the spiritual realm were threatened with serious injuries when they were aimed at by formal mages with steam weapons. The rough combination of extraordinary power and steam-based army shocked the 9 major sects as soon as they appeared on the battlefield. However, the 9 major sects soon reacted. They also had some research on steam weapons. At this time, with a display of the Western Region World Army, they quickly integrated the cultivators and the steam-based army together and prepared for a counterattack. However, the hastily formed armies of the 9 major sects were ultimately not as good as the elite troops specially cultivated by the Western Region Alliance in these years. When the 9 major sects formed their own armies and rushed to the battlefield, the Western Region Alliance's army had already conquered 1/6 of the 9 major sects' land. Such a loss made the 9 major sects very angry. They also realized that if they could not quickly deal with these steam elite troops of the Western Region Alliance, they would suffer greater losses after finally occupying this land. Now, a large number of guides have begun to appear in the territories they rule. After all, the areas ruled by the 9 major sects are the lands of the Western regions. The people who have lived here for generations are the people of the Western regions, and the 9 major sects are foreign invaders after all, and their means of ruling are not very kind. Most of them suppressed the hearts of the locals with force and bloody terror. Now the Western Region Alliance, under the slogan of conquering lost land and expelling foreign demons, immediately won the hearts of the people in the areas occupied by the 9 major sects. With the support of the people and the guides, the already insufficient manpower of the 9 major sects became stretched again, and they immediately fell into the vast ocean of people. The situation in the areas occupied by the 9 major sects became increasingly corrupt. HMPH, they are just a bunch of ordinary people and some small fry. They really think that the territory conquered by the army belongs to them. It's a joke. If the army is useful, why do we need people like us? The leader of the Pyomeo Immortal sect said disdainfully. The leaders of the 9 major sects gathered together to discuss the increasingly chaotic situation below. They didn't take it seriously and didn't take it to heart. That's right. The battle between the two forces is ultimately a battle between the strong. No matter how strong the mortal army is, it can't change the situation. Let our disciples fight the next war. This time, it's just a training for them. Our goal is always the great wizards in the western regions and the gods who just appeared. After a discussion, the leader of the Taiyai sect concluded. His words were unanimously agreed by the leaders of the 9 major sects present. The 9 major sects have been able to occupy the 9 states of the Great Yuan dynasty for so many years, and they also have some foundation in their hands. There are also many talented disciples in the sect. This time, they received the orders from the 9 major sects. These disciples were like tigers out of the cage, summoning their subordinates, showing their magical powers, and soon there raised one army after another on the land they ruled and rushed to the battlefield. With the addition of the elite disciples of the 9 major sects, the battlefield situation soon became tense. The Western Alliance has steam weapons and mages, and the 9 major sects also have steam weapons with the addition of earthly immortal refining techniques, as well as earthly immortal monks who have practiced successfully. After the 9 major sects reacted, the gap between the armies of the two forces did not increase. Moreover, the mobilization of the earthly immortal world of the 9 major sects has never stopped. Now that the war has started, the 9 major sects are not stingy with rewards, and immediately attracted more people with lofty ideals to join the army and actively participate in the cruel war. Steam weapons make the war more tragic than the primitive cold weapon battle. In the eyes of the decision-makers of both sides, mortals and steam creations are cheap consumables. People die, and the ground will grow again. Steam creations are gone, and they can be recreated. There is no need to cherish them at all. Both sides invested a large number of troops in the war. Along the Somme River and in the Verdun region, both sides used steam weapons on a large scale, immediately turning the battlefield into a ruthless meat grinder. The 9 sect leaders did not care how many people died. After the war began, they had been looking for traces of the great wizards and gods in the western regions, but what puzzled the 9 sect leaders was that the great wizards and gods in the western regions did not appear on the battlefield, nor did they hide in the base camp of the Western Alliance. It's really strange. Where are all the strong men in the western regions? The 9 sect leaders felt a little uneasy because they had not been able to find the enemy. They may be hiding in the star realm. Although we have been studying the star realm for many years, We are not native practitioners of the Western regions after all, and our progress is slow. If they are hiding in the Star Realm, we really can't find them. The leader of the Pyomio Immortal sect thought of the most common Star Realm in the Western regions, and his face looked a little ugly. Every profession has its own specialty, and when it comes to the Star Realm, they don't have many good solutions. If they hide in the Star Realm, we have to be careful and must not separate. If the Western region strongmen hiding in the Star Realm find an opportunity to defeat us one by one, the consequences are probably not what we want to see. The leader of Taiyi sect reminded. The leaders of other sects all nodded. The 9 sects together can indeed beat the great wizards of the Western region world. But if they are separated one by one person can at most barely escape from the hands of 2 great wizards. If they are besieged by many people, there is no chance of escape. They are all old and naturally understand the preciousness of life. They have never thought of leaving the team to take risks. Humph, since we can't find them, let those bastards in the Western region come to us. The abbot of the Lotus Temple did not want to be led by the nose by the strong men of the Western region world. With a fair light flashing in his eyes, he suggested. You mean it? The leaders of other sects saw the light in the eyes of the abbot of the Lotus Temple and guessed his thoughts. No one spoke up to object. It was another day of rainy weather. The cold and dampness corroded the spirit and body of the soldiers on both sides of the battlefield. After several months of fierce fighting, 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers died on the battlefield of Verdun, and 300,000 to 400,000 wounded soldiers were sent out of the battlefield. The reputation of the Verdun meat grinder has spread far and wide. The soldiers still on the battlefield are all tired and numb. They really don't know what the future will be like. In a trench in the Western region, an old soldier from the Western region who survived battle after battle was giving a speech to a group of young soldiers aged 15 or 16, teaching them how to survive in this cruel meat grinder battlefield. Is the alliance really empty? These young people who are about the same age as my son have been sent to the battlefield. Can we still win? What a fucked up world. The old soldier thought wildly in his heart, looking at the immature eyes of these recruits, numbly cursing the coldness of the world. However, before the old soldier finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound. The old soldier only had time to shout, "Take it off," before a strong shock wave hit him, and he was instantly knocked unconscious. When the old soldier woke up again, he was dug out of the soil by a new recruit with a broken arm. As for the other new recruits, the old soldier didn't see any of them. The old soldier couldn't feel his lower body. Weakness, powerlessness, coldness and other feelings made the old soldier know that he was dying. At this time, he just wanted towards the new recruit in front of him to run for his life. Run quickly. Their trenches were not the front line of the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, they could not withstand such a powerful attack. Unless the enemy's army broke through the blockade of the Union army. The old soldier understood all this and knew that the Union army was defeated and there was no hope at all. Run, we can't run away, the enemy is coming. Such a powerful enemy. The old soldier's urging only brought despair to the new recruit. Following the new recruit's gaze, the old soldier felt hopeless. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.